Hello. ନା ଅଛନ୍ତି ଘରଠି ଆମ ଭିତରେ କିଏ ଜଏନ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି? ହ୍ୟାଲୋ, ଅଡ଼ିଓ କ୍ଲିୟର? ମୋ ଅଡ଼ିଓ କ୍ଲିୟର ଆସୁଛି? ହ୍ୟାଲୋ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଅଡ଼ିଓ ଆସୁନି ମୋତେ ଗୋଟେ ମିନିଟ୍। लैपटॉप ये देखिले लैपटॉप है डाटा ना ना ये लैपटॉप से फ्रंट किसी लगे जो ब्लैक ये लैपटॉप रो जोटा जाइछि
Yes, sir. Namaskar and Jai Hind to all the dignitaries, guests, delegates who are joined here on this national workshop on disaster risk reduction and resilience in coastal regions, jointly organized by Odisha State Disaster Management Authority and National Disaster Management Authority, Ministry of Home Affairs, and National Institute of Disaster Management, Ministry of Home Affairs. So I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all the dignitaries who are joined here. So this event is being organized in the background of upcoming NPDRR so as to provide a platform for the states and stakeholders to learn from each other as well as about various activities undertaken in various national programs. The main aim of the event will be to improve disaster resilience as well as promoting resilience by sharing the experience with each other. So in this workshop, I feel privileged to welcome all the dignitaries for the inaugural session onto the stage. Now I request the honorable dignitaries of the inaugural session, Sri Pradeep Kumar Jaina, Development Commissioner cum Additional Chief Secretary, Special Relief Commissioner and Manager Director, OSDMA, to on the stage. Welcome, sir. Yes, sir. Now I request Shri Alok, IAS, Additional Secretary, NDMA, to on the stage. And I also request Shri Harsh Gupta, Joint Secretary and Project Director, NCRMP, NDMA, to on the stage. And I request Dr. Surya Prakash, Professor, NIDM, to on the stage. And I also request Dr. Jnandas, IAS, Executive Director, OSDMA, onto the stage. I request the host team to give a green welcome to the dignitaries. I request the organizer to give a green welcome to the dignitaries. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. Before starting the inaugural session, I want to make a brief introduction about the auditorium. This auditorium has 4 routes, back 2 entry points and exit point at back side, and 2 from the on the 2 corners of the auditorium. You can make use this kind of evacuation route in terms of any emergency. Okay. And now moving to the inaugural session. Now I request Professor Surya Prakash, Head Geometeorological and Risk Management Division and CBR and Industrial Cyber DRR Division of NIDM, to give the welcome address on this workshop. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries, experts, delegates, and the participants of this third session of the National Platform on DRR. I welcome all of them on behalf of our organizing committee of the NPDRR, National Disaster Management Authority, Odisha State Disaster Management Authority, and on behalf of National Institute of Disaster Management. We welcome you all for joining and sparing your valuable time in taking all the troubles to come from distant places to discuss and disseminate and share as well as exchange your knowledge, information, ideas, innovations, and relevant technologies, tools, and techniques for disaster risk reduction and resilience on this occasion, particularly referring to the coastal disaster risk reduction and resilience. Just a few things I would like to mention before I close this welcome address, that these efforts have been taken place in the field of coastal resilience for quite some time. I remember way back since 2011 we started the phase 1 of NCRMP, and which continued till 2018, and NCRMP phase 2 is also going on, which will be closing most likely in March 2023. But the NPDRR events have been actually an outshoot of the global platform on DRR, which started way back in 2007. So UNDRR, the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Office, had started these events and requested all the nations to start their national platform. Similar initiatives are expected from the states also for state platform on DRR. So I welcome you all on behalf of everyone who is involved in the organization of this program, and thank you for joining with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable address. Now I request Shri Harsh Gupta, IAS, Joint Secretary and Project Director, for this address. Shri Harsh Gupta belongs to the Indian Administrative Service of Karnataka cadre. He has more than 24 years of experience in Indian administrative, and he has since worked as various roles of administrative services. He is presently working as Joint Secretary and Project Director, National Cyclone, NCRMP, NDMA, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Respected chief guest of the today's event, Shri Pradeep Jaina, Development Commissioner, come Additional Chief Secretary, Special Relief Commissioner and Managing Director of Odisha State Disaster Management Authority. All of us who have had some association with any disaster related subject, we would have definitely heard about him. Respected Shri Alok, Additional Secretary NDMA, respected other dignitaries, Shri Surya Prakash ji, Shri Gyan Das ji, all the respected dignitaries sitting in front of the dais. First of all, on behalf of NDMA, we are thankful to Odisha State Disaster Management Authority for organizing this event. We all know that Odisha has done some exemplary work in the field of disaster risk reduction. Their efforts have shown visible results on the ground, and these have been recognized globally as well. In fact, this year only, Odisha State Disaster Management Authority has been honored with the Subhash Chandra Bose Aapda Samman Puruskar, that Aapda Prabandhan Puruskar. All of you may be aware about that. So today we are happy that this workshop is being organized in Odisha. We hope to hear some of their important achievements, some of their important plans, what they are planning in the future, especially from the senior officers who are present there. We are also thankful to number of state delegates who have come here. I can see that some of the senior officers could not make it because one is that a number of events are taking place and then this is the fag end of the financial year, so this lot of those tying up things are there. So some of the senior officers couldn't come, but some have been able to come and some are on the way, I am told. So I am hopeful that some very fruitful discussions will take place. We have, we thought that let us keep this seminar focused on some of the fundamental issues which we are facing. The fundamental issues are, those issues for which we have been talking for a period of time. But we needed to have some concrete decisions on that. So this NPDRR platform, we thought that this could be an opportunity. We take some of those fundamental issues, deliberate here, come out on a consensus, broad consensus, which can be shared with the main NPDRR event, which will take place in March, where all state ministers will gather and there will be a ministerial, session. So there, if some of those issues can be flagged, it will be very, and if some decision can come out at the policy level of the government, it will be very useful. So what are those few fundamental issues? I'll just briefly touch upon, and then these detailed sessions are there. The first is, the strengthening of SDMA, DDMA. We need to have some manpower if we want to deliver some task. So there is no great brainer in this. The only thing is that why we have not been able to have a structured manpower till now. My own thoughts are that perhaps this is not some exclusive subject like, civil engineering subject that we can create a civil engineering department, or some environmental engineering subject we can create an environmental engineering department. Disaster cuts across many domains, cuts across many departments. So we can't create an exclusive department only to deal with disaster, because we need to utilize the domain knowledge of so many officers who are working in different departments. It would have been very easy to create a separate exclusive manpower, but they would be sitting only waiting for some disaster, then they will start acting on that. So perhaps we need to deliberate that what kind of structure we should have. In my view, we should have an ideal mix of people coming from the regular domains like revenue administration, Jilla Panchayat administration, municipal administration. There could be a mechanism that they come to SDMA, DDMA on some sort of a fixed tenure deputation. And then we have some people who are exclusively working for some of the tasks which are required for disaster, because we typically prepare, we have to prepare for disaster during non-disaster times, and we can't prepare when disaster has already struck. So one is that topic, this SDMA, DDMA. Broadly, we want to hear that what should be the structure. Should it be a separate cadre? Let us deliberate what is the kind of structure which is existing in the states at present. The second thing we thought we will deliberate is this emergency operation centers. Now, many of the states have developed some very good functional emergency operation centers with a lot of features. For example, Odisha has developed. Other day we saw in Trivandrum, Kerala has developed. Karnataka has also developed a very good EOC. But there are some states which have not developed. And some of the states which have developed, there are certain features existing in one state which are not existing in other states. So idea was that, let us not keep on reinventing the wheel. Officers who come to occupy critical position in as Commissioner of Disaster Management Authority and all, their main task focus should be on delivering the domain issues, not spending their time on developing some platform or some web-based, some emergency operation center software. So broad thinking in our mind is that we try to learn from some of the best practices which are existing in the world. For example, we came to know in US, there is something called as disaster aware, some single platform is there, where all sort of alerts are aggregated, analyzed, and then these are disseminated, and then incident command response is also generated, and states independently can log on to that system. So one broad idea is that we create a web-based EOC. On the lines of disaster aware of US, we create something like India disaster aware for our country, where some of the core functionalities are already available on the platform. And then states can simply log on, and then it should have some flexibility that states can also do their independent, tweaking of the software for their own requirements. That is the second thing we want to deliberate. Third thing we want to deliberate is what we loosely call as resilient infrastructure. We keep on calling resilient power infrastructure, resilient this infrastructure, that infrastructure. but we really do not know what exactly as disaster management, that is at least I felt, we do not know what is the area we should really target on. Because for example, let's take power. It's a very core domain subject. We can't get into the nitty-gritty of power management. We need to identify what is the area in which we need to focus on as a disaster manager. So that itself becomes a challenge. So we just wanted to deliberate here that what are those things where we should focus, so that states are trying to explore these things at their level. And many a times we find that for example, I was struggling once for understanding the fisheries sector, then understanding the power sector. But our requirement is for only disaster management. So from that aspect, we need to identify some of the issues which we need to tackle. And lastly, this is a Odisha state, like all other coastal states, are vulnerable to cyclones. And Odisha has faced many cyclones, and we have had this National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Project now running phase 1, phase 2 for last 10-12 years. This project has been running. We are at the stage of coming out with a new additional financing project under this NCRMP. So we want to deliberate a bit on what have been our learnings, best practices, and what are the gaps which are left out, which can be filled up in the next phase of project. So this is just as an introductory thing of why this workshop is organized. I request all of you to deliberate specifically on these. I also request all the presenters to keep the focus on the expected outcomes. Let us not deliver what we know, but let us try to convey what is the objective of the workshop. Once again, thanks to Odisha, thanks to Mr. Das for taking so much efforts for organizing this thing. Thanks to all the officials of the Odisha Disaster Management Authority on behalf of NDMA for organizing this workshop. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable address, and then emphasizing the actions to be carried out to achieve the more resilient and disaster-free nation. Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri Manoj Ranjan IAS, Commissioner KSDMA, to address the gathering.
With the permission of the chair and dignitaries, in fact, Odisha has always been a leader, and an example was the latest award which they've got. Congratulations to the Development Commissioner and his team for getting this award. I would say that the country is moving in the right direction post the 2005 Disaster Management Act, the 15th Finance Commission laying impetus on preparedness, mitigation, capacity building, and so on and so forth. This NPDRR, the pre-event which we are here today, is all signals that we are going in the right direction. The best brains are putting their heads, and then opportunities given both to the scientific fraternity, the bureaucrats also, to help policymakers make good policy towards disaster resilience. In fact, this is the fourth pre-event I am attending. In fact, we attended the NDRF's program at Vigyan Bhavan, one in Thiruvananthapuram, one in IIT Mumbai, yesterday in Delhi, today Odisha, then NRSC is conducting one in Hyderabad. So this shows how important the country is giving towards disaster resilience, and as the Joint Secretary Harsh Gupta rightly said, we should not be reinventing wheels. We should be looking at leveraging on best practices of other states. So in this direction, the thinking itself is so overwhelming that we should be learning. We are all part of the same nation, and our each contribution, our each experiences which we have learned in the past should be utilized. So in this direction, today's workshop, with Odisha being the leaders in cyclone management, you have Tamil Nadu and Puducherry also to contribute on their best practices. We'll be hearing upon their expectations. Similarly, in the second session, where we are going to talk upon the Emergency Operations Center, I would also try to say the Karnataka's experience, so we'll learn from others. So I wish everybody a good and happy learning in this 2 days program at Odisha, and thank the organizers for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. Now I request Shri Alok IAS to address the gathering. Shri Alok IAS is a 1993 batch IAS officer of Rajasthan cadre. Shri Alok sir had a good experience of working with energy sector and transport sector. Presently, he is having the cadre of like charge of additional secretary of NDMA. Now I request Shri Alok sir to address the gathering. Welcome, sir.
Respected Sri Pradeep Jaina sir, my colleague Manoj, Harsh, Dr. Sur Prakash, Sri Gyan Das ji, and dear friends. See, I am new to this sector and working in different sectors related to infrastructure. Now I have come to realize that how these issues are important. Before coming to NDMA, I was NHI, and I can tell you that we had landslides in Himachal and most of the roads were blocked. In fact, one of the issues which NHI faced was like there was problem in Jammu and Kashmir where every alternate months there were landslides. Yesterday I came here, so I thought I must see what has been done by the Odisha for this cyclone related mitigation. I went to a village and saw the early warning system. I also saw the work done by irrigation department. It was a huge bund. And then I also discussed with the villagers. In fact, they were appreciative of the fact when I asked them which is the department you value the most. Then they said, sir, this is the department which has saved our lives. Before this, you has to flee from the village and we never knew what will happen the next day. So I can tell you this is a sector which is the most complex sector where all the engineering knowledge, technological knowledge, presence of mind, early action, everything is required. Because most of the sector where it is settled, like you know how to build the roads or you know how to build the power lines or you know how to give some social justice department, you can know how to distribute the scholarship. But this is a sector where you need to have a presence of mind even if you have studied everything about this, but maybe something new will happen and you have to tackle it. Because of this Turkey earthquake, internationally we sent NDRF team and our paramedical team for medical team, and there was a lot of appreciation. In fact, Honorable Prime Minister interacted with all the team members, and you must have seen on the different videos which is going around. So these are the moments when you help somebody, it's uncomparable. Today morning I was talking to my friend in US, and he said in 2012, sir, when there was a cyclone and power outage for 1 week, they did not know what to do because they have not lived without a power supply even for a second. So there was a power outage for a week. He said it was better when he was living in Motihari and there was no power at all and they knew how to draw water from the well. So basically this is a very complex system. Since I have joined this on 23rd of January, I am basically thinking how to integrate all these things. It is actually a very complex thing. There are science in it. I was reading the reports of Josimat of different scientific organizations. Again, you have to have sensors, not on a single day basis. You have to have sensor on regular basis. You have to do time series analysis. So, I don't know how many things are required, but best thing which has happened is the country has taken the task of fighting this on a united basis, and the conference which is going to happen on 10th and 11th of March and the pre-events which are taking place, I think this will throw a light, and because of whatever has happened in Turkey and Honorable PM has interacted with people who have gone there, I think something better will also come up. So all the sessions which has been designed is just to understand how do we strengthen ourselves so that whenever our services are required, we are not found wanting that we do not know how to react. So I will not take much of time because there are many experts who have come to this conference, and I think I will be learning from them, because I am new to this sector, and especially thanks to Gyanadas ji that you have organized this conference here. And I am very happy that yesterday, along with Darshan of Jagannath, I also could visit the village. So I think there is something best will come out of it, and different pre-events which are taking across the country, we will collate at the level of NDMA, NIDM, and at the Ministry of Home, and try to have a better future for us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request Shri Pradeep Kumar Jaina, IAS, to address the gathering. Shri Pradeep Kumar Jaina belongs to 1989 batch of Indian Admin Services of Odisha cadre. He has 30 years of working experience in administration. And he also worked as the Assistant Country Director cum Team Leader, UNDP Disaster Risk Management Program, looking after 16 states of the country. Presently, Mr. Jaina is the Development Commissioner cum Additional Chief Secretary to Government with additional charge of Agriculture Production, Commissioner, Special Relief Commissioner, and Managing Director of OSDMA. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Let me first welcome all of you to this pre-NPDRR event being hosted here. I must thank NDMA for agreeing to host the event in Bhubaneswar, and I am happy that many of in fact, whoever is present here, I call them as the DRM fraternity, and this DRM fraternity in the country is increasing in size and number. That's a very positive thing. And I agree with my previous speakers, and particularly with Alok, that this is a highly complex interdisciplinary subject where support, cooperation of each and every one of us is required. So I welcome Alok, the youngest member of the DRM fraternity, to join us, and we are happy that I'm happy to hear that he has experience of working in energy, transport, and highway. And why it is important that his presence in NDMA will step up some of the good things for future is that sometimes I believe even development interventions sometimes create or intensify disaster situations. And I will give one example little later. And again, Horst has been a very able hand in NDMA taking this NCRMP process forward. And I am happy that Manoj is here, and Manoj is a officer from Karnataka who has so much of drive and enthusiasm to push use of technology in forecasting and planning. And in fact, when we are talking of UOC, I believe in his session, he would give a new dimension to the way the country, the states need to think about using technology in making their analysis simpler and making the decisions easier. And Dr. Surya Prakash has been one of our guiding force. He is always ready, anytime, every time to support the states, support individuals who would like to enrich their own knowledge and content in the sphere of disaster management. So I am happy that all of them have joined us. So, and similarly, we have many stalwarts. Dr. Rao is there, Dr. Mahanti is there, then Dr. Vishwas is there, and then I see Abha sitting from UNDP, and I still remember, in fact, all of them started their DRM career with us, young boys and girls knowing nothing about disaster management, and today some of them are managing disaster response and disaster risk reduction in several countries as well as in World Bank and UN and other international agencies. And that is why I say Odisha has produced a lot of DRR leaders for the whole world. So, and before I say something, let me first thank MHA and NDMA for selecting us for the prestigious Netaji Subhash Chandra award. So we are really thankful for recognizing us. And now, as I have said, this is a very complex subject requiring everybody's support. In fact, my association with serious association with disaster started in 1999 when the super cyclone occurred, and I was a young district magistrate in a neighboring district of Cuttack, only 25 kilometers from here, and I have seen what can happen. And till such time, I had never imagined that wind can cause so much of damage. And I have seen cars and jeeps dancing. I was also hungry without food for 5 days. That was the situation those days. And anyway, everybody learns from experiences, and this country has learned from 3 major events, and that has saved the discourse, disaster management discourse in the country. Super Cyclone 99, then 2001 Gujarat earthquake, followed by 2004 South Asian tsunami. These 3 events have really changed the way the government at central level and states look at disaster management, and the happy outcome was 2005 Disaster Management Act. Of course, before that, Odisha and later on Gujarat had created their SDMAs. But then we got the legal instrument to back disaster management initiative was the 2005 National Disaster Management Act. But then very interestingly, one thing, nobody possibly had read Disaster Management Act till COVID struck. Okay. That there are so many things in this act and so much powers are vested in administration and in government was only discovered during this COVID 2019, and I being SRC, I think I was the most powerful man on the earth in Odisha because of this Disaster Management Act. So this act gives us enough of power. This act provides for a lot of institutional strengthening, which of course to some extent somewhere we have done, but then a lot needs to be done, and thanks to us for raising that thing. What do we do about the institutional strengthening? In fact, Odisha, everybody says that it is a pioneer state doing a lot of good works, okay, but then I presume there are no journalists here, and I am sure there are no. And if there are anybody, please, the next few sentences should not, these are my personal opinion, and should not be reported anywhere. So being the best also, I sometimes feel so handicapped. And I always say, long back when I was in university, I had read somewhere in a very small joke in Times of India, that somebody tells my son has become the 3rd in the university and there are only 3 students. So similarly, maybe we are the best because others have not tried to be the best. Can we remain the best forever? This is a challenge to OSDMA, and I don't know whether we can rise up to this challenge. So, one is institution. Then creating an institution is not going to solve your problem. How are we empowering the institution? What capacity we are adding to the institution is very important. And then, as Alok has said, these are multidisciplinary things. We require a lot of support from other departments, and Special Relief Commissioner or the MD of a disaster management authority cannot do anything unless Water Resource Department, unless Works Department, unless Panchayat Raj Department, Housing and Urban Development Department, or any other department, they support and cooperate in time. And today, in Odisha, if we are able to post Yas, post Bulbul and post Amphan, if we could restore our power supply in 72 hours to 96 hours, it's because the energy department did a lot of work. And if we are able to reach out to all the villages in 24 to 48 hours, it is because the 4 departments, Rural Development Department, Urban Development Department, Panchayat Raj Department and Works Department, these 4 departments mobilize. and water resource department. These 5 departments mobilize so many resources, so many engineers, so many contractors, so many hardware equipments that we are able to clear the roads. So we depend upon all of the departments. So those departments, unless they are on board, unless they know what exactly is to be done by them, and unless the State Disaster Management Authority builds their capacity, possibly things will not be good. Then the level of coordination and cooperation. Time, everything should be smooth. At that point of time, I should not tell Work Secretary or Energy Secretary that you must now do it. If he is trained, if he knows what is his role, as soon as a warning comes, he will start preparing and mobilizing his resources. And if he doesn't, then right time, there will be no manpower available, no gangs available, no equipment available, and we can't deliver the products in time. So, lot of interdepartmental convergence, coordination and cooperation is required. So, that is something which the state disaster management authorities have to facilitate, and being in bureaucracy, all of us know how tough works. And if we as SDMA would like to take credit for everything, let me assure you other departments will not give their full support. Therefore, we as SDMAs, we need to be in the back, give the entire credit to all the departments, then you will see fantastic support and cooperation coming forth. That is what we have seen in Odisha. Next thing is what I found, that we may do whatever we like, but ultimately it is the people, and they are the people who should manage that golden hour. In that golden hour, if they have not done a good job, we might send our Odisha Disaster Rapid Action Force, NDRF, fire service personnel, police stations, everybody, but that first half an hour, 1 hour, 1.5 hours is very important. If we don't do, if they are not trained, they are not equipped, then possibly we may be the best institution, but ultimately people will not be, we will not able to do a good job at the cutting edge. So how do we bring the community to the center stage? And that is possibly the role of the state disaster management authorities. How do we get the Panchayat Raj functionaries, the urban local bodies and rural local bodies? How do they take the leadership and responsibility in doing whatever is required to be done at the community level? Then possibly we will fail. So we must have a robust institutional setup where from state level, okay, we will have a good SDMA. In fact, OSDMA is one of the most weakest institution among all the states possibly. Very recently, we have gone for a massive restructuring which has just been cleared by government, and maybe in next 1 or 2 years we will try to, in fact, we will like to share how we have planned, and then first phase, what is the restructuring we have done, strengthening, and then what is your future way of adding strength to OSDMA. And while talking about strengthening OSDMA, I realized that we can't have 200, 300 manpower in the organization. Even if government considers, I will not have space to sit. So, three things possibly what I have thought is that, okay, we will have some core staff, then we will have some experts on deputation, maybe long-term, short-term contracts as and when required. But third important thing, that we have so many technical institutions of national repute, IITs, INCOIs, IMD of course is there, and then say Tata Institute of Social Science, many other institutions. So why can't we have good partnership with all, a partnership framework may be designed at the national level, at the state level, so that some of those institutions will add to my strength. I don't have to create those things. So possibly these are the three things. One is some core staff, some contracts, experts, some contracts, and then some partner institutions. And if all of us can work together, then things will move. Next thing what I have seen, I will give a small example. 2019 we had the summer cyclone Fani, and I was the water resource secretary. I was asked by Chief Minister suddenly one day, I said, Mr. Jana, you have to move to Kendrapada. I said, sir, I am the water resource secretary, I have to manage the reservoirs and other things. He said, no, Mr. Jana, I know you can manage through your WhatsApp. Please move to Kendrapada. I said, sir, anything? He said, okay, I feel that district is not very prepared. And in fact, I rushed there and I realized that things are pretty bad. And what happened, around 8 p.m. that day, I was in a village. Power had already been snapped because generally distribution companies are more careful, or I don't know. So cyclone will come next day, but power is not there from the previous night. Okay. So, and I went to the Gram Panchayat office. Then I found it to be locked. There was nobody. So I called some people. I was interacting with them. Ki, what has happened? Where is your shelter? Where will people? And in that village, in 1999, 26 people had died. And in that village also, things were not properly organized. So that point of time, I heard some very sound, somebody is crying in the neighboring house. Then I said, what has happened? Then the Anganwadi Didi told me that so and so has gone into labor pain. I said, come on, how come this? Suppose at the time of cyclone somebody would go to labor pain, what do you do? Might be, it may so happen that we might lose both the mother and child. So immediately what I did, anyway, we arranged her to be shifted to hospital. Then I sent a message to all the collectors. I was not the SRC those days, but I sent a message to all the collectors in our district collectors group that please, all those pregnant women who have an expected date of delivery in next 10 days, in next 10 hours, all of them should be shifted to district and sub-regional hospitals. And then I sent a message to the Chief Minister's office. I said this must be ensured. And thankfully, in 8 to 10 hours, we shifted almost about 3,000 pregnant women to the hospital, and next day 900 odd births took place. When the cyclone was impounding, 900 odd births took place, both mother and children healthy. And this, thereafter, we have made it a SOP. Every time, what do we do? That, okay, as soon as we get the warning, along with identifying our shelters, we issue by identify who are your pregnant women who have a next 10 days, EDD of next 10 days. And let us, one risk at least we eliminate. Because if they are with us or they are in one of the shelters, then they remain a major risk for us. And if something goes wrong, the whole administration, the government will be blamed. So if we can de-risk some of these things, so identifying those risks and how do we de-risk is also a very important element which we as disaster management authorities need to work on that. Then, as I was telling, yes, partnerships for technology. In fact, I had sent my team to Karnataka, to Manoj, to Andhra Pradesh, as well as Telangana. Okay. To learn from those states, they are doing some wonderful work. Manoj has done something very good when it comes to monitoring from the weather stations and rain gauges, how he is planning his drought management to flood management, everything. Similar AP water resource information system and Telangana, they have also done some wonderful work, and Odisha, at least we have not gone that far. So there is a need to learn from those states which have already done things. There is nothing, in fact, there is nothing much to be discovered. Everything, most of the things have already been discovered. Only thing, sometimes because of our ego, sometimes because of institutional processes, we don't try to learn. So maybe NDMA should create an enabling environment where there is cross-fertilization of ideas, and whatever has been done in one state, no other state should unnecessarily waste time in reinventing those things. We must just learn from each other and move ahead. Then coming to one major thing, because what happens now, almost all states are doing pretty well when it comes to response management. Because response is the time when there is so much of attention from media, from opposition, from everybody. So generally government should not mess up with response. A fairly good amount of work is being done almost all across all the states. But in spite of that thing, you see last year when cyclone Tate impounded Gujarat, one small intuitional problem, somebody should have good intuition that our barges in Arabian Sea should have been secured. And because of that little lack of appreciation, because of that we lost several lives. Okay. So this is something, how do we get the data from scientific organization, IMD gives, NCOIS gives, many other, and how do we translate that data in a language that the clients understand and act upon? That is something we have to ensure. The connected aspect is that our response forces, they are less in number, they can't be placed everywhere. And unfortunately, I think 1 or 2 states have full-time disaster response forces, state disaster response forces. NDRF have been very good, but then we can't expect that NDRF will go and solve every state's problem. So therefore, every state compulsorily, and this is where I would request Alok and MHA, you should come up. We have to tempt the states to raise full-time response forces. Many of them, states are reluctant. In fact, Odisha is one such state. We have one of the best response forces, but they are not full-time. They are available to me dedicatedly for 5 months. The rest of the 7 months, okay, when there is a crisis they respond, but then they are engaged primarily in law and order duty. Okay. We build their capacity, we train them, we invest on equipments, everything, and they are doing fabulous amount of work. Not only in Odisha, wherever they have gone outside the state, they have earned a name for themselves, both fire service as well as ODRAF. But what is important is that suppose they would have been available full time. Suppose today there is I get a information that there is a drowning incident and okay, the water rescue team has to move. And say out of the water rescue team 6 members, suddenly we found that 3 members have gone on law and order duty. The other 3 members I can't send them. Because unless there is a full team, there is a commander who would be commanding from the land or from the boat, and others will be diving, some other support staff is there for rescue. Unless the entire unit is deployed, possibly they would not be able to do a good job. And if I am deploying them, then I am risking their lives. So therefore, there is a need for having full-time response forces in all the states. And how do we do it? Maybe we can come up with a centrally sponsored scheme with a tapered support basis. And because of that tapering support, possibly states would be tempted to create response forces, dedicated response forces. This is one. And then once we have the response forces, I have observed that this country doesn't have adequate facility to train response forces in water rescue. Yes, NDRF has a facility, Navy has some good facility, but then the state police forces, it is difficult for them to clear those Navy courses. So many of them people don't show any interest. So and there is only one private training institute in Calcutta, Sea Explorers Institute. And last year I had to go to him to request to give me a slot. Well, there is only one facility and there is too many demands on it. So why can't we, with NDMA, with NDRF and the state response forces, why can't we set up 4 regional training institutes with good accommodation and skilled manpower to train our people, both fire services, both response forces, to be experts in deep diving or reservoir-based rescues or flowing water, high flood level rescues. So this is one of the thing I am. Then coming to other disasters, recently we have seen the earthquake. Unfortunate, since this is on cyclone, I have not. After that UNDP's UEVRP program, possibly we have not done much. Time has come, we have to take earthquake as a major challenge. And what we have seen in Turkey, I always say, if 1850 Assam earthquake repeats itself, the damages and loss of life would be, I don't know how many times, certainly more than 100 times, damages would be more than 1,000 times. So we can take it lightly. And earthquake is a thing where we don't have a much role to do. It is the urban development department, it is the town and country planning department, they have to do a lot. So how do we motivate them to rethink on this subject and force them to change the guidelines, the way we enforce things, the drawing designs, plans, systems, all those things have to be very seriously looked into. And maybe we can have a national program on this earthquake vulnerability reduction. That's one. Next is the example that I was trying to give, how development projects intensify the problem, magnify the problem. The best example is the national highway running from Chennai to Kolkata, passing through Bhubaneswar district. So when the road was laid, nobody bothered to learn from the railway line which was constructed by the Britishers, which was running only 50 meters left of the national highway. What we did in order to reduce the costs, we didn't provide adequate vintage. So for 8-9 years, every year thousands of acres of land got artificially flooded. Okay, then we learnt the lesson. 3 years again we put lot of additional cost, provided additional vintages, and today that problem has obviated. So unless we think of mainstreaming disaster risk reduction concepts in our development planning, possibly things are not going to change. Okay, past infrastructure is not good, fine, but our future infrastructure should also be disaster proof. So for that thing there is a need, and that is what, as the development commissioner, I am trying to influence and motivate my colleagues in the government of Odisha to start mainstreaming DRR in the budgetary framework. Say for example, since I was also looking at the rural roads for some time, for 3 years, along with my SRC assignment and development commissioner assignment. So now I have, this year we are starting a program. This year we are taking up 2,100 kilometers of road which are perennially flood damaged. Every year those roads get damaged. Now we have provided almost 1,500 crore rupees to strengthen the road, to raise their height, to provide adequate vintages. So, and of course when we talk of resilient infrastructure, I am sure my colleague Sagar would make a presentation about what they have done in water resource sector. And then Gagan is there. Gagan is there. Okay. So we will tell what we have done in energy sector, particularly power distribution and transmission sector. So few things have been done, but lot more is needed to be done. Therefore, there is a need for all of us, all the states, to train our brother officers in different departments, brother and sister officers in other departments. Unless they internalize the concept of DRR, possibly we can only issue circulars, things will not improve. Rest at this stage I will not say anything. This is a good platform to learn from each other, and unless we develop the habit of learning and leveraging from each other's knowledge and strength, possibly we will waste more time in doing things properly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable experiences with us. So now, before proposing the formal vote of thanks, it's our privilege to facilitate the dignitaries on the dais with a token of appreciation. Now I request Shri Alok IAS Additional Secretary NDMA to present a token of appreciation to Shri Pradeep Kumar Jaina IAS. Please give a big round of applause. Now I request Shri Pradeep Kumar Jaina to present a token of appreciation to Shri Alok sir. Now I request Shri Pradeep sir to present a token of appreciation to Shri Harsh Gupta sir. Now I request Shri Pradeep sir to present a token of appreciation to Shri Manoj Ranjan sir. I request Shri Pradeep sir to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Surya Prakash. Now I request Dr. Surya Prakash sir to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Gyan Das, Executive Director, OSDMA. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Jnandas, IAS, Executive Director, OSDMA, to present a formal vote of thanks for this inaugural session. Welcome, sir.
জয় জগন্নাথ সমস্তଙ୍କୁ নমস্କାର beginning I like to thank Sri Pradeep Jana sir, DC and ACS, SRC and Managing Director OSDMA. Let me admit I have been working in the field of disaster management since 1991, almost 3 after I joined the State Administrative Service. And I have seen the way Odisha has gone through a metamorphosis, paradigm shift in the disaster management. Because incidentally, I was the district level officer in charge of disaster management at Cuttack since 91 to 96, then 99 to 2002. And incidentally, Jana sir was my district collector when super cyclone struck. Till 99, we have this Odisha Relief Code, starting with Bihar Odisha Famine Code, then after 1936 coming as Odisha Relief Code, and which is still also valid even after the passing of the Disaster Management Act, because we refer to the SDRF norms, but when we talk of procedures, methods, we still follow the Odisha Relief Code. It's still valid. And we were preparing a district level contingency plans then till 99. And we had this district emergency section, district emergency officer, and preparing contingency plans, basically a relief centric approach. And just post super cyclone 99, Nabha madam is here, Kolika madam, Rita Mishal she was also there, and Saroj Hasar was also there. And Odisha was the first state to have a CBDP approach, community based disaster preparedness program, on pilot basis in 10 coastal blocks of Odisha, and Jana sir was the first person to patronize that as the district collector, and subsequently OSDMA took over when Arvind Behra sir was there. So I am sharing this shifting from relief to preparedness has been a long journey, and as Jana sir said, and still we are also learning and trying to improve ourselves. And sir, we strive to maintain the lead, sir. With your blessings, sir, Odisha will not like to fall back, sir. And sir, you have been always a role model for us, and still sir, same aggressiveness that you had in 99, and we still see also in 2023 also. So that is, sir, I like to thank you, sir, for that one. And let me thank also Sri Alok, Additional Secretary, NDMA, though I have been recently interacting with him just before this workshop, because I had not the opportunity to interact with him earlier. But he has been also, he said, Gyanji, we would like to visit the field prior to your workshop, so that let me have a feel what Odisha has been doing it, sir. And he wanted to see that whether whatever we are discussing here, to have a rather prior field testing, if I can use that word, sir, with your permission. So I thank you, sir, for all the guidance that you have given. And it has been a great learning for me, actually, even if I was working with OSDMA from 2002 to 2011 for 9 years, then again coming back, Jana sir got me back since last March actually, that for 1 year. But after joining OSDMA and interacting with NDMA has got a new perspective for me because of my interaction with Harsh Gupta sir. So we had lots of virtual interactions, then he visited OSDMA, SRC office, EOC, lots of discussions on web DCRA and our DSS system, how we can go for technology, bring in disaster management, and how to not to replicate the things, or let's say reinvent the wheel, the way Sir Jana sir said. He has been guiding all the way, and this workshop is totally planned as per his suggestion and technical guidance. He has rightly also said in his speech the basic concepts that how to strengthen a DDMH and SDMH, how the emergency operations center that we have been functioning for years together, decades together and across the country, how they should adopt technology for better disaster management, information communication, those things. I mean, he has been actively involved in the entire process also. So I thank you, sir, for all the guidance that you have given to OSDMA, to us, and also for this workshop. And I thank Professor Surya Prakash ji for his involvement prior for the entire workshop. When I joined OSDMA last March, so Jana sir asked me, Gyan, you have to go to Karnataka. So learn from them. You have not been able to visit AP and Telangana, so but rather you visit Karnataka, so that I expect you to adopt the technologies and methodologies and the new things or great things they have also done. And we had a great interaction, the entire OSDM team who are present also. Manoj ji, you are also from Orsak, he is here, he had also accompanied us, and agriculture, I think Assistant Director C is also here. We all visited, it was the interdepartmental team, not only OSDMA or SRC office, it was also the DOWR, OCAC, IT department, ORSAC, agriculture department, all of us going together looking at flood preparedness, then also drought mitigation plans, how they are having this helpline for the farmers running from the KSDMA, also the TRGs, AWC data they have done, and we learned from them. And thank God DC was kind enough to constitute a team under the chairmanship of the IT secretary, so that, and it has been approved by the government, so that we will be also having TRGs and across the Odisha in all GP points. That has been, the decision has been taken, and we are working for that. And I thank Manoranjan sir for being here and also participating in the deliberation. And let me thank all the participants from the states, union territories, line departments, and sir, let me share with you sir also, representatives of all DDMAs are also here. Across Odisha, we have invited additional district magistrates and other officers of all the DDMAs. So they are also here, so that it becomes a learning process for all of them. And we like to get suggestion from them. So I thank you all of you here for being, and some of the resource persons, they will be taking sessions, they are physically here, except DG IMD, who will be taking a session virtually, sir. So we will be making that arrangements. I thank all of you again for your good participation. I thank you all of you, sir, for guiding us also. Thank you very much. So we will take a small break, sir, 10 to 15 minutes, then read others.
Thank you, sir. There will be a tea break for 30 minutes, and we request all the participants to gather back here by 30 minutes.
फ्लोर आउटपुट तक बंद इंडिविजुअल बंद करियो
Hello,
टोटल का दियो
it's just check.
तो मेन आउटपुट तो डाउन कर हम तो छु अलगा
Kindly unmute your microphone. Yeah.
Actually, I want
Net is there, you can.
Sir, I am audible?
ଲୋଗ ପକେଇଦେଲ
ଲାପଟପ୍ ଫଟୋଟା ଟିକେ
ତମର ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଟିଭି ଫିଭି କି ଯାଇଛି କୁଆଡେ ଗଲେ ସେ
ସାର୍ ଅନମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ, ଅନମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ।
ସେଠି କିଛି ଲୋଗ ଫୋଗ ପକେଇବ
ଛାଡ଼ି ଦିଅ, ଆପଣ ଅଲଗା ଗୋଟେ କ'ଣ ଦେଇଦିଅ, ସେ
କ୍ୟାମେରା ଫିଟ୍ ଦେଇଛି
କ୍ୟାମେରାଟା ଅଲଗା ଫିଟ୍ ଦେଇଦିଅ।
ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
Hello, hello, am I audible?
ହଁ ହଁ ଅଡ଼ିବଲ୍।
ଶୁଭୁଛି?
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆଜ୍ଞା ଶୁଣାଯାଉଛି,
Hello?
କ୍ଲିୟର ଅଛି ସାର୍ ଅଡ଼ିଓ।
ହାଫ୍ରେ ଦିଆ ହେଇଛି।
Hello?
Sir, kindly switch on your video, sir.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? But I am audible?
Yeah, you are audible and visible also. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Sir. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, done.
ଲ୍ୟାପଟପ୍ ଅଡ଼ିଓ ଅନ୍ ରଖ
What is this is not informed me actually about this.
I mean, whatever you said the agenda, in that only one presentation is there. Here made it earlier you sent this one, right?
Okay, I got it. The first year was not there.
Yeah. In this it is not there.
So actually no other states confirmed, that's why.
I'm also not confirmed, right? It is there only one here. You made it here also.
Anyway.
I'm giving my old presentation.
You can share any experience.
It's not good actually. I mean, seniors can speak in their way.
जब भी meet करते हैं, जब कॉलेज में करते हैं ना, देखो वाईफाई जाता है।
ए सरगा
ग्रुप लैपटॉप रे
Where I have to copy this? It is in other.
Which in this one?
Remove some files in that.
आपका फर्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन है?
नहीं sir, actually mine is in the second session.
Oh,
Second
sorry,
session.
second session.
No. Now you made it the 2 sessions. I have to present it 2 presentations.
Okay,
I prepared for
this
the second one.
this will be in the
Yeah,
first.
Yeah, this will be in the first. PhD in
ସେଟା ଆପଣ କାର୍ଡ ଦେଲେ ସେଟା ଆମର କରିଦେବ।
Actually, it is in the second. You made the 2 presentations.
Now there will be 2 presentations in the session 1 and session 2. And your
Just I
session
will
2
give
PPT
Yeah, another one also is there.
is copied in the session 2 folder.
Just I will.
Rename the file name
Yeah,
to
PhD.
state name.
This is not required. I'm preparing here. Till here coming, I don't know. No. How come? Hindi Odia is same? Acha. Oh, you are coming in that way.
କାହିଁକି ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ
Yeah, I saved my first presentation. Second one also shall I copy? PhD. This is in the second session.
This will be all about UC.
Mostly on the DSS, web DSS.
That will be part of this.
No, why? Because US is already it is there, so.
Anyway, but your state experience we need to know. How many slides are there? You will be getting it.
I will be finishing very fast. No worries.
Scanning.
have to stop the scan. Right click. It will not reject unless until you stop the scan. Yeah, now. Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Who is arranging that presentation sequence? Sequence, what is the sequence of the presentation?
Sequence
First is yours.
as per the agenda, yes.
That's fine.
They know they
I will be having some briefing time.
okay. Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. Session 1 Session 1 report.
Tamil Nadu
Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. Pondicherry କେତେବେଳେ କୋଉ ସେସନ? ମୋତେ କହିବ ନା ସେ ଅନୁସାରେ ଏଠି କିଏ ଇଏ କରିବ?
third NPDRR.
In session 1.
या कॉपी कीजिए इसमें। अच्छा थर्ड NPDRR ना एक बार वो ओपन कीजिए। हाँ इनका नेम कट कीजिए, ही इज़ नॉट कमिंग। तिरु विदेश कट कीजिए, ही इज़ नॉट प्रेजेंट। ओके कट कट। ओके सर ओके। थैंक यू थैंक यू।
ए बाबा टिके आसो। सेशन 1 रे फर्स्ट पीपीटी तार ओडिशा ओके तापर सेकंड कार जो आसले सर गोटे मिनट रू तापर थर्ड होची तमिलनाडु आंध्र प्रदेश थर्ड टा तीन जन अच्छी ना ना सेठी सजा कथा से पीपीटी देखी गले दीटा पीपीटी देखी गले आंध्र प्रदेश वाला दीटा पीपीटी रखी गले ताले फर्स्ट सेशन रे ओडिशा पुडुचेरी आंध्र प्रदेश ताले थर्ड रोज आंध्र प्रदेश ओके हां एटे को पठा होई कागो पीडी होवन टाइम होवन
Is the presentation loaded in this?
Yeah, session 1 presentation.
Okay. Dr. Gyan Das, Dr. Bhaskar Rao. Alexa, are you?
बालेश्वर मैंने बोला था ना
जी
अभी कहाँ लिख दूँ
हाँ सर ये टिकट
लिख लीजिए एडीएम बालेश्वर है तो पहले था बोला था आपको नहीं जो मेमो मोमेंट पहले कर दिया ये पीस पर पेपर दे दो
सर यही पे लिख देता हूँ साइड पे
हाँ,
हो
बालेश्वर
जाएगा
है जगत सिंहपुर है बालेश्वर जगत सिंहपुर
एडीएम बालेश्वर
देन जगत सिंहपुर इसके नीचे ही चले वो तो सारे एरिया है जगत सिंहपुर है
जगत सिंहपुर
शी इज ए लेडी शी इज देयर
ओके
ओके देन पूरी से पूरी नहीं गंजाम एंड भद्रक वो
ये
भद्रक
फर्स्ट 3 का 3 हो चुका है सर
हाँ 4 हो गया और भद्रक लिख दो
सर ये 3 ही है ना इसमें 3 ही
नहीं
सेशन
उससे नहीं मैं बोल रहा हूँ क्या तुमको आप बुला सकते हैं मेमो देने के लिए कभी भी 4 नाम बताते हैं
ओके ओके भद्रक ठीक
उसको भी लिख लीजिए ठीक है चलो अभी जो शेयर करेंगे तो बुलाएंगे इसमें आप बुला लीजिए बाद में बोल दो
ओके
अभी आप
सर पूछना सर welcome all hello welcome back all the dignitaries नहीं आ रहा है welcome back all the dignitaries आवाज नहीं आ रहा है welcome back all the dignitaries who are joined here. Now we are moving to the technical sessions. In this workshop we have 4 technical sessions. यार बिल्कुल आवाज नहीं आ रहा है माइक काम कर रहा है So there will be 4 technical sessions. Pre-lunch there will be 2 sessions and the post-lunch there will be 2 sessions. The sessions are majorly focusing on sharing the best practices and what are the advancements we are focusing on to enhance the resilience in coastal communities. So for the first technical session is aimed at strengthening SDMS and DDMS. So now I request the chair of the session, Shri Alok, IAS Additional Secretary NDMA, onto the dais. Give him a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. So there will be 3 presentations in this technical session. There will be a presentation by Dr. Jnandas, IAS Executive Director OSDMA, and Dr. Bhaskar Rao, Senior DRR Consultant from Puducherry, and Mr. Purnachandra, Project Manager from Andhra Pradesh, will deliver the session on this topic, strengthening SDMS and DDMS. Now I request the Chai to lead the session. Welcome, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ajay.
Now I request the speakers of the session, Dr. Jnandas, IAS Executive Director OSDMA, Dr. Bhaskar Rao, Senior DRR Consultant, and Mr. Purnachandra, Project Manager APSDMA. Now I request
welcome to this session. This subject is very important in the sense because after coming of the Act, different states have done their own experiment. Here we will hear out to all the states who are presenting. At the same time, in other forums, other states are also presenting their experience of SDMA and DDMA, and we have a discussion in the NDMA about how to support the SDMAs of different states. In that light, this session is very important. Without taking much of the time, I would request the speakers to first give their presentation. Thereafter, we can have Q&A session, and then whatever I would like to add from the NDMA, I will do that. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Jnandas, IAS Executive Director, to share his experiences. Sir, it's okay.
Thank you, Additional Secretary NDMA and Chairperson of the technical session. Sir, we will be sharing our experience and model of DDMA and SDMA that we have in Odisha and the pattern we are following also. Sir, as I was sharing in the inaugural session, as per the Odisha Relief Code, prior to 99 we have been doing at certain activities at the district level. And there has been also change the institutional structure post 99. So that is what I like to share it here. So we have a state level natural calamity committee headed by the Honorable CM with certain honorable ministers, honorable MLAs, honorable MPs and secretaries of key departments as members of the state natural calamity committee, and this is provided in the Odisha Relief Code. And this still the state natural calamity committee is still continuing, and the meeting is normally held at least once in a year, just in the month of June prior to the flood season, where the entire all activities regarding flood preparedness at the state level and the plans prepared at the district level are discussed in the meeting taken by the Honorable CM. At the same time, we also have a district level natural calamity committee prior to the DM Act came into force, again as a part of the Odisha Relief Code, where the district collector is the chairperson of the district level natural calamity committee, and subsequently after the introduction of 3-tier PR system, President Jilla Parishad is the co-chairperson, all MLAs, Panchayat Samiti chairpersons, district level officers are part of the district level natural calamity committee. And since the DDMA is rather more a small, very close group, limited group, having collector, CDMO, ADM as the convener, and then SP, Water Resource Department, limited number of district level officers are there, though other officers are invited to DDMA meeting. So District Level Natural Calamity Committee still also continues in Odisha as per the Odisha Relief Code, because that provides a platform where the honorable MLAs they participate, and the Panchayat Raj, PRA chairpersons of the Panchayat Samiti, they also participate. And we had a dedicated district emergency section since long, it has been there for decades together, also a part of our Odisha administrative structure, where all the disaster management activities are dealt in that section, and we have a popularly known as District Emergency Officer or DO, now re-designated as DC Emergency. After this 99, we started with some additional support before the DM Act came into force. Of course, initially it was with the support of UNDP, who wanted to give a person, because post 99 we also started preparedness planning activities at the state of Odisha, particularly preparation of district disaster management plans, some village level plans, GP level plans, and also block level disaster management plans. Post Odisha State Disaster Management Authority was set up in 99, soon after the super cyclone, and this is not actually the SDMA as per the DM Act. Let me clarify that one also, because we have also SDMA under the chairmanship of the Honorable CM, and SRC office is the secretariat of the SDMA. So that is that we have set up. SRC office, Office of the Relief Commissioner, is the secretariat of the SDMA, and that is also SRC office, which has more heads of department earlier. After the DM Act, they became a part of the Revenue and Disaster Management Department, which was renamed, because earlier it was Revenue and Excise, then on Revenue, then Revenue and Disaster Management Department, and SRC is also the Special Secretary, also ex-officer Special Secretary. Joint Relief Commissioner is the ex-officer Joint Secretary, and the Under Secretaries of the SRC office are also ex-officio Under Secretaries of the department. But in Odisha, all the preparedness planning activities, the way we have a KSDM in Karnataka, the similar way all activities are handled at OSDML level. So all these preparedness planning activities are done by OSDML level, and whatever the activities we do throughout the years, but when it comes to the real response time, the office of the OSDMA provides all support to the office of the SRC and also DDMH. So that we have the structure. And now earlier we were having class 2 officers at the level of district emergency section. Now the DC emergency is a class 1 officer, and also now the DC has submitted a proposal to the GA department to have at least a deputy secretary rank officer in charge of district emergency section in 6 coastal districts, because that are more prone to flood, cyclone and other disasters. So hopefully GA department is considering that proposal. Once accepted, we may have also deputy secretary level officers at the district level. And apart from that, one institution that also said already DC has also said, that is Odisha Disaster Rapid Action Force, which had 5 units. Now we have, this is directly integrated with the DDMA, and SDMA Commandant Odraf is here for Cuttack, and will be sharing their experiences also. So these are the institutions, they have come up in the post 99 that I wanted to share. And the way also, sir, the Harsh Gupta sir was asking, so SRC office, basically they are Odisha cadre based officers in the office of the SRC, and the secretaries of the SDMA is a cadre based officers mostly, and they have a few of staffs on outsourcing basis who manage the control room in 24/7 in 3 shifts. They are only outsourcing officers, but all others are government officers, cadre based officers, like secretariat staff and officers of Odisha Administrative Service deployed there, and a few engineers like state port engineer who manage with the management of power boards given of the SRC, which are deployed at the district level. And so far as OSDM is concerned, the staffing pattern is that we have state cadre officers, both IAS and OS officers, and also officers from other departments like Home Department, Commandant in charge of capacity building, he is from the Home Department. We have also from factories and boilers, we have got a Deputy Director rank officer for the industrial activities also. So we have also other officers coming from different departments on deputation basis. OSDMA does not have a permanent cadre, any officer. There is nobody called a permanent cadre of OSDMA. So all officers who are from the state government, they are on deputation. Then we have got consultants, professionals who are maybe directly recruited, and others are through outsourcing basis we also engage. And SRC also was referring to reorganization that has been approved by the state executive committee and by the government also. Formal notification has not been done. So now we are into more expansion mode, because the way SRC said, as of now we have got around 60 staffs of OSDMA, including class 4 and security guards. So he said we don't want a very big a big number of staffs, we are rather need a few number of staffs who are more competent, have a rather longer tenure, so that somebody is posted, they are not transferred again and again, so that the tenure stability should be there in OSDMA to carry forward the activities, and also the investment we make in their capacity building, so that is not lost. Somebody is trained but then is transferred, so that's why even if some officers have been transferred, their transfer orders have been cancelled, so that the longer duration tenureship is mostly, that is a hallmark of OSDMA. And in OSDMA now we are moving into, let's say, more into technology based, so hydrologists, meteorologists and experts from other department, finance, procurement. As per the reorganization plan, they will be also joining. Formal notification has not done by the Revenue and Excise Department, though approval of the Honorable CM has been obtained in the file. So very soon, maybe by in the month of March, we will like to have the order to be issued on the reorganization of OSDM, where we will be hiring personnel like meteorologists, hydrologists, and GIS specialists, IT specialists also, and computer professionals also, so that who will be managing various verticals, and also some of the persons who are basically on capacity building also, maybe retired personnel or on deputation, and also we looking at persons from fire services also, so we will be looking at the fire safety measures. So that is what we will be looking at. And the State Emergency Office section, State Emergency Operations Center, that functions 24/7. As per the Odisha Relief Code, actually the district level control rooms were functioning from 1st of April to 30th of November. That was the normal disaster period. But now we have amended because of tsunami and inquest. Mr. Prakash is here, so we will be working with him in tsunami preparedness. That's why now we have said that all these control rooms at the districts, coastal districts, also functioning into 24/7, managed by a class 1 officer. And now we have also from April to have to come to March. Now the control rooms mostly at the district level. Line department will be starting from the month of March because of the heat wave conditions, and already 38 degrees in Bhubaneswar. IMD will agree with us. It was 38 degrees yesterday at Bhubaneswar, and almost 38, 37.9 or something like that. So from the month of March, so the control rooms will be functioning. And as I have said, Odisha Disaster Rapid Action Force, which is a very integral part of the DDMH and SDMH. So they have been from 5 units, who have got 20 units now, spread across 17 locations across Odisha. And the way I was sharing the way OSDM started with the 2000, then we had reconstruction rehabilitation activities. From 2001 we started preparedness activities, going into village plans, GB plans, block plans, and district plans, strengthening of emergency operation centers. But now we are more into industrial disasters also. Apart from these things, we are into industrial disasters, fire safety measures. Snake bite is one measure, is a state specific disaster. Lightning is also a state specific disaster. So we are also planning these disasters also. That's why we are having personnel for these specific disasters, planning these activities. And with the 15th Finance Commission and mitigation fund around 440 crores for annually. So now OSDM also has to assist the office of the SRC for administration of the funds available under the State Disaster Mitigation Fund, National Disaster Mitigation Fund. So now we are into also focusing areas. OSDM is coordinating with all the line departments for submission of project proposals, its evaluation, execution, monitoring. So OSDM is that one other aspect has been now added to OSDMA, that will be doing it also. And the major focus is now, the way DC said in the inaugural session, we are more into adoption of technology, web applications, mobile applications, where we can share with the citizens, get it corrected, and better response mechanism also. In May 21, the Cabinet of Odisha had a resolution that there should be a disaster warrior in each household, and the Honorable CM's call for Mission Zero Casualty, because every human life is precious. So now we have taken up a massive capacity building program across departments as per the mandate of the Cabinet. So we will be training all PRA members. Approximately Special Secretary Panchayat Raj is here. So we will be training all more than 1 lakh elected PRA members, starting from ward member to President Jilla Parishad. Additional Secretary Housing and Urban Development Department Prabhat Mahapatra ji also here. We are also taking training program for all elected councillors, executive officers, and their chairpersons across all urban local bodies of Odisha. We are also dealing with Forest Department. They are all up to VSS level, they will be trained. And also we have got approximately 70 lakh Mission Shakti groups. We will be also taking up training of the Mission Shakti groups across all states. Then WCD will be taking up training programs from Anganwadi workers, ICDS supervisors, CDPOs, DSWs, all will be taken up. And also for Health Department, ANM and ASA, starting from ANM to ASA, up to the district level officers, all will be trained. So we will be taking up training program for 6 departments up to the village level workers. So there is a massive capacity building program that OSDM has taken up. That's why also a part of our reorganization is a part of that drive also to carry forward, and that's why we are partnering with this concerned department. So the training programs are owned and done by the concerned department, not by OSDMA. Rather, OSDM will provide the required support for training of master trainers at the state level, district level, and funds will be given to the concerned departments. The departments will be taking up the training program. It is owned by the department. Of course, OSDM will have prepared the training manuals and curriculum, etc. for these courses. Apart from the Abda Mitra training that we are taking up at 4,400 Abda Mitra volunteers that we are taking up with support of NDMA, OSDMA also, because this we have a Additional Secretary has visited one of the cyclone shelters in Astaranga yesterday. So we are also taking up a training program at the shelter level, 50 volunteers in all shelters across 25 districts of Odisha. So that we are taking up. And since Honorable CM also said, all government employees starting from class 4 to the Chief Secretary also have to be trained in disaster management. So we are taking up training programs for various government officers, various departments, and also in collaboration with Odisha State Open University, we are now having an online course where each class 4 staff, then all officials will be also trained in online, through online. They don't have to leave their office, attend a training program, they have 2 sessions. And we have got different modules for Group D, Group C, Group B and Group A. So in case even if let's say one Group D person is promoted to Group 3, then he has to or she has to also undergo and complete the course made for Group C. And if somebody promotes from Group B to Group A, even if they have completed the course for Group B, they have to also, on promotion, they have to also go for Group 1. And DC was also referring to collaboration with the different organs, because OSDM itself cannot organize or does not have the required expertise, and we should not also, may not have also, and it's not possible to have the required expertise always. So we are also collaborating with the NIMHANS. We have started a discussion with them, so it has been already approved by the government and the State Executive Committee. We will be taking up a training program for volunteers up to village level on psychosocial care. Such a training program was taken up in OSDMA way back in 2004 and 5, just after the super cyclone, with the support of UNDP under the GOUI UNDP disaster risk management program. After that, we have not been able to institutionalize that training program again, so we have started with the NIMHANS also. And I thank NIDM for training of our master trainers on IRS, 2 officers of administrative service. One officer is here, another officer would like to join after some time after attending the assembly session. So there will be these master trainers also will be giving training on incident response system at the district level officers and state level officials. And also I thank PDNA and I thank NIDM also for taking up new subjects like PDNA post disaster need assessment. How PDNA or disaster resilient infrastructures are different from Build Back Better. So that concept also we have started training programs with the world support of NIDM and World Bank. So also now we had one round of training at NIDM, 30 officers went to NIDM. They had a training program sometime in March last year. And now we are also training, we have already done 2 training programs, and we have to take these training programs up to the field level, because we had conducted a PDNA after just 2002 floods. And still the officers are not very aware or very clear about the concept of PDNA. So they know how this restoration or reconstruction of projects are taken up after a disaster, but PDNA delta X factor is still unknown to them, is very strange concept to them, they think. So that's why we have started now all district emergency officers of all the DDMAs and the district officers of ORG engineering departments in a fast page will be trained on PDNA. So that we have to also take up these partnership with NIDM and World Bank to carry forward these programs. Then sir, as SRC was sharing in this inaugural session, sir, I will also write to request and bring it to the notice of Additional Secretary as well as Joint Secretary regarding the Odisha Disaster Rapid Action Force. Already SRC has said that it may be a repetition. So from 5 units, we have got now 20 units spread across 17 locations, and the advantage is that our dependence on paramilitary forces or central forces and NDRF is reduced to a great extent. The distinction between NDRF and ODRAF is that NDRF goes as a unit. Wherever they go as a unit. Normally they don't break it up. They said that our logistics arrangement, command structure will be diluted. But in case of ODRAF, we have the flexibility. They break into small groups. Even if one unit is there, so they break into small groups and spread over the entire area, so that certain flexibilities are built in. And so that they perform better with the local, but of course communication barriers are not there. And but if you look at this strength or weakness of ODRAF, still we are not trained on CBRN. We are not. Just after the Turkey earthquake, I was checking with our officers of ODRAF, commanding officer Sunil Sahu. He is here of our. He is our deputy general manager capacity building for ODRAF. So I was just checking up 140 officers of ODRAF having so far trained in CSR, collapse structure, search and rescue activities. We do have equipment, but we need to again give them more specialized training so that they perform better. And we need to also buy more and more equipment. DIG Fire Services, Charan Singh Meena is also here. So we had a discussion with the DG Fire Services yesterday also. SRC also spoke to him, so that they will be submitting proposals where we need to strengthen not only DDMA or SDMA, also ODRAF, so that they are also in a position to provide the required support to the DDMA and the local administration during a time of requirement. And we need to also deep dive. Deep water rescue is not there, sir. We have to depend upon the support of other department, and sometimes we are giving only 2 seats or 3 seats to send our officers. So whenever we want to send more persons, then it doesn't happen. Then SRC had a discussion with NDRF and whether we can provide land and other support. Also, can we have a regional training center with support of NDRF also somewhere in Odisha also, maybe, so that training programs for more and more can be done, not only for the officer of Odisha, also officers of the adjoining states also. So that will mean that it will be more a regional center where other states also can participate in the training programs. So as are we required. Then already SRC has raised this issue, so I don't want to raise this issue again. And looking at NDRF, actually their specializations are far better than ODRAF, that we admitted. The question is, this also was raised in this last SRC conference, and Manoj Ranjan sir also was present in that conference in Delhi, sir, last September, sir. So last September we had the SRC conference at Delhi. So this was also raised from OSDMA side, from Odisha side there. So can you have, let's say, standard modules for training programs of ODRAF personnel or the SDRF? Can you have a standard equipment list also for various disasters? Because at the national level or international level, that information is not available at the state level. So what are the equipments internationally available? What are the specifications? Tender bid documents, and also standard national level master trainers, and who can also train these district level master trainers. So who can conduct these training programs in a more full-fledged manner, because the more trained we are, and we can also NDRF and ODRAF or SDRF for that matter, they can complement each other, and they can have a joint mission anywhere also in Odisha, in India also. So let's say ODRAF going to West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh or anywhere as per the requirement, they can always complement the NDRF because their equipments will be same, training program will be same, and they have a
Sorry
prior
to
concurrence.
interrupt, Ganadaji, so we have to wind up.
Sir, this is my last, sir. This is my last one, sir. So we will be expecting from that one, and already, sir, these issues, central funding, central scheme, already SRC has said, sir, so I don't want to repeat, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Bhaskar Rao, Senior DRR Consultant from Puducherry, to share his experience.
Respected Chairperson Dr. Alok, Co-Chair Gyandas, Dr. Purnachandra Rao, other dignitaries of the dais, distinguished participants, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to participate in this national workshop on cyclone disaster risk reduction initiatives. Now, Puducherry region is one of the most vulnerable regions in the country as far as cyclone and flood disasters are concerned. The topographic conditions and then hydrological conditions and also the characteristic features like shallow bay with long shore and also with widespread variations in bathymetric conditions makes this region as one of the most vulnerable regions in the country. In fact, both the districts of Puducherry and Karaikal are included among the most vulnerable districts identified by the National Disaster Management Authority. So therefore, several initiatives were taken by the Government of Puducherry and the State Disaster Management Authority for mitigation. And then here the another problem is, because it is a low-lying area and the drainage conditions are poor, as a result of which even rainfall which is slightly above the average rainfall is also creating problems for floods in Puducherry region. So this slide indicates the high vulnerability of Puducherry to flood, cyclones, tsunami, etc. And then the administrative region is also, this region is not contagious. For example, the district headquarters is at Puducherry, and then one important unit like Yanam and Mahe are part of the district. Yanam is located at about 800 kilometers from the district headquarters. This is also part of the district. Similarly, Mahe is located surrounded by Tamil Nadu, which is sandwiched between Nagapattinam and Kadalur districts of Tamil Nadu. As far as the institutional arrangements, we have already notified the State Disaster Management Authority with a very proactive, all the members are taking a lot of interest in this. Regular meetings are being conducted by the State Disaster Management Authority. And then ours is one of the few states in which all the districts have revised their plans regularly right from 2014. Every year, each and every district, both the districts are regularly revising during the last 8 years and publishing. And then we are also in the process of preparing the state action plan on climate change, in which the cyclone disaster management, flood disaster management, risk reduction initiatives are also being integrated into the state plan. And we are implementing various NDMA projects and schemes, including the common alerting protocol, and then integrated alert services and emergency response support services, in addition to the Sendai framework. And then a number of Optomitra trainers were already trained in Puducherry. The 500 trainers were given to us, out of which already 300 volunteers were already trained. In addition to the civil defense volunteers, the training is also completed. And we are regularly conducting number of training programs for all the government officers from various departments, and also involving the local public, elected bodies, representatives, in addition to the civil defense volunteers and Optomitra volunteers. The important initiatives taken by the Union Territory of Puducherry is we have implementing the coastal disaster risk reduction project. This is the same project common to both Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. This was already completed, under which resilient infrastructure development has taken place, and then coastal risk management capacities of the stakeholders was also completed, and a number of training programs were also conducted for the important departments like fisheries, public works department, medical and health, etc. And then sustainable fisheries was also taken up under this project. And then important cyclone risk reduction initiatives includes development of cyclone resilient infrastructure, and then integrated cyclone risk reduction, regular conducting training programs for all the employees, and then strengthening the communities to reduce their vulnerabilities through sector specific schemes. And then early warning dissemination systems, and then institutional capacity building, development of state of the art EOC. In fact, Puducherry EOC is considered to be one of the most advanced state of the art emergency operation communication systems in the country. Recently, it was upgraded with the financial assistance from the National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. And then we are following the multi-hazard approach we are implementing the Tsunami Ready program. A number of villages were selected. Of course, Odisha is the first state in the country which has implemented the Tsunami Ready program. So we are following the Odisha model, and we have already selected some villages and which we are implementing. See, the main advantage for this is this can be used for other disasters also. Though the probability of occurrence of a tsunami is very rare, but by implementing this project, we can make use of these benefits of this for tackling other disasters like cyclones and floods. Under this project, we have taken up the improvement of warning systems, and then decision support system, development of standard operation procedures for almost all the departments, and then medical preparedness and response is one of the most important area in which the government of Puducherry is concentrating. In fact, Puducherry is the medical hub of South India. In one district, we are having about 9 medical colleges offering postgraduate medical education. All the colleges. No other, I think, no other district in the country has got so many number of colleges in one district. So we are making use of the vast medical resources in terms of trained doctors, nurses, and other paramedical staff, and also expertise services in almost all the fields, and then availability of emergency drugs. We are making use of this advantage for tackling these disaster situations, and we are one of the few districts in the country which are regularly conducting the mock exercises in cooperation with NDMA, and also we are involving the local industries, organizations, institutions, etc. And we are also in the process of developing a coastal vulnerability map in association with INCOIS, Hyderabad, and we are planning to prepare the coastal land use maps on a large scale, which will be very useful for the government servants, particularly for the officials from the revenue departments. And then preparing the digital elevation models, and also planning to create hypothetical inundation scenarios. For example, if a particular storm surge of, let us say, 0.5 meter or 1 meter, what are the areas likely to be inundated? These are all hypothetical models, but that will be very useful for the government departments. And we are also implementing the new standards for protection of structures, particularly for the old important structures, and strengthening all the shelters from the storm surges through institutionalization and design of construction, etc. And then emergency search and rescue, emergency relief, and we are also undertaking a lot of training and capacity development activities in the incident response system. The IRS is being notified by the Union Territory, and district level IRTs were also formed, and all the officers and other personnel in the district level IRTs are also being trained. Similarly, we have constituted taluka level incident response teams, and all the members are being trained in different positional roles under the incident response system. These are some of the initiatives being taken up during the last 6 months. So this is what. So thank you very much.
Now I request Mr. Purnachandra, Project Manager from Andhra Pradesh, to share his experiences.
Thank you. Respected Alok sir for the chair, and co-chair Nyanda sir, and the co-participant of the Bhaskar Rao sir, Dr. Bhaskar Rao from Puducherry, and the respected dignitaries. Thank you once again to given this opportunity to share my APSDMA, what have been done and what we are looking for. Just I am giving an overview of the APSDMA. Okay. So this is my presentation outline of the AP General District Profile and the State Disaster Vulnerability Maps. and the impact of disasters and institutional setup and schemes programs what have been implemented.
I will request you to focus on that SDMA and structural professional.
Sure, sir. Okay, and what are the DRR initiatives and challenges and way forward? Coming to the AP geographic and socio-economic profile, it's a coastal state, everybody knows about it. Earlier it was 13 districts, now it is reformed as 26 districts. We are working out on the what is the vulnerable areas. Already for the 13 districts we have identified the vulnerable areas. Like this and the cyclone, the vulnerable areas and the storm surges and floods and drought, as well as the heat wave also we have identified the vulnerable areas, and we are continuously monitoring those areas, and then we are giving the alerts to the public directly using the CAP, as well as the recently we have launched the AP alert. In the next presentation I will show that. We are forwarding the alerts from the whatever the nodal agencies are giving to the states, that we are concising and we are giving in a local language and English. And these are the district vulnerability and the cyclone, flood, drought, earthquake and lightning and heat wave. Total 26 districts we have made, and we are more focusing on the vulnerable areas now. And coming to the institutional arrangement in the state and notified structure of the SDMA and DDMS, AP government brought in AP DM rule as per the DM Act 2005 and GMS 1436, and 2007 it is established when it is a combined state with the Telangana. Now it is bifurcated in 2000 somewhere, and 2017 it started again in the Andhra Pradesh in Amravati. According to APSDMA, SEC and DDMS are set up, and the SDMA is a chairperson is the SDMA is under chairperson of the Chief Minister. It will work, and members are the Ministry of Revenue, Relief and Rehabilitation, Youth Affairs and Home Affairs also will be there, and Finance, Health and Major Irrigation and R&B will be there, and Panchayati Raj, and Chief Secretary as a member convener it will be there for the SDMS. For the SEC, a chairperson is the Chief Secretary, and the members are the Principal Secretaries of Finance and PR and RD, as well as the yes. Yes, sir. No, already it is implemented and is functionalized. Okay.
Secretariat staff.
Okay, secretary staff is that IAS officer will be the chair in the
If you have
session.
some slide, you focus on that there.
Actually, I was not prepared in that.
Then skip that.
Okay. And then DDMS already 13 was established. Now we are establishing the another 13 for the new districts. Already the proposals has been submitted to the government, and it is under progress, sir. And coming to the SDMP and DDMPs, in SDMPs 2018 is implemented, and now it is going to be updated in this year, sir. And DDMPs also, it is in different volumes we have developed, and it is again we are under review. New for the new districts also we are implementing the DDMP, sir. In the last month we have conducted a state level meeting for the updation of DDMPs for the new districts as well as the old districts, sir. Coming to the verticals of the APSDMA, State Emergency Operations Center, this will be working around the clock 24/7, and Capacity Building Division also established. This one will give the training programs and conducting in different levels, and the Chemical Disaster Management Wing also it is there. It is looking after the any chemical disaster occurs anywhere. They will take the information from the local body and how that disaster will impact the local area, and based on that they will deploy the SDRF and NDRF teams, and the Atmospheric Research Division also is there. It is mainly focused on the atmospheric and meteorological and ocean parameters, and GS lab also is there. They will be preparing all the vulnerable maps as well as the any calamity occurs, what is the route maps to the save the lives, and those maps they will be prepared. And project management division is there, that they will look after the what are the projects and NPDRR and all these things they will looking after, sir. And the drought monitoring cell will also established. This will be monitor the drought they will declare the drought. They will be sitting in the secretariat, and one group one officer will be allotted for that, and they will be decided whether that period drought has been declared or not. It has to be declared or not. Coming to the state emergency operation center, it is the alert watch system. It is there. Nodal agencies they will get the information, and that they will continuously monitor the AWS stations. Around 2,368 were there, AWS and ARGs, and data process for the local alerts. They will take the information from the nodal agencies, and they will disseminate the information and the communication to the officials. If anything is required, immediately they will send the information to the district level officers. First they will inform to the district collector, later concerned line departments they will be alerted, and later they will send the public alerts using the bulk SMS system, and using the cap they are using, and they are sending the alerts. And this is the communication setup what we have established in the SDMA. SBM DVTs are there, satellite based mobile data voice terminal, and mobile radios were there, and alert towers were erected under the NCRMP project, and satellite mobiles, and then we are having the BSNL bulk SMS system before this cap has been implemented. And the implementation of NDMA projects and the upscaling of the Apad Mitra, already training programs have been conducted, and more people were given more training, and then ERSS project was successfully implemented. It is under progress, and CAP is already using in the state for all the natural calamities. We are using the CAPs, and implementation another project SANDA framework also we are implementing, and the DDMS hazard prone districts we are identifying, and we are more focusing on the more vulnerable areas, and the mitigation projects is coming to the district collector requested to identify the structural and non-structural works as per the SDRF norms, and it has to be submitted to the state SEC, and it will be approved, sir. In the NCRMP project, already it is closed for the Andhra Pradesh. In that we erected that coastal districts around 233 rehab road habitations has been done, and 219 MPCS has been built up. And this we are having the state disaster response force for the disasters exclusively. We are having these people who are deputed from the state police. These people will be attending for any calamity, even man-made or natural calamity. They will be around the clock, they will be working. They will be spread over the AP region. They will be located in 2nd Battalion, Kurnool and Kakinada, Vijayanagaram, as well as one battalion in Mangalagiri near to the Amaravati. Another one is Venkatagiri near South AP, and Visakhapatnam also it is there. This APDRP project, the equipments was provided to the AP SDRF, and it will be function very smoothly, sir. Around these people, all the people were trained, and around 509 officials and 476 officials respectively supported to the SDRF and APDR, sir. Coming to the IRS notification system, already this has been known by everyone, but again I am showing that IRS state relevant communication 2015, as per that it is going, sir. And DRR initiatives by the state is capacity building training, and this one is for the COVID. We have given a booklet for the villagers, around 20,000 village level volunteers and village secretary staff was trained, sir. And then school safety programs also were conducted under the CBT program. Coming to the network and participation and coordination based on the NDMA and with the UNICEF and NDMA we are doing, sir. This is the technology what we are using. WebUSC newly it was taken from the US based company, sir. And GS we are using for the identifying the vulnerable areas. Challenges to this, these are the major 5 challenges to build the capacity for the shelter management, logistics and ground level, sir. It has to go to the ground level, and mainstreaming and converging between the DRR and climate change measures it has been taken, and to build participationship with the philanthropists and CSR institutions is must is there, sir. It should be there, and already we are using the WebUSC, and increase the more awareness among the public about the disasters. And way forward is the SDRF is categorization of funds open new avenue for the building a preparedness, and the national flagship program from NDMA, NIDM and MHA, and monitoring of SDG indicator supports in compelling the data works and follow up SDG goals and goals of 11, 13 and 17, sir. And comprehensive school safety program to be launched in a statewide, sir. Thank you.
So, any of you have any question or any suggestion, please come forward.
Some states we can, sir, those who did not present.
That's
they
why.
have something to.
So maybe Karnataka, you can.
Sir, thank you, sir. Sir, if I can give my views personally, sir, not from the state per se. I see that the NDMA and the disaster management setup in the state should be similar to the Election Commission of India, sir. I will elaborate, sir, if you permit me on this. So like you have the chief electoral officer in the state responsible for all electoral related matters, we have the state relief commissioner who is doing, sir. But yes, now under that, sir, the functioning is what I would like to touch upon, sir. You have the district election officers over here, you have the DDMA chairpersons and the deputy commissioners here. But after that, there is nothing below out over here. But in the election system, you have EROs, AEROs, you have deputy election tashildars. So you need to have disaster tashildars also, sir, at the district level, and sector officers from respective departments. So that is one on the structural point of view, sir. But very importantly, I want to touch upon two issues, sir. We need to have a calendar of events, sir. If NDMA is looking at it, calendar of events, let us say, what the Election Commission does, October, the draft electoral rolls are published. January 1st, the final roll is published. This sanctum, nothing to be changed. It has to happen, sir. Now, if you look at the SDMPs, 2018, 2020, somebody has done 2021. So we need to have a calendar of event for the state disaster management plans, the departmental disaster management plans, and the district disaster management plans. When should it be published and when it should be published finally, starting from one calendar of event. Look at training, sir. They have a very systematic training process out over there. EROs, AEROs, booth, polling officers train. We don't have such kind of training. So the NDMA should mandate that such kind of trainings or capacity buildings are there. Now, if you look at their machines, electronic voting machines are there. Amarapas, some states have some good machinery, some states don't have. Even within the state, some districts have, other districts don't have. So the standardization of these rescue equipments, machineries which are there, NDMA, if it guides, mandates, and the state, these CEO's office, as I said, like that the SRC can mandate and keep positioning of these things is very, very critical, sir. Next one is, if you look, sir, certain states have huge amount of manpower at their disposal. Look at Karnataka, sir. We have the relief commissioner, half deputy secretary, half under secretary, and 2 consultants. That's it. You have KSNDMC, which is supporting them from another side. So we need to have a basic structure for each of these states. What should be our team at the state level? What should be at the district level? What should the departments do in peacetime and in wartime, how they should support? So this clarity, if it can be brought in, sir. So this, I would say, would be a strong input which we should be giving for the NPDRR, sir, saying that we bring out these very policies and then state should adopt, sir. Second thing, sir, unlike Election Commission, NDMA through MHA has got huge amount of funds which you are giving these states, sir. Within that, the capacity building is there, within that mitigation is there. So all these things can be looked into strengthening the states, sir. These are my suggestions. Thank you.
Any other state representative who have come? Or any of you?
Sir, one submission, sir. The way, sir, in case of Karnataka, sir, Manoranjan sir, just sir has said, so we have a also plan also, sir. Let's say all heat wave action plans have to be prepared by the month of March. All district disaster management plans have to be prepared by month of June, sir, and a copy has to be submitted to the office of the SRC, and this is also placed before the state natural calamity. The calendar is there also, sir. And for cyclone preparedness plan, it has to be there also by month of, because cyclone is the main season. So by the month of end of April, the cyclone disaster management plans have to be prepared, and deadline is there, sir. On 19th of June, mock drills has to be conducted. The date is notified, sir. On the tabletop exercise has to be done on 18th June. It is notified across Odisha, sir. And one more thing, sir, the BDO, as per the Odisha Relief Code, that we have not modified. Block is the unit of, sir, relief administration in Odisha, sir. So the BDOs are the designated officer for the blocks. Tahsildars are the designated officer for assessment of compensations, individual compensations, and all executive officers of the urban local bodies. Here they are also designated as the nodal officer for the urban areas. And we have also, as per the DM plans at the block level, we have sector officers, or zone officers, we call it zone officers. So they are in charge of a few gram panchayats. So they are in charge of that. And for each shelter, cyclone shelter, we have 3 officers, 2 for gents and 1 lady. They are also in charge of shelters. That is notified as a part of the plan, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I just wanted to ask from Mr. Das, you were saying, Mr. Das, elaborate in your presentation, this one emergency section is there. In what is that, if you can?
Sir, actually, the office of the collector has got various sections, sir. The revenue section that deals with all revenue matters. So we have also district emergency section where an officer is there, deputy collector from Odisha Administrative Service normally is there. So he has also a desk, head clerks are now designated desk officer, section officer, ASO. They are from the district level cadre, sir. They are the district level cadre clerical staffs, class force. From OSDM side,
just like Manoj was suggesting that there should be a disaster-related Tahsildar on the lines of election Tahsildar.
we have Tahsildar, sir.
You already have.
We have Tahsildar is already there, sir. He is designated
at the district level.
at the district level. So it is a full-fledged division, you can say, in the office of the collector.
No, regular Tahsildar
No,
you
hers,
have.
in fact, they have a deputy collector
collector,
who is
collector.
basically in charge of emergency. He looks after all those events. He has a DDO power. In fact, yesterday my licensing officer was with me. He was
Here also, sir.
he was from Puri.
Sir.
So I had discussion all through the visit. So basically they have lot of organized system which is working. How to release the fund, how to release the relief, how to organize events, how to do capacity building. So they have a better setup as compared to many other states.
And
Some
sir, we have
states-
got 2 additional HRs, sir, also. We have got a data entry operator from the office of the relief commissioner who have provided, sir, to the all district offices. We have provided a vehicle to the district emergency officer also from the office of the relief commissioner, so that they can do the field visits, coordinate everything. And from OSDMS side, sir, we have provided a district project officer, sir. So he assists the district emergencies for all preparedness planning activities. From NDMA side, sir, we have got the DRR in 5 districts. And from UNICEF side, sir, they have also provided some district level coordinators, sir. So they are also providing support to the DDMA at the district level, sir. This is the additional HR, sir.
One more thing, Dasji, this you mentioned that you are hiring separately meteorologists and other specialists. So these you mentioned 2 things. Specialists you are taking from other departments on deputation. So that is one class. Then these people you are hiring from market, meteorologists and other thing on a contract basis.
That will be, sir,
Is-
contract basis
Okay.
as per the reorganization plan, sir. The SRC was referring, DC was referring to. So already it's been approved, but formal notification has been not, sir. We will be hiring them, sir. Posts have been created, sir.
So I think with few comments, I will close this session. Basically, what the states presented here, we want to have a proper structure for SDMA, DDMA, number 1. Number 2, see what has happened is most of the states has been tackling their disaster in their own manner. We want a proper system where whatever the specialization is required for a state, suppose Odisha requires cyclone specialist, maybe Rajasthan requires a drought specialist, maybe everybody requires earthquake specialist. Accordingly, it should be designed, and there should be a calendar of events which should be as the election commission is having. The plans which are expected to be there in the district or in the state, there shall be a calendar of events. Capacity building shall not be done on ad hoc basis. It should also be a regular exercise. So these are the inputs which we will take from this pre-event, and we will also have, we are also running other pre-events. Hers, you know that once we had a discussion on this issue, one of the members presented his viewpoint, and I had requested to circulate it to most of the states so that we can get the feedback, this type of feedback which we have received. And on the basis of this, we will try to collate everything at the NDMA level, prepare a draft, circulate a draft to each of the SDMAs and states and experts, and then come out with some solution. And we will also have to find out how do we get the funding and how do we basically make this organization a mature system. Like every election system is a mature system where they have a rule, they have an act. We also have an act. We have some rules needs to be put in place. Then there is a NDRF which has come up. So there is also a request of states to come up with SDRF, a strong SDRF, and there should be a linkage between NDRF and SDRF. So, and then there is also a request from NIDM on having association with most of the ATIs to have basically specialized disaster related institutional setup for research and study. So we can make out that all of us agree on one fact, that there should be a system. So I think with these inputs we will work on this, and all the experiences which we have got here and other pre-events we will try to pull it and work on. Thank you very much. Thank you all the presenters.
Thank you, sir. Before closing the session, I request Sri Alok sir to present a token of appreciation to resource person. I request Dr. Sri Alok sir to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Bhaskar Rao, Senior DRR Consultant, Puducherry. I also request Alok sir to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Purnachandra, Project Manager from AP. Thank you so much for the co-chair and then resource persons who have shared their experience during the session. Thank you. So moving to the second technical session, the session is focusing on the emergency operations centers and enhancing the last mile connectivity. For this session, I request the chair of the session, Shri Harsh Gupta sir, to be on dais, and I also request Dr. Surya Prakash sir to be on the dais. Surya sir, and I also request the resource persons, Dr. Prakash Chandra Mohansi from INCOIS, and Dr. Jandas from OSDMA, and Dr. Manoj Rajan, Commissioner KSDMA, and Mr. Purnachandra from AP to be on the dais.
As I was sharing with all of you this morning, my slightly detailed introduction. I gave a slightly detailed introduction and I had maximum attention of the people that I know. So I have already shared that some states are doing very well in the emergency operation center. Some of the states are fine. Just now we heard Puducherry was if I understood correctly, that they are trying to work out some impact-based forecasting on the basis of the level of storm surge. Now that model is already developed under NCRMP project, what we call it as that dynamic composite risk assessment. So that DCRA tool is available. That is available. Perhaps you may not have come to know because you are not part of the NCRMP because you already had the World Bank project, NPDRR project. Similarly, other union territories also can make use of that. So, this session, how it started is that, recently when we funded under NCRMP, we saw in Kerala an elaborate EOC is being designed as part of the early warning dissemination system. In that elaborate system, when the presentation was made to me, I felt that lot of these things can be done centrally at one place. They took a lot, they put lot of efforts to first develop a modeling to collect inputs from different weather agencies, visualize those inputs on a GIS map, and then put some mechanisms to analyze those inputs. For example, they put some their own thresholds, that if a rain is above this threshold, which are the areas likely to be flooded. That was some rough approximation they did. And then they tried to create some alert mechanisms. So that, process of they doing that, and that the time it was taking, that basically was the reason for floating this idea. So we would, first request the president, let us hear them, and then we can have a brief discussion. So Dr. Mahapatra has joined online. Yeah. So welcome, Dr. Mahapatra. Are you able to hear us?
Yeah, thank you.
So Mahapatra ji, I just gave a brief, this thing that on those aspects, one is you are hosting already web DCRA, and this aspect that like different states taking inputs from you, then trying to, like IMD or Inquest, they take inputs, or from other agencies, then analyze and then try to make sense, and then try to, as per their own thresholds, try to generate alerts locally. So this we were trying to sort of brainstorm, that how do we come out with a standard mechanism for all the states, and then come out with a sort of web-based EOC where states can log on simply. It's like a plug and play kind of thing for the states for most of the functionalities, with the flexibility that they can do some local level customization. So over to you, Mahapatra ji. Let us hear your views on this thing and your inputs on this.
Yeah. So thank you and good afternoon to all of you. Namaskar. So whether my slide is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Is it moving?
Yes.
Fine. So before I proceed, I just want to say that tropical cyclone is one of the most severe disasters affecting not only India, for the globe. About 33% of hydrometeorological disasters are caused by tropical cyclones, if you consider the past 50 years. And you'll find that 7 out of 10 disasters that cause biggest economic losses in the world are the tropical cyclones. And 85 countries are affected. And in our ocean basin, which includes Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea, we have about 5 cyclones.
Recording in progress.
Over the region. And out of these 5 cyclones, it crosses India coast about 2 to 3 sometimes. So even then, if you just look at, there has been huge loss of lives in the previous years. But however, in the recent period, due to the united effort by the country, the number of deaths has been reduced. So I'll just show you this comparison. If you just suppose cyclone and now you compare Failin, Hudud or Fani, there you could, all of you know. I will not repeat all these slides. I'll just have passing through that it is impossible because of the first and foremost step, that is early warning. We have been able to provide early warning not only for the cyclone genesis, track and intensity, but also the associated weather which impacts us, that is rainfall, winds, storm surge and coastal inundation. Apart from that, there has been very good communication and triggering mechanism in place in terms of the policy, planning, SOP, roadmaps, etc. So this is just an example of Fani cyclone. Similarly, if you just look at how accurately it has been predicted, the track and everything, and which helped to minimize the loss of lives only to 64 with such a cyclone with wind speed of 200 km per hour crossing Puri in Odisha coast. So if you just look at comparison of say Failin, Fani and 99, over the years there has been significant improvement. It has not only reduced the loss of lives, but also the money in terms of the evacuation cost. If you just look at, there is a huge saving to the government exchequer. And also there has been saving towards the different sectors, for example, railways, roadways, by regulating the movement and also the onshore and offshore activities. Now, this is just an example of cyclone Taute in the west coast. Yes, if you would compare with the similar cyclone in 1998, there was 3,000 deaths, and now it is 98 deaths, considering all the coast actually, including Gujarat and west coast of India. Because this particular cyclone affected all the coastal states, starting with Lakshadweep and then Kerala, up to Gujarat, Daman, Diu. So it has been possible, therefore, because of the better early warning system, including observational augmentations, modeling, forecasting, communication, dissemination, policy planning. The role of NDMA and MHA is very important, and we have come up with disaster management plan. We have come up with NDMA guidelines for tropical cyclones, and we have come up with many more. Now, it has helped not only India but also different countries. If you just look at past 10 years, from 2010 onwards, if you look at, there is no cyclone which has caused death more than 100 in the country. And similar is the case in the member countries, North Indian Ocean. If you just look at also, there is no country which has been affected by a cyclone and there is not lost more than 100 in these years. It isn't possible, as I told you, we've got the improved forecasting accuracy. So this is just an example where we stand actually internationally. Internationally, if we just look at India Meteorological Department second to none in terms of the cyclone forecasting. Our forecast area is only 26 kilometers for 24 hours in landfall forecast, 40 kilometers 40 hours, and 76 kilometers 72 hours in the recent 5 years. And there is an about 20 to 40% improvement in track intensity, etc. Landfall forecast is improved more significantly, 40 to 70% improvement for different lead periods. Now, as I was telling you, there is a technological intervention. There is an investment by the country with respect to these observational upgradations in terms of the satellite, in terms of the radar. We have got 37 radars now at present. We have got 2 Indian satellites. We have got OceanSat also. And similarly, there is an international collaborations and national collaborations. There are around 11 numerical observational models which have been used, atmosphere models and similarly ocean models by INCOIS and various constituents of MOES family. And as a result, the standard operating procedure has also improved, and before 15 days we are issuing a bulletin indicating the possible development of cyclones or depressions and their impact over the sea area. And gradually it comes up, we start with moderate to medium range forecast 5 to 7 days ahead, which is issued daily. Then it comes short range forecast, which is issued every 3 hourly during cyclone stage and 6 hourly during depression stage. And when cyclone is crossing the coast, every hour bulletin is updated, that is hourly updates. And this provides all components, be it the track intensity structure, landfall point in time, or be it the adverse weather like heavy rainfall, wind and storm surge, and damage expected. That includes the damage due to wind, damage due to rainfall, and damage due to the storm surge and the combined impact. The response sections are also fine-tuned based on the NDMA guidelines, and that is also incorporated in the bulletins. So all these informations are not only going to disaster managers, but also various stakeholders. For example, it is going to global maritime distress safety systems for high sea shipping in the deep sea, fleet forecast to Indian Navy, but coastal weather bulletin for coastal people, port warning for all the ports, whether a major port or minor port, fisherman warning and fishery officials warning. And recently we have included the offshore warning, for example, DG Hydrocarbon and Indian Coast Guards, Indian Navy and various operators like ONGC, Reliance, or many others. They are also getting the information since 2021. And the press and electronic media is a pivotal role, and they are also provided. The cyclone affects all sectors. So aviation also is adversely affected. We provide this information internationally. India is the International Center for Aviation Forecast towards cyclones. And national highways, railways, industries are also being provided. So this is just an example how the SOP comes up. In the month of April, we start with pre-cyclone exercise. We call a meeting with everybody, get prepared for the ensuing season. Similar meeting is conducted in the month of October. We take stock of our preparedness and accordingly prepare for the season. Once that is over, when we apprehend that there is a cyclone expected, I am giving this example of the cyclone Taute, so we give the forecast that genesis is likely and what is the impact. Then step 3 we go when genesis has taken place and we say what is possible afterwards. So once depression forms, the graphical informations like track, intensity and expected weather are provided. And then it goes in 4 stages. There is pre-cyclone watch, then cyclone alert, and cyclone warning, and post-landfall outlook. All these stages bulletins are provided. And then what we do actually, that we parallelly go for some kind of management exercise that we conduct meeting to the concerned states at the headquarter level, National Crisis Management Committee, and also the meeting with Honorable Prime Minister, then Home Ministers sometimes, and the concerned Chief Ministers. So all these meetings actually, you can say, instigates and you can say empowers the management exercise based on the early warning issued by IMD. You can just imagine how many warnings are issued. 42 bulletins are issued, for example, Cyclone Taukte during 2021. So now, apart from that, continuous round-the-clock media coverage is provided so that media can take care to disseminate information to the last mile. So there are various redundancy maintained while communicating the information. So we utilize all standard and also non-conventional. Over the years, we have come up with the Twitter and Facebook and also the Instagram. We have got the social media, therefore, and we have also the YouTube channels and blog pages, and we have got specific mobile apps for the purpose. And one mobile app is coming up under NCRMP that will be for cyclone purpose specific. Now, while doing all these things, actually, you will find that the IBF, disaster risk reduction, is taken care in all stages of the disaster, like pre-disaster, during disaster, and post-disaster. And response action is generated, and preparedness is taken up, and recovery actions are also taken up. So all these are revolving around the multi-hazard early warning system. So this multi-hazard early warning system, which has evolved over the years with the support of national policy like DM Act, DM plans, DM guidelines, institutional mechanism, is helping to minimize the loss of lives. But however, if you just look at the loss of property, you will find that loss of property due to cyclone is increasing over the years. This is just an example of the loss of property in different countries in the South Asian region. We'll find that there is huge loss of property in India, followed by Bangladesh in terms of, say, absolute losses in terms of money. And it is mainly because of the various other conditions, because the socio-economic condition of the coastal area is improving, therefore more properties are at stake. They are lost when a cyclone crosses the coast. So therefore, now we should think how to improve this impact-based forecasting, risk warning, and accordingly management to minimize the loss of property, apart from minimizing further the loss. I'll give just one example of cyclone Italy. There was a good forecast, and according to the forecast, actions were taken for evacuation sector in the coastal areas. But people in Gajapati district of Odisha and some tribal people, they took shelter in the cave, and that cave collapsed because of the landslides. So therefore, we have to consider the digitalization and development of the impact model of the secondary hazards, like say landslides, floods, etc., in the inland areas, not only in the coastal areas. So if you just look at impact forecasting, is nothing new in country. We started impact forecasting in 1865 for the Kolkata port when ships are damaged. So first impact forecasting for the Kolkata port. In 1890 we came up with all ports. And evolution continued in 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and recent years also. And basically recent years, I will take web DCRA has come up very well to address the impact forecast and actions to be taken even at the block level and the district level and tahsil level. So IVF, in historical damage-based IVF was introduced in 1990, but now what you find actually, it is completely digitized dynamic impact-based forecast and risk-based warning in the country. So I'll just give an example. I will just leave it because all of us know that this is the multi-hazard scenario when cyclone crosses the coast, and all these hazards are interlinked with heavy rain, wind, and storm surges. So you will find that there is no such sector which is left out in terms of the impact of the cyclones. Almost all socio-economic sectors are impacted by the tropical cyclones, be it over the sea or be it moving across the land surface. So therefore, we have to bring out all the metrics which are affected in different sectors, and therefore the population it is to be more populated in the web DCRA if possible, and that can be done only at the state level. It cannot be done by IMD or NDMA. There is a need for a joint mechanism where all of us can work together, just like we work for web DCRA, to develop very granular information with respect to each and every sector which is getting affected by the tropical cyclones. So in that case, we have to consider hazard assessment, vulnerability assessment, exposure, and finally the risk assessment. It is being done. In web DCRA, we have done that to some extent, but in web DCRA, we have done it up to 10 kilometers from the coast. So, but there could be impact way beyond the 10 kilometers. So therefore, we need at first to understand all these impacts, which is expected even inland areas beyond 10 kilometers. we need to have some kind of hazard forecast and impact modeling, and hence the risk assessment forecast. Partnership collaboration will be key to all this success. So level of impact can be well assessed very granular manner, say in the ward level, in the city or in the village level, in the rural areas, only with the help of the data. So we have to develop the digital database with which we can have the various types of impact assessment in terms of risk, hazard, vulnerability, and exposure. So this is just an example of what we did in the initial stages when there was no digital web DCRA and there was no such hazard modeling system. We went for tracking intensity guidance, and also we identified the damage expected based on the historical cycles. We decided what are the risks which are likely to be affected and what kind of damage would be, depending upon the intensity of cyclone and depending on the area where the cyclone is crossing the coast. And also we started giving the very specific information for each area. For example, sea area is specific information, coastal weather specific, Indian Navy specific information, fishery and warning specific information, fishery official another specific information. By that way, it was made simple and it could trigger actions by the various stakeholders. And that helped. It is a fact that number of fishermen who were dying earlier, it has drastically reduced. This is possible because of this mechanism developed in the country. Further, we went for hazard modeling. We have modeled now the various impacts. For example, frequency of cyclones, intensity of cyclones, wind strength, the probability maximum precipitation, and probability maximum storm surge. It has been carried out based on district data, whatever available for 100 years or whatever it is, and it is identified. It is helping to develop the cyclone centers and the various preparedness actions at the district level. We also came up with development of the various impact models for winds and storm surges. These are some of the examples I am telling you here. On the bottom, you can find out the INCOIS model for storm surge and coastal inundation, which has been integrated with the forecasting system. We have come up with the realistic assessment of rainfall, what has occurred, with the help of the rain gauges and the satellite-based and radar-based information, so that you can have a realistic information how much rain has occurred and model-based information how much rain will occur. That will give to assess the flood depth. Then we have come up with information with respect to the various other geophysical informations like digital elevations, digital surface modeling, and then of course the geometry, coastal geometry, etc. So with help of all these things and with the help of the improvement in forecast accuracy and track intensity, we have come up with a dynamic weather and climate sensitive impact-based forecasting and risk-based warning system in the country. So this is the example of this web DCRA system. On the left-hand side goes the text message, on the right-hand side the graphics message. The one can identify the particular district where you are expecting how much flood depth, how much wind hazard, and how much hazard. At the same time, also it is assessing some kind of losses in terms of the quantity, the amount of agriculture area to be impacted, amount of loss which is expected because of agriculture being affected by the cyclones, or buildings to be affected, essential facilities. But all these data sets to collect from these various state governments, which needs further improvement time to time. There is a provision in web DCRA to update this data twice a year. If we can update this data, then only web DCRA will be more useful. Otherwise, with the old informations, the action point may be a little difficult, and whatever inundation we calculate, that may also go wrong. And then similarly, another information I just want to mention that offshore and onshore industry in terms of blue economy, these are very stake until 2021, when we found that no fishermen died due to cyclone Taukte, but 62 people died in ONGC. So it caught the eye of the highest authority. So we are asked, and then we talked. They were not taking information from IMD. They were taking from some private party, and information went wrong. Forecast went wrong for the private party. So therefore, Honorable Home Minister asked Honorable Home Secretary to issue an order that each and every government agency and the private sectors, they have to receive the IMD warning. They have to act upon IMD warning. Let them take forecast warning from anywhere, but they have to act upon the IMD warning. So that is in place. So that's I will request that we don't confuse. The state government should not be confused with the forecast warning issued by various other agencies. They don't have any accountability. The accuracy of India Meteorology Department, if you compare with anyone, is far better. It is at far or even better than USA, I will tell. You can compare. Our forecast is available in the website, their forecast is also available in the website, our forecast accuracy, their forecast accuracy. Therefore, don't be misguided and don't take actions inappropriately based on the private party providing the forecast. Now it is a democratic country, people are providing forecast. In every society, it is the early warning agency which is responsible for providing early warning, and at state level, it has to be accepted and action has to be taken. So by that way, ONGC is now taking the action, and impact is forecast in terms of color codes and expected impacts are being provided to ONGC and many other onshore and offshore industries. So I will tell another point here. So we are discussing about here the expected damages and impact forecast informations. The future impact forecast information and risk assessment and accordingly management of tropical cyclones should take into consideration the impact of climate change. For example, if you look at the frequency of extreme severe cases, it is increasing over Arabian Sea. So low confidence, however, but still there is anthropogenic influence on the Arabian Sea tropical cyclones. The frequency of landfalling cyclones Bay of Bengal has decreased in recent years, but Arabian Sea it has increased mainly for Arabia Africa, but our west coast there is no change. But trends of northern ocean indicate equatorial shift in the latitude of maximum intensity of the cyclones. That means the southern states also are likely to be more affected. Decrease in TC translational speed. That means cyclones over Bay of Bengal are moving slowly. Therefore, if a cyclone is taking 3 hours earlier to cross the coast, now it will take 4 hours to cross the coast. That means the devastation or the adverse impact of the cyclone will be longer, and hence the quantifier will be more. So therefore, that we should take into consideration. At the same time, socioeconomic condition of the country is also improving along the coastal area, so more are in vulnerable conditions. So there is increasing trend in track length, and hence the accumulated cyclone energy is more over the Bay of Bengal, and the losses which is the capability of the cyclone is increasing over the years. Now, if you look at the projections, there about 5% decrease in frequency of cyclones over NIO with the increasing temperature to 2 degrees Celsius. There will be 4 to 5% increase in wind speed with the increasing temperature to 2 degrees Celsius. That means the cyclone's intensity will go off and 4 to 5% increase in wind speed. And accordingly, therefore, vulnerability will increase and the impact could be more. There is 17% increase in rainfall rates over Northern Ocean with the rise in temperature at 2 degrees Celsius. That means with the same cyclone pressing the coast, you can expect more heavy rainfall, more intense rainfall. The slight rise in frequency of TC over NIO is increasing temperature. The coastal inundation is expected to increase by 10 to 15% with the temperature rising to 2 degrees Celsius. Of course, TC size is generally of the order of 10% changes are expected, but there are some lack of confidence with respect to TC size. But it is very clear that rainfall, storm surge, and the wind, all three are expected to increase about 10 to 20% with the increase in temperature to 2 degrees Celsius. In addition to that, there is also rise in sea level. So whenever there will be coastal inundation, there will be additional impact from the sea level. So future plan I am just talking about that we have to take into consideration the latest technology. So technology is key to success. Therefore, there should be more investment with respect to the early warning, and also with respect to the management of tropical cyclones, with respect to disaster response, with respect to early recovery, with respect to preparedness. There is need for technology. Artificial intelligence, machine learning is coming up as a dual engine concept with the numerical modeling. What we do, artificial intelligence, machine learning is also coming up. That also we are developing, and that is the say of the world. Digital forecasting, we are going more and more to the objective world. Subjective forecasting is reducing, objective forecast is improving with the decision support system. As all of us know that we have got now GIS-based system and decision-based forecast. Whatever we provide, all are digitized forecast, but consensus decision is taken after a VC or video conferencing among the forecasters, the cyclone forecaster, chief cyclone forecasters, takes a call, and final forecast is provided. Probabilistic forecast is more accurate than deterministic forecast. The probabilistic forecast for impact-based forecasting is being introduced. So we have come up with probabilistic forecast for heavy rainfall, wind, and storm surge probabilistic forecast is under development within COES and IMD. It is not yet ready at present. So impact-based forecasting, as I told you, it has come up a long way, but still we want to improve further with the improvement in hazard modeling, vulnerability modeling, and the risk assessment. That depends upon the 4 factors. I will tell you the geophysical parameters, that NRSC should have high resolution information about the digital elevations for the coastal districts and coastal states. Next is the socioeconomic information. All the socioeconomic conditions of the coastal districts and coastal states should be digital and should be available. It should be updated regularly. The third one is the secondary hazards like landslide. There is no forecast for landslide in the country at present. There could be tertiary hazards like the health problems. There can be pest and diseases. There could be the diseases in the people. So all these has to be integrated so that you can have the post-cyclone impact in terms of society and economy. So we can have therefore the improvement in WebDCRA. Okay, we have come up with WebDCRA. WebDCRA works only up to 10 kilometers from the coast. Therefore, it does not take into consideration entire coastal states. The development of multi-institutional initiative and building disaster resilient society, CDRA concept has come up in the country. We have come up with the pivotal role and leading role in the region, but it has to be implemented. For example, we have taken up some initial study with the help of the Paradip port and I think Visakhapatnam steel plant, but that was taken up by NDMA and the CDRI. But that has not been followed up. I think we can do a lot with respect to, because simple decision system with web DCRA or decision system with IMD will not help. We need a decision system for each and every sector, each and every agency. So, for example, consider Visakhapatnam steel plant. It is a big sector, a big area. So they should have their own decision support system when they get forecast from IMD. Same is the case, for example, any port, any shipping authority. So therefore, there is enough scope to improve the impact forecast and risk-based planning by this multi-institutional mechanism and development of DSS for each and every agency, each and every institution and industry. So last mile connectivity, yes, it is still an issue. I think we have come up with some specific communications. The mobile app should come up, and then perhaps common alert protocol which has been implemented, all these can be integrated, it being integrated also. Common alert protocol was used in last cyclones. We provided 65 lakhs SMS in the last cyclones. So there is scope there, but we can have further improvement. And last but not least, we have to verify and validate the impact forecast being generated by the web DCRA, etc. And we should find out what further improvement we can do with respect to the impact forecast and risk planning. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra. This was almost like a cyclonic wind speed presentation. Lot of information you conveyed to us in a short period of time. Thanks a lot. Since you are joining online with us, I'll request audience if they have any questions or any issues to be raised with IMD. Yeah. There's a microphone.
Thank you. Tom White from UNICEF. Firstly, thanks very much for this presentation. There was a huge amount of information in there at a whirlwind speed, as you said. Connecting this point with our previous session as well. I was very interested and happy to hear about the planning and putting preparedness into people's calendars and really making it systemic. That was great. But linking that with climate change, what we are seeing is increasingly erratic, unpredictable weather patterns, right? So, and what I'm seeing, I've been in India just for the last 3 years only, but what I'm seeing already is an increase in frequency of cyclones on both coasts, pretty much, but also not just looking at the frequency, but looking at the calendar events, looking at when these cyclones are happening. They seem to be occurring before we're normally expecting them, and they continue to occur after we expect them to stop. So trying to build that preparedness element and linking that with everything that's just been presented there, I think the ability of systems to detect and to declare those warnings, fantastic, but that somehow needs to be extending right the way across the calendar and linking with the preparedness point too. Thank you. I'm not sure if that's a question or a statement, but...
Yeah, I think, that was more of a suggestion and suggestion for improvement of our, to keep these things in mind while designing our system. Are there any other? Yeah. Just keep pointed, come out specifically. What is your query?
Yeah, this is
straight away you can ask the question.
Last mile connectivity issue. I fully agree that the issue remains. My question is, for example, Damini or Satar, if you take the mobile app, what is the status of validation, particularly with respect to lightning?
With respect to?
Lightning.
What is the accuracy you are saying? Reliability?
Validation, because we find, we are doing some studies on lightning also. So we find that this Damini or Satark or other apps, they are not being validated. And
what do you mean by validated means? What?
Validation
whatever they are
means
predicting.
Yeah.
Whatever they are predicting, whether that is actually observed.
Yes,
that's
actually
what
being.
So accuracy of the forecast. That's what
Yeah.
you are. Okay. So anyway, this was not specifically presented by Dr. Mahapatra. We'll take one more question and then he can, respond.
Sir, I come from Dadra Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu, and we have utilized all these updates during the cyclone Taukte. Just wanted one information. This IMD hazard mapping which you mentioned, is it available district wise? And specifically because we are a small unit, so if it is available, we would be happy to get that data.
I think these, okay, last if you want to ask, okay. Huh? No, let Dr. Mahapatra first respond, then you can please, I think that will be fine. We are holding him on online. Why don't you take a mic, and is it a question to Dr. Mahapatra? Yeah.
Now, currently IMD is giving at the district level forecast, and it has not given to the mandal level or taluk level. It is very difficult to give the alert at the district level. Why? Because somewhere in the corner some lightning or heavy rainfall
level
may be there.
alert should be there. That's your.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Dr. Mahapatra, these three issues were raised. One is about the accuracy of lightning. Another was about hazard mapping, what has been done up to the district level for cyclone hazard you mentioned, whether that is available. And third is about this mandal level forecast.
So thank you. So I'll go one by one. So first thing is that question from Dadra Nagar Haveli, dear friend. Actually, we have done it district level, and hazard mapping has been done for Dadra Nagar Haveli also. That are available with us. It is available on our website. But however, I can send you by email also for with respect to wind, with respect to rainfall, with respect to storm surge, and also multi-hazard index we have developed, and with respect to index, whether it is low prone or high prone or very high prone, that information is there. There is publication, we will send to you. And second point regarding lightning, yes, lightning warning is being provided with Damini, and as you told, yes, whether Damini is being validated or not, but it is a good suggestion. I will communicate this to our IITM, those who are generating Damini. So, but I want to mention one thing, that we verify lightning warning. Whatever lightning warning is being issued by the country, in the country, so that is being verified, and statistics are generated. So the Damini, what we do actually, we provide information if you are located now in Bhubaneswar, for example, and what is happening, whether there is any lightning surrounding your location, that is provided within say certain radius. And also it provides an information what is going to happen during next 35 minutes or 40 minutes. So that similar situation has been kept in Satak also. So there actually it is information which is being provided over certain area representing that particular location. But your suggestion is that to verify whether it occurred within that particular area or not, so that we can take off for that. But in general, whatever lightning warning is being issued by the models, and whatever operationally finally forecast are issued for district level and city level, now past, that is being verified. And now past accuracy is about 86%. But you may say that what is the lead period? So even if we say that it lead period of 3 hours, but lightning case, it is about half an hour to 1 hour. It cannot be more than that. And that type of accuracy is there with respect to thunderstorm and lightning. But specifically with respect to the accuracy, whether there is any false alarm by the Damini or not, yes, that needs to be validated. That I will communicate to IITM group. The third point is that regarding this information at district level, I just want to mention that there are various types of informations, and APIs have been developed. Many states are utilizing API. I request upon you, please take our API. There are location-specific informations with respect to thunderstorms, lightning, also with respect to heavy rainfall. There are also district-level informations. There is also block-level information, for example, for agriculture purpose. You can find out the temperature, maximum temperature, minimum temperature, wind, the cloud, humidity, all these parameters which is required for agriculture, that is generated at the block level. For all the blocks in the country, starting from 2021, all block level forecasts are generated in the website also. In addition to district level forecast. When you come to the heavy rainfall, yes, heavy rainfall district-wise warning is being issued. And when you consider the cyclone specifically, this is not district. It was district level forecast. It is being provided district level forecast also. But in addition to that, please visit WebDCRA. There it provides a map. It provides a map where how much water is expected because of the rainfall. It provides information about the total flood depth, each and every point. You can zoom it, you can find out your area, it is GIS map, and hence you can have the information at any level. We can also similar information with respect to winds, with respect to storm surges. So therefore, this is not district level, this is actual location level, depending upon the resolution of the GIS map. So GIS map is available with high resolutions, so therefore the assessment is carried out, and accordingly impact information is also generated in the village level.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra. Always a pleasure to hear you. IMD is not only an authority. Temporal distribution?
Whether these events are happening early or late in season.
No, he mentioned that some suggestions which should be kept in mind due to climate change, whatever the changes are happening, those should be kept in mind in our preparedness. Yeah, that was more of a, that's fine. So thanks, Dr. Mahapatra. Thanks a lot. Now we will go to the next presenter, Dr. Prakash Chandra Mohanty. Yeah, एक्चुअली थोड़ा हमारा टॉपिक जो है सेशन का वो ये है कि वेब बेस्ड ईओसी. अब महापात्रा जी को सब सुन रहे थे क्योंकि वो अथॉरिटी हैं अपने आप में, तो इंटरेस्टिंग भी है लोगों के लिए. आप अगर थोड़ा सा क्योंकि आप यहाँ पे भी मौजूद हैं, आपको कह सकते हैं, थोड़ा आप फोकस करें इस एस्पेक्ट पे, और जो बाकी मैं देख रहा हूँ आपका टॉपिक जो है वल्नरेबिलिटी असेसमेंट, थोड़ा ब्रीफ में बता दें. हम वो वेब बेस्ड ईओसी के बारे में थोड़ा स्टेट्स को भी सुनना है थोड़ा सेशन में टाइम के हिसाब से.
थैंक यू सर. Good afternoon, all of you. My topic is mainly how that vulnerability map you can generate, and for that you can make some proper plan and management to get risk reduction. That is my main objective. That is, coastal zone is very important because most of highly densely populated zone, so that we should be worry about that coastal regions. That is just a brief. Now, oceanogenic hazard. I am talking about just oceanogenic hazard, mostly heavy rainfall, cyclone, tsunami. Three things I will discuss here. How that cyclone, what is the frequency, and how we will generate all the vulnerability map, and what is the level of vulnerability risk rate. All these things I will discuss with respect to pertaining to this many factors. Okay, before start, just I will brief you what is the vulnerability, hazard and disaster. Okay, sir. Okay. Then your cycle you have to follow it, because before any event you have to be careful. You have to generate your vulnerability region. That means you have to generate map, so that any layman or any public you can issue that map, vulnerability map, with a different level of hazard for management purpose. Finally, you have to overlay, synthesize all the layers like land use, land cover, your infrastructure, everything, and which zone is high risk, which zone is low risk, you have to decide. That is the decision making. For that, we need to generate data. Data means we have to, for synoptic level, suppose if you survey or you will do spatio-temporal, you may not be covered in synoptic level. So that you have to use your remote sensing and GIS technique. So you can generate vulnerability map or atlas for future management. what satellite data you will take, either optical or microwave. You have to decide what is your problem. Suppose you want to, at the time of cloud time or heavy rainfall time, you have to use synthetic aperture data, microwave data, because cloudy, it can be penetrate and it can be capture your disaster or vulnerability level.
डॉक्टर मोहंती, एक काम करेंगे, ये बिल्कुल हमारे उससे अलग जा रहा है, ये हमारी मिस्टेक है कि हमने इस सेशन में ऐसे इंक्लूड जी। आप अगर एक या दो स्लाइड में जस्ट आप क्रिटिकल क्या कन्वे करना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि ये बड़ा जनरल उसके लिए है, आप बस वो एक या दो जो सिग्निफिकेंट आप बात कन्वे करना चाहते हैं वो बता दीजिए इन जस्ट नेक्स्ट 1 or 2 minutes. जी.
Actually, we have taken that multi-hazard vulnerability map we generated. We have taken historical data. Out of that, we generated vulnerability, multi-hazard vulnerability. Multi-hazard vulnerability means we took observation data from tide gauge observation. From there, we capture all the cyclone source height, tsunami height, everything. Finally, we generate, suppose your today line is one region. After 100 year or after 50 year, that means return period, you can calculate some standard methodology. Finally, you can generate your vulnerability atlas. What input required? One is sea level rise, another is your topography, another is your return period analysis, means what extent your water level extent. That is scientifically calculated. Finally, you can generate all the based on return period. Return period means we calculated from all along our Indian coast, how much area is threshold limit, we got it from historical data. Based on that return period level, means water level period, suppose after 100 year or 50 year, you can calculate extract your hazard map. After that, you can overlay all the land use, land cover or your settlement area. Then you can find out which region is under stress, which region is under safe zone. Then finally you can overlay it and you can make evacuation map. Whether that one is which zone we have to go, where we have to pick up, which area is under high risk zone. Then finally you generate this type of map. That is our map, already we made it, 1:25,000 scale. Our secretary inaugurated this atlas. It is containing around 1,054 seats along our Indian coast region. So the atlas already I will hand over to people. Then seat wise also you can prepare. This is a sample map of one seat, this one, and our state wise, different state wise and seat wise with all our including island we generated. This is our in-house atlas we released. Then another is your coastal vulnerability atlas. That atlas is containing all the 7 hazard factors like wave, tide, slope, elevation, storm surge, significant wave height, all are integrated and find out the one final map like along that coastal region only. Multi-hazard is all the extent of coastal, how much area is under stress. This one is only along the coastline, how much area is high risk, low risk and medium risk zone. Another is that cyclone study we have done based using synthetic aperture radar data.
I think Dr. Mohanty, we will stop here.
Okay.
This, these some 2 ideas we got about the hazard atlas and this thing, that is for the time being, it is enough for this session.
Okay.
We will, thanks a lot, Dr. Mohanty.
Sure, sir.
We will now invite the states. Odisha, do you have first small? Okay. And then Karnataka, then Andhra. Andhra, who is making presentation? You are making. You are already done, is it? Okay. Okay.
Sir, I think, sir, let me speak only few minutes. I'll not go by the slides, sir.
Now the topic.
The topic is thrown, sir, will already be discussed, sir. So the way, sir, I'll start where DG IMD actually left, sir, actually. So we are now, earlier, sir, we were sharing informations regarding cyclone, let's say, in coastal areas. Basically, on the basis of alerts given by IMD, and basically these are very lat long, located at so many kilometers, and not much of reference to the districts or blocks were being affected. That was the traditional side, and we suffered a lot also, as DG IMD also said during super cyclone also, sir. And that is how it was very sketchy, and we lost almost 10,000 lives, sir. Then we started with the funny filing also, sir, we had, but death of course limited, less than filing. But filing was very severe cyclone, and the areas affected was Puri and Bhubaneswar also. We had 64 deaths also, sir. And then thereafter Fani, so we have because virtually almost 0 death during cyclones. And that is because more of a precise forecast by IMD. And also the evacuation process that we took up in the affected areas. That is where we took up impedance forecasting. So, but sir, our experience in case of particularly Yas and Asani also was slightly not the way we had the experience in case of Fani, and Dr. Biswas also will agree. In case of Yas, sir, I was at the district level, sir, also, and there is no specific what could be the landfall areas also. So until unless we know the exact landfall area, so it becomes very, very difficult to take a evacuation process in the blocks, and GP is likely to affect it. The way, sir, AP was also asking, sir. So because we are told that since I was not far in the case of Bass, it was very, very difficult, and INCOS came up with this forecast that could be tidal surge also. And that is only after the super cyclone, sir. The last tidal surge was during super cyclone, 20 kilometers inside, and then suddenly after almost 20 years, we are giving another forecast that there will be tidal surge in case of, sir, yes, sir. And in case of Asani also, there was lots of, sir, models and not very precise location. Dr. Biswas also will agree. We are also in continuous liaison with IMD. What could be the probable point? Because ultimately we have to save human lives, evacuate, shift to the safer places, sir. And that is why impact-based forecasting. DG IMD also said that we have DCR is up to 10 kilometers, and we have DSSR already. We have discussed with the Joint Secretary earlier. And sir, we have this Satark mobile application where this IMD and INCOS are related also, sir. We get the API from IMD, and all the alerts of IMD are shared with citizens through Satark mobile application. And we recently also, with the support of Dr. Biswas, the bulletins, midday bulletins or daily bulletins, they are also sharing with the media, that is also being transferred to the citizens. So one question is very important question is, let's say, lightning also. So I had a discussion with Dr. Biswas a few days back, and their assessment is based on radar, sir. So lightning strikes, sir. So it is not much about cloud to cloud, rather cloud to ground, sir. That is what we are more concerned with, and we are analyzing the way you are asking. So we have seen that the number of days due to lightning are very high in Odisha, sir. And particularly as we are analyzing the data, we found that Baleshwar and Morbhanj is one of the highest number of lightning strikes cloud to ground, sir, across India, sir. And of course there is a validation process also. So it is not that we don't have a validation process. Satark mobile application, whenever there is an alert, so it says, did you experience heat wave? It says, did you experience a thunderstorm, or did you experience also lightning also? So there is a citizen feedback also they can give in the mobile app, but there is no other method until unless there is somebody is injured or somebody dies due to a lightning strike, otherwise there is no verification at government level directly, sir, because it is very difficult to get that data. But in case of impact-based forecasting, sir, what we are looking at, not only for cyclone, because already demographic data is inbuilt in the wave DCRA, as well as the DSS system that we have also, sir. But now with the way, sir, Karnataka has done, so we have also now going into online DM plan process, where all these WhatsApp is here, they have got mapped all the parameters of all departments. So critical infrastructure likely to be affected, be it flood or be it cyclone. So those have been mapped along with the field level officials of the various departments, sir. So the up to revenue, Tehsil level, Anganwadi worker, ASA, they have been mapped in the DSS system and online portal. When NIC people are here, they are providing the technical support for that online DM plan. When taking also the inputs from the DSS is becomes a part, it is integrated in that, sir. And we are also updating the data in OFDCRA. so that even though it does not cover other areas other than the coastal areas, and that has been highlighted, but at the same time that is also very, very useful because it is also it has been become dynamic now, sir. Sir, as you have said, it has become dynamic and that is highly useful. But in case of impact based forecasting, the way is more to communicate down the line, and that is also I am thankful to NDMA. So they are now having a couple of days back, so Naval Prakash ji were here. So they are also discussing with us how these common alerts that we are giving through CAP, they can be also through our EWS. So Karnataka has got EWS, we have got EWS also, and we transmit messages to the citizens up to the block level and GP level, and how that can be targeted, sir. A few GPs, a few blocks or few areas, sir, that can be integrated with CAP also, sir, and EWS, because EWS flows from state or block or district to these shelters, but at the same time also if that can be integrated also, we can share messages directly to the citizens in a very targeted intervention, sir. That I like to say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Daji. Now I invite Manoj from Karnataka. Manoj, you can take slightly more time if you have slightly, more matter to convey, and then we may be just delayed by some, overshoot the session by a few minutes. I think that's fine.
Yeah, thank you. So I will stick to the topic, sir, though it's a pre-event on national platform, and the subject which I have been given is strengthening the emergency operations center and web-based decision support system, sir. I'll keep it on that, sir. So if you look at an emergency operations center, so what happens in an emergency operations center is that you get emergency calls, there are incident reports, there are media inputs saying that tree fell down here, this happened here, ABC fire, so on and so forth. There is some amount of data which the emergency operations center gets. There are certain forecasts from multilateral agencies which are there. Then the emergency operations center is bound to data analysis and validation, and then give out information to interested parties, stakeholders. It needs to support material sourcing from ABC locations, and then also monitor and give assessment to these so-called people. So this is basically what an emergency operations center must be doing. So if we have to break up the operations center into three major areas, I see it like this. The first one is the emergency operations center should be a state-of-art infrastructure where it can get data. So data has to be given to the emergency operations center if you want the emergency operations center to function. So in Karnataka, we have got data which is automatically coming from sensors of its own, and there are non-sensor data and other agencies giving data. The data which has been received at the emergency operations center needs to be analyzed. So that is what you call as data processing. So huge amount of information from various sources. So what is it? What is information? What are the alerts? What are the determinants? How do I give this information? Is one part, a major job of the data processing part of the EOC. And the third one is how successfully I can communicate this 360 degrees, starting from emails, mobile apps, to call centers, to whatever method, innovative method of disseminating this information. So this is what I see an emergency operations center must be looking at. Now in Karnataka, if I have to say, the data input which I said are from sensors and non-sensors, the data input, first input is from 6,500 telemetric rain gauges which the state has invested, which the state possesses and is managing. So this 6,500 telemetric rain gauges at every 15 minutes interval is going to give me accurate data. The question which I was asking, validated data, because they are pumped at 15 minutes interval. We have time stamping of the intensity, the duration, the amount, so on and so forth. Similarly, I have got 950 telemetric weather stations which are put at the Hobli level, which gives me information on temperature, wind speed, wind direction, humidity, which are more than sufficient to look at heat waves, to look at heavy rainfall scenarios, to look at various other disaster required information is required. So look at the third one, seismic stations, 14 across Karnataka, are established to give me seismic signatures. Starting, in fact, our seismic stations could monitor the Turkey earthquake as well as the Indonesian earthquake. That apart, even less than one Richter scale magnitude, we are able to sense them. So strategically, they are located. 11 lightning sensors established. 25 minutes a prior to a lightning happening at a particular lat-long location, we are informed. And so this information, if you can communicate within the 20-25 minutes to the so-called troubled areas, there is going to be something improving in that area. So this is what I would like to say, that multiple sensor-related information such as water level sensors, which will give you the stormwater drain levels, the stormwater drain sensors, and the water level sensors at the TRJ, at the reservoirs, will give you what is the inflow into a reservoir, what is the outflow into the reservoir, what is the water holding position of the reservoir. So this apart, the EOC also gets various information from multiple TV channels which are there. We have our media information coming in, public inquiry coming in, the State Emergency Operations Center runs a call center, complaints are raised, the ERSS system which has been placed is being integrated, and lastly, national agencies reports, forecast from IMD, SAC Ahmedabad, ISRO, so on and so forth. So this is where Karnataka's EOC is positioned today to receive information from so many places. So what do you do with this information? So at this place, what we try to attempt is that we try to see that the real-time information, depending on the rainfall intensity. For me, a rainfall of more than 200 mm in a Udupi, Dakshin Kannada coastal is no worry. But an 100 mm rainfall in Bangalore is a great worry. 100 mm rainfall in Gulbarga is a worry for me. So determinants are set up at each place out over here. So the real-time information which comes in, determinants manage, you start to process the information, whether it is worth sending an alert, yes or no. Similarly, lightning, I explained to you, lightning sensors gives us information, which Grama Panchayat I need to do, which is the area I'll have to send SMSs and alerts, so on and so forth. Be it temperature, heat waves. In fact, up to the 95th percentile, Karnataka since the last 3 years prepares its heat wave action plan, and then the entire EOC is there available with this. We will tell the Grama Panchayats of those concerned worrisome areas that you are likely to get a heat wave in the next 24 hours, 48 hours. Don't go out in the sun. Don't have your schools in the afternoon. MNREHJ have ORS, so on and so forth. These things happen from here. Similarly, your hailstorms, water releases, everything are handled in real time. So this is where the EOC has advantage in Karnataka to get real time information, process them and send them to the concerned guys. Similarly, threshold alerts have been fixed for each of these determinants, and then we have a disaster early warning system, which I will explain a little more in detail in the coming slides over here. We have the Government of India's ERSS, which is now integrated into our EOC. We have the Common Alert Protocol. We have a very nice sophisticated customer relationship management portal, which is running out over here, which tries to help us address multi-hazard, multilingual early warning dissemination in the state of Karnataka. And lastly, specialized cells have been established, which I will explain, to handle flood, earthquake, heat wave, drought and drought cells. So if you look at what I said now, data acquisition through the rain gauges, weather stations, water level sensors automatically gives information. When I use the word flood forecast cell, and information from IMD may not be consumed at the Tahsil level, at the block level. He wouldn't understand what it means. So my expert sitting in my EOC digests this information, own information, then the source information, then various other models, and the digested matter goes to the concerned guys as to what they'll have to do. So this is what my flood forecast cell in the EOC does. Similarly, a drought monitoring cell, similarly urban flood monitoring, we have models running out over here. So the digested actionable points being disseminated to a stakeholder is one key critical component of the EOC. Similarly, we will look into how the information has been disseminated in Karnataka. As I said, Varunamitra Help Desk Call Center is a fantastic feature which in Karnataka I would say around 19 lakh phone calls are received in Karnataka in this call center, and the 19 lakh phone calls which we receive per year are all livelihood related questions. The farmer asking there, should I irrigate, should I fertigate, should I harvest, should I sow, should I do ABC agriculture operations? Very critical to his economic conditions. He only makes a phone call to us and says, will it rain tomorrow? Is it going to be temperature is going to rise? Is it misty condition? Can I apply my pesticides? So such is what this EOC handles. Similarly, we have got very critical dashboards established, which I will try to show you some screenshots. We have one for the state, we have one for BBMP, that is the Bangalore area, and 3 more for smart cities. So these 5 dashboards give very critical information on global access for people to understand, appreciate what are the weather phenomena in the state of Karnataka. A huge amount of emails go on a daily basis to all the stakeholders concerned, those who are registered with us. We have an exclusive WhatsApp groups wherein the alerts are disseminated. You have the DC's group, you have the Assistant Commissioner Tahsildar's group, you have the basin-wise groups, you have ABCD types of focused groups where we try to send information over here. The disaster early warning system is another innovative case which I will show in a slide following shortly. And we have mobile apps which are there, and more importantly media, social media, information to MHA, NDMA, SDMA, district administration. So this is the whole ecosystem, how we are trying to communicate, how this EOC is trying to see. So what are the technology differentiators? I will explain each of them in detail. The first one is leveraging information technology and the cloud. We have our Varnamitra help desk. Flexibility. Our disaster early warning system is multilingual. It is not for cyclone alone. It will handle cyclone, lightning, it will handle flood, it will handle heat wave, hailstorm, you name it. It can handle even your pandemics, it can handle anything related to a disaster. So multilingual, multi-hazards. Then you look at analytics, huge amount of geospatial analytics have been done. There are some reports which I will show you, how we monitor, how we get the information, how automatically reports are generated, how threshold alerts are generated, all those things are there. Collaboration with ERSS and Common Alert Protocol, the EOC has collaborated, and today at one single point we have such kind of facility where you can do, in fact, the cell broadcast also is added into these things, and access anywhere is a mobile application. So I just take another 4-5 minutes here where I will talk about the Varnamitra Facilitation Center. My submission is that to each of you here, that this is a small intervention, the cost is very low. I have around 36 people working 24/7, 365 days. We handle around 19 lakh phone calls in a year. At the season, we handle around 14,000 calls. The cost is around 15,000 rupees, my phone call and the EPBX cost. It is not toll free. The person who's making a call pays for the call. That is the beauty of it. When he pays for it, he uses that information. He also shares that information. And a study said a farmer in Karnataka who receives from Varnamitra shares to 7 to 8 people. So 19 lakhs into 8, you imagine we have crossed our population in Karnataka. So here what we did, we have used our machine learning, we have used our artificial intelligence such that a farmer for his first time call maps his Grama Panchayat. Automatically my system pulls out information. So the telemetric rain gauges which are put at the Grama Panchayat level, and a file transfer protocol goes to SAC Ahmedabad, and SAC Ahmedabad gives us exclusively 12 hours interval for the next 3 days what is going to be our weather phenomena in Karnataka. So this information automatically, the phone rings, the information is pulled out from the server, and on my CRM application it is available. No phone call crosses a minute in Karnataka. Maximum the questions which he asks, we know very clearly how do you answer, what are the basic questions he is going to answer. A grape farmer would ask to know what is the mist conditions, and fellow who is going to harvest will have a different set of questions. He wants to see the next 3 days whether he can harvest. So such is the way this Varnamitra help desk is there. So without any advertisement, without any publicity, science-based inputs given to farmers, word of mouth. We have started the journey with 35,000 calls a year to 19 lakh phone calls a year. So this is where is a testimony that the information is useful and being used. So we use all information here, and then that culminates into the CRM screen. So as soon as somebody calls over here, we get to know what is he going to ask, and then his name, we ask him by his name and then answer his question and take feedback. So this is the one level of information our EOC is doing. Similarly, I was talking about the disaster early warning system, a small intervention. It costs me around 1 lakh per Grama Panchayat. So if you can see on the screen there, on the central portion there, you can see a public address system which has been put there. It will read out a message which can be reached around for 1.5 kilometers radius. So here we say when a lightning is going to happen, normally lightning deaths happen when people are there in the field, when the shepherds are having their animals under a single lonely tree. So where do they get access to what kind of information? So here is where the public address system will read out 1.5 kilometer radius that there is a lightning which is going to happen in the next 20 minutes. These are the do's, these are the don'ts. Now starting from lightning, I can talk about heavy rainfall, I can talk about heat wave, I can talk about any sort of information I need to disseminate. So if you look at the base bottom here, so that is what is the entire infrastructure. An amplifier is there, a digitizer is there, a battery is there, all put together horn, it will cost you around 95,000 rupees. So with this intervention, I can reach out to my population there, communicating early warning systems, communicating what information is necessary to go to them. So similarly, this is the use. So we have a process where the information is collected. As soon as it is collected, it's a preliminary check at the EOC. From the EOC, it is then transmitted. There is approver, marker and approver related stuff. So this is the Krishna basin where we are monitoring all our reservoirs. In fact, first it was just coming in an Excel sheet, but now our automated sensors in these reservoirs catch the water level, then tell you what is the TMC, then with the forecast is there, how much water is coming into the system, how much is going out, what is the carrying capacity of the lower riparian reservoirs. So all these things have been put into system such that information flows in. These are our smart cities where we have put up cameras. Very interestingly, I will show you the use of these cameras. So we put up these cameras here, and then with the use of cameras, we look into the stormwater drains and so on and so forth. So this is our mobile app, where in Bengaluru you can see the amount of sensors which have been put here. We give the live rainfall, inundation areas, safe routes, nowcasting, so on and so forth. Paucity of time, I'm rushing through fast. So GIS weather dashboard, this is what we communicate, so anybody knows what is the rainfall today, what is it tomorrow. Our reports are generated on a daily basis here, and then you can see this is for Bengaluru, what is yesterday's, what is today's, what is tomorrow's we do, and then we can also go into ward wise to say the temperature, rainfall related stuff. So this is the cameras which has been installed, and the EOC has access to it. Each of these stormwater drains, you can look at it not only from the sensor point of view, you can look at each of the sensors and then see how much of water is flowing. Is it a danger level? Should I put my people there? Should I send in pumping machines? All those things can be managed by a simple intervention of putting this camera, 50,000 rupees camera, which remotely sends information. So real time, this is streaming in my EOC. So lastly, so if I look at what is my EOC, EOC has a huge 15 feet video wall which is there. So each on the screen you can see if there is an flood event which is happening in the state, I will have the state dashboard, I'll have the BMP dashboard, smart city dashboard, Krishna basin, lightning and thunder. This will be my combination. So the 15 feet wall will be there. So we have standardized templates, and then when you click that template, you will have all those many screens which are there. Cyclone event, there is a different setup. Krishna basin, I have a different one. Seismic event, I have a different set of channels which will be streamed there. So that 15 feet wall, I can break it into 13 screens. I can have news channels coming there. I can have your IMD. I can have whatever sort of information which you want can be played onto those things. This is a glimpse of the photograph as to how the EOC will look like. And this is the real image here. And that is the video wall. So this is how we try to see that the information from sensors, non-sensors hit over here and then alert are sent. So this is a technical one to say how they are connected, decoders and all those things. Similarly, the EOC performs the job of sending messages through the Common Alert Protocol. ERS is received there. So this is the amount of softwares which are running in our EOC, non-GIS, GIS based information. So this is all I had to share with this August gathering. Thank you for the extended time. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Manoj. You have touched upon all those features which are required to be covered in a system to be designed as a web-based EOC. Sir, पूछिए.
This was started in which year? 2013?
Which one, sir?
This year's.
EOC, sir?
Yes.
EOC is just 2 years old, sir.
Achha, 2 years old.
And the funding came from the capacity building and preparedness funding of the recent.
Right. So, and what was the amount which was invested in all these things?
For the EOC, sir, 65 lakhs for the video wall and 65 lakhs for the other things.
And other information you were getting
so that
beforehand?
Was an existing system which was there. Sensors were there put for the last 10 years back, sir.
Okay.
So we integrated all
So
of
basically you integrated whatever information was coming and then you got integrated into it, manned by around 36 people.
Yes, sir.
And then you have one warning system or whatever is output system at each panchayat. This is what you have done. So just tell me one thing. See, suppose take for example heat wave. So last year, could you predict how many places you gave the warning of heat wave? Next year, what was this? And what has been the response of the local panchayats or administration? So how we are improving on actually tackling of those issues? So how do you monitor this?
A good question, sir. In fact, my heat wave action plan for this year draft is already ready, sir. So we come out with a detailed heat wave action plan talking about up till the 95th percentile we work out, sir. And then with the forecast and the past experiences, we know these are the Grama Panchayats which will offshoot 40 degrees, 45 degrees, the sudden temperature monitoring, all those things have been put in place, sir. For your first question, not a single death in the last 8 years, which data we have on heat wave in Karnataka, sir. Point number one. Point number two, sir, the district administration also has gelled so very well, like your Gulbarga, Raichur, Bidar, those areas, during those heat wave periods, don't operate post-noon session. They come early in the morning and they have half a day. Schools also perform like that. MNRG works in those Grama Panchayats, don't happen in the post-lunch session. Shades are mandatory. Bus stands will have waters, ORS, hospitals, PHC. So there's a complete set of action plan which is there, sir. So this heat wave action plan I will share with you, sir. We have this third year we brought out this heat wave action plan. Very nice, very sophisticated. It's a guiding tool for the district managers as far as heat wave is concerned, sir.
And who is supporting you in this? What is the technological support you are getting from, and which company is supporting you?
Our own case and MC only, sir. We have an exclusive organization in-house which we do. We have got a meteorologist, we have got these things. We do it on our own, sir. I will share the plan, sir. You may have a kind look at it, sir.
Very nice.
Thank you, sir.
If any other questions are there from Manoj? Yeah. Can somebody give the mic to him? Or who?
Thank you, sir. In fact, I would like to know about the Varun Mitra. If it is really working excellent, what is the spatial scale at which you provide the information, and what is the length of the forecast? Suppose I would like to get the information about the rainfall at Bangalore. What is the spatial scale that the information is provided, and what is the length of the forecast?
So Varnamitra, as I said, I made a point, whether you couldn't link it with that, it is that Grama Panchayat wise, whatever TRGs we have installed on real-time basis, every day goes to SAC Ahmedabad. SAC Ahmedabad gives me Grama Panchayat wise information, right? When I say Grama Panchayat version, group of 8 villages has one set of information. So this Grama Panchayat set of information has 5 parameters: rainfall, temperature, humidity, wind speed, wind direction, which has been put in there. So if you ask me, the basic functional spatial function is a Grama Panchayat is a small unit. In urban areas, it would be a ward, which is a function unit here. So the information which we give is for the next 3 days at 12 hours interval. So this is thanks to our partner SAC Ahmedabad. For 12 hours, they forecast this information. So my question will be, tomorrow will it rain? Day after tomorrow will it rain? What is the wind speed? So all those questions in those 3 days forecast we do. And to the previous question which you asked, around 85% we are happy that the things are real, genuine. It's happening. Whatever we forecast on the SAC Ahmedabad is more or less in real.
Just one more question. Yeah, about the heat wave, just because I really wonder. You said that if the temperature crosses 40 degree, you forecast heat wave. I don't know, but you must be having some inbuilt, system. Probably your technical experts should be there, because heat wave, IMD people are here. Heat wave is not forecasted like that, just by taking the temperature, because duration of the heat wave is equally important as far as the impact is concerned. I don't know how you handle it.
You want me to answer that? I said there are a group of experts which are there. When you understand up to the 95th percentile, they can forecast the likely temperatures in that area. So there is inputs from IMD, there is a local, our own sensors which are coming out over here. So in the last 15 years, we know which taluk, which Grama Panchayat has behaved, how it has risen. So I said that just as an indicator out, we tell that yes, these are the vulnerable areas where temperature can go over a particular period out over here. Based on that, this is a set of actions which are planned.
Go to the next presenter.
The KSNDMC, which is an exclusive organization, has a manpower of around 21 scientists and another 31 support staff, so on and so forth. The EOC per se has around 14 people who are working. This is apart from the 36 people who are working on the Varnamitra 24/7.
So EP, after your presentation, my co-chair will wrap up the session. If you Andhra, yeah, after his presentation, you can wrap up the session. I have to attend an urgent call. I'll just, yeah, thank.
Sir, just here I will show the what the dashboards we have developed for the AP state. I'm not going to much details. Actually, what we are monitoring and all these things, everybody knows here. But I'm not going to tell all these things. Heat wave, lightning, heavy rain, cyclone warnings, and tsunami warnings, earthquake, man-made disaster monitoring. These are the monitoring system at EOC, and the information will be disseminated using the web-based applications as well as the CAP. And recently we have started the self-broadcasting system also. That also I will briefly touch upon it. And SEOC web-based applications are the collaborative platform of geo-enabled disaster management and emergency portal. It is a common portal for the all information pooling at the one dashboard. And the second one is the APDMS, Andhra Pradesh Disaster Information and Management System. It is having the forecast system from the different agencies, and it will be seen to the public. It is publicly available. And the third one is the geo portal for the public. It will give the hazard prone areas and the flood vulnerable areas and the drought areas which will be already declared, and it is going to be declared. And the WebEOC, it is the incident management system. It is the two-way communication system. Once you give any alert, that person has received the alert or not, that you can see in the WebEOC. This is the collaborative platform of the geo-enabled disaster management system for the Andhra Pradesh. This is the just a screenshot of the dashboard. It is having the all the decision support system of GS as well as the WebEOC and forecast and alerts, and the whatever the vulnerable areas map, those GS maps also will be integrated in this. This is the coming to the APDMS, Andhra Pradesh Disaster Information and Management System. It will pools the ECMWF as well as the IMD forecast, and it will prepare the forecast for the next 7 days. For the next 3 days it will give the 3-hourly forecast, and for next 7 days it will give the 7-day forecast. It will give the wind speed and rainfall, temperature and humidity, and observed weather also it will be given in the wind speed, rainfall and temperature and humidity, as well as it will give the heat wave forecast. Heat wave forecast we are predicting forecast giving as per the IMD norms. If 2 days continuously, if normal is exceeded, then that mandal will be declared as a heat wave prone mandal. That will be given for the 24 hours and the 48 hours forecast. And the cyclones also will be given in this. Any cyclone forecast is there, automatically it will pull from the IMD APN and it will shows here. Coming to the vulnerable areas, this one in-house developed project, the GS based maps. In this, just I am giving the Krishna flood vulnerable areas in the AP region. If you can see that water level is, if 1 lakh reached, how many villages are going to affect? That everything is mapped and it is integrated with the dashboard. Coming to the incident management system, it is a WebEOC. It is developed in-house with the help of Jewelry company. This was developed under the World Bank project. It is having the all kinds of dashboard. It will pull the data from the IMD inquiries as well as the NGRA, and the alerts will be prepared. This objective is to provide a single web-based platform to overcome existing challenges, real-time sharing information and resource. Why? Because now we are facing the problem when any disaster or any event is occurring. All information should be at one place in that. Keep in mind, we have prepared that WebEOC. Deliverable is there fully operational integrated. There is no man-made intervention. If once you information get into it, automatically it will disseminate the information to the concerned person with the prior approval. These are the key features of the SEOC: integration with the various alert agencies and national alert dissemination system, and early real-time emergency management and multiple incident disaster management system, and that you can monitor the, if you raise any issue, whether it has been closed or it has been monitored or not, that also will be provided the information in this web EOC. And this is the major boards will be given for managing day-to-day operations, forecast and trends, EOC management, and fire department boards in how many fire accidents occurred, and NDRF department board, it will give the how many deployments have occurred and how many were in position at deployment places, whatever the actions taken. And heat wave management board also will be there. Emergency management module, this is event based module. When any cyclone or any event is going, this will be activated. And this is the system architecture for the AP web EOC. And here we are giving the 38 logins for the state level officers and district level 273 and division level 650, and it is going up to the mandal level. If any incident is there, the SEOC operator or who is sitting in the SEOC, they will publish the alert. It will go to the particular mandal officer which has been notified. The total user plan is the 4,500 people. And this is the integration with the other system. We will take the IMD district forecast as well as the location forecast. The same information will be disseminated to the concerned district and location. This is how the dashboards will be seen. The first one is the SEOC and the DOC dashboards. If any event is occurred, how many mandals or villages are going to be affected and what the population is there, and if anybody wants any evacuation things, how many teams were deployed, what is the status of the NDRF and SDRF teams placed, and how many people were evacuated, how many camps were organized and how many people were accommodated in that camp. All the information will be, you can get in the one click. And the departmental dashboards also prepared. They will be giving the information about their departments, line departments. Coming to the automated reports, when line department or any district or mandal level officer give any information, this will be automatically generated a report. Already templates were prepared. If he give any number, this many people were accommodated in the shelter, automatically report will be generated, and that can be monitored at the state level and the district level. I mean, this web-based dashboard is available in the mobile application also. This mobile application also already is implemented in AP state. This is the one example of cyclone Ashani, how many districts were vulnerable and how many people were evacuated, how many teams were deployed. Everything is shown like this. This also Ashani example. Incident event reporting. If somebody wants to report something at the mandal level, mandal officers can give the input to the in the mobile application or web-based application. Automatically it will be reflected in the state level, and we will COC operators will raise a ticket to the higher authorities whether they have to take action on it or whether it is resolved or not. That can be monitored, and situation reports also can be generated using this. And coming to the AP alert, already Sir has said that they are using the self-broadcasting system. Now we also implemented the self-broadcasting system. The self-broadcasting system will give the alert. I mean, it is a geo-targeted alerting system. Whatever the alert we wanted to send, that can be sent using the CB and CBC. And alerts will be like this: advisory. When you will get it, just you will get a pop-up and you will not get any sound. And interactive self-broadcasting message will have that option. You can act on it, whether you want any information more, or if you want any deployment, or if you want any help, those kind of things will be there. This is the two-way communication, middle one. And the CMS or presidential alert, if you give this message, if you keep your mobile in silent mode also, it will get a beep. It will not stop until you respond it. This is how we are doing the DCR. Thank you.
So, friends, as directed by the chair, if any questions? Yeah, please.
Pass on the mic, please.
Does it function when there is no connectivity?
Are there any more questions? Then because we are exceeding little over time, so let me summarize the session 2 proceedings. We had 5 presentations, and the first presentation was very impressive because Dr. Mahapatra highlighted what our IMD as part of Ministry of Earth Sciences have been doing, particularly for the impact-based forecast with particular reference to cyclones. And the success is well known and depicted by the reduction in the number of deaths and the evacuation being followed due to after the early warning by the IMD. So that was, I think, a good idea that they have given, and they have also shared that the IMD has developed several mobile apps too for the public access to this information and their actions. So, and also sector-specific early warnings, so that the consequences in terms of the impacts from the cyclones, they can be better known, and adequate timely actions can be taken up by them. And this information is available in all the ways, through the media, through the web, as well as the mobile apps. So these are some of the good things that we could learn from his presentation. It was followed by another presentation by Dr. Prakash Chandra Mohanty from NQuas. He actually said that they have been working on vulnerability risk assessment and mapping, particularly for the tsunami and the storm surges. And this information can be actually utilized by our early warning centers and EOCs, and it will help us know where the likelihoods or more impacts we can face, and we can help the masses in evacuation those areas. And also they mentioned about the evacuation routes which can be utilized for that purpose. Then next presentation was made by Odisha. Dr. Gyana Das ji, he actually discussed about what was presented by Dr. Mahapatra, but the main issue that he reflected upon was that although the warning is received timely in terms of early forecast and based on those models, but that is more in terms of geographical area, not exactly in terms of reference locations. So they need more information in terms of the particular villages and their names and identity of those geographical areas, which is better known to the locality and the functionaries for their effective operation or efficient operations during emergencies. Next was made by Dr. Manoj Rajanji. He has given an elaborate presentation, in fact, on the web EOC and the kind of works they have done. Very good idea was given about how these emergency operation centers should work, what kind of data, sensors, and how we fetch the data and utilize those data for the public safety. But he has also mentioned about the efforts about the sensors being used, and a detailed presentation about these sensors, particularly related to rainfall, the telemetered rain gauges, that seismic stations and telemetered weather stations, which are being utilized to know the situations at the EOCs and then issue the early warning and the actions to be pursued thereafter. Now these particularly, let me have view, because I noted down some of the important points that he had mentioned were also related to dissemination of this early warning. And they have used several of the projects which were initiated by NDMA, particularly the DEWS project, Disaster Early Warning System, ERSS, CAP, CRM, and other similar project activities. And also the various means of communication, including not only the dashboards, emails and WhatsApp groups, and also documentation of the events and media and social media. So almost every means they have tried to use which is available. So this is quite appreciable, and they have also tried to have a centralized wireless public broadcast. So mass communication is very effective in terms of the communication of early warning through the EOCs for timely actions. And also in order to capture the scenarios, they have kept lot of CCTVs. But now they have covered a lot of areas, cyclones, floods and earthquakes. But I think Karnataka is also affected by landslides too. And there is a need to work on those because many casualties happened because of landslides, although they could prevent the casualties due to heat waves. Then finally the Andhra, they have also made up a good web EOC and getting all the information and sharing through the various communication systems that are available. I'd just like to add one input from my side that we are now moving from the physical EOCs towards the web EOCs. But there are certain threats to these web EOCs also. As we are moving in the digital world, the cyber threats are also there. So are we looking into resilience of these web EOCs from those cyber risks and attacks, which can also affect our functioning during disaster situations? If so, it happens like that, then it may be very bad situation for us because we may be misled or we may face some kind of challenges and threats. Another one important technology which I think has not been much touched is the use of community radios in their vernacular languages, which can be very helpful. It will be a mass communication, and these community radios, they are very cheap in terms of their installation and communications. So, and particularly access in remote areas, inaccessible areas. So that can also be perhaps thought about to utilize that technology. So thank you very much, and thank the organizing team for providing me this opportunity. Thank you all. Hariji.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. H.R. Biswas, Scientist Head IMD, to receive the token of appreciation on behalf of Dr. M. Mahopatra ji. I request Professor Surya Prakash ji to facilitate a token of appreciation. Please give a big round of applause. I also request to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Prakash Chandra Mohanty from INCOIS. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you for the resource persons and delegates who have joined here. With this, we will conclude the second technical session, and we will break for the lunch. Yeah. So the lunch break will be for 1 hour, and we will be get back by 2:30.
hello, 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 hello.
Recording stopped.
A very good afternoon to all. Please calm down. So now we are moving to the third technical session on disaster resilient infrastructure. In this session, we are focusing on the best practices and what are the measurements to be adopted or to be practices. Sorry. Yes, sir. Disaster resilient infrastructure. No, sir. I am just explaining it. So in this session, we are focusing on what are the measurements and then what kind of practices we can adopt to enhance our capacities related to disaster resilient infrastructure. In this session, I request Shri Pradeep Kumar Jana, IAS, DC cum ACS, SRC and Managing Director OSDMA to chair the session. Sir. And I also request the respective resource persons, Shri Gagan Bihar Swain, Director, Gridco, Odisha, and Dr. Anshul Yadav, Advisor Telecommunication CDRI, Mr. Tom White, Chief Emergency DRR, Chief Emergency and DRR UNCEF, Dr. Paul, Engineering Chief Works Department, and Engineer Sagar Mohanty, Chief Engineer, Department of Works, Odisha, to on the dais. Welcome, sir. Now I request the respective chair of the session, Sri Pradeep Kumar Jana sir, to give our opening remarks and lead the session.
Thank you friends, and post-launch session is always a little difficult one, but I hope our panelists will keep you engaged so that nobody will doze off. Coming to resilience, in fact, so far in this country, as I was telling in the morning, we have by and large all the states have done a reasonably good job when it comes to response. Though a lot more is required to be done, lot more that would require a lot of additional focus. But by and large, because of media pressure, pressure of the opposition, pressure of the people in immediate phase, governments are forced to respond. But then thereafter, we wait for the next disaster and again we respond. So in between that period, not much is done by governments, maybe because of resource crunch, maybe because of lack of knowledge and appreciation, things don't move. But seeing what I have seen in the last say 20 years in Odisha, every time a disaster happens, apart from response, what happens? We lose assets, both individual assets as well as community assets and public infrastructure. So, and then as per the SDRF norm, now with the mitigation fund, something we can do. But then the loss and damage that takes place in a particular disaster, with whatever NDRF, NDMF, SDRF, STMF, is it feasible to replace all those things? So that is one issue. Second, should resilience be the responsibility of SDRF and SDMFs or NDRF and NDMFs? Should resilience not be built into the governance system? That's the second thing. Therefore, mainstreaming disaster risk reduction and bringing in resilience into programs and schemes of government and to the in the budgetary framework of the state and central government is one question which one should ponder over. Next is, the moment we talk of resilience, we only talk of infrastructure and assets. Beyond infrastructure and assets, there are a lot of things. In fact, when the power is disrupted, look at the, like last cyclone, summer cyclone Fani. In fact, all the hotels in Puri were closed for almost 3 months. Okay, so what is the loss of livelihoods? What happens to those 25,000 people who are dependent on those hotels as employees? Loss of tourist revenues. And then when I was interacting with the hoteliers, why are you not immediately, because you are private owners, government will not give you any fund for rebuilding, why can't you start your rebuilding process early? They said, where is the credit available? So bankers, insurance companies, they don't promptly come forward, and the processes are so difficult and so time consuming that in the process the lives and livelihoods get affected. Look at the agriculture. So then next agriculture people say, okay, our crops have been damaged, and knowing fully well that this is a state, say I am talking about my state, this is a state where certain things happen in certain point of time, and there are chances that crops will be impacted, affected in different periods of the year. So while planning for the crops, should we not think about ways of minimizing these damages, minimizing the losses on account of these disasters? Like for example, another major issue is coming now because of the climate change scenario. The temperature is rising, and temperature and pollination and flowering are all related, interrelated. I don't know if there are agriculture scientists. Long back I was director of agriculture, and that is what when some scientists have told me, if you are getting more than 35 to 38 degree temperature in the middle of March, your rabi paddy is going to suffer, your production is going to suffer, your flowering will be reduced. Now this year already one of the irrigated districts, Sonpur, has already reported 38.8 degree yesterday. So that means it is bound to affect the productivity of those crops. So what do we do about those things? So should we not also think of resilience in livelihood spheres? So this is, I hope, of course, we are represented with only infrastructure sector, and I think Tom will bring in bit of livelihoods orientation to the discussion. But then few things have happened. In fact, in Odisha, we have tried something. I'll just give example. In fact, Sagar will be making a presentation. Then Gagan is there. In fact, he was my colleague when in 2013, after the cyclone Phylin, we relaunched the major infrastructure, resilient power infrastructure project. And today, all those infrastructures, after have seen 7 cyclones, and by and large nothing much has happened to, no damage has taken place. So that means if we can build into resilience in designs, in specifications, maybe it will add some cost. But then life cycle cost, if you look at, it is a much cheaper option to spend little more to make the assets and infrastructures resilient. So taking that into account, another experiment, another very interesting observation I have seen in Odisha. See, in disasters, the biggest thing that we see is that, okay, individual households, how they are impacted. Suppose somebody's house is damaged, so naturally his entire livelihoods for a significant period of time will be impacted. So, and rural houses, housing for the poor is basically a state-sponsored program. And as Government of India, we have taken a very good decision that we must have housing for all. But are these houses, yes, we can provide houses to all, but are they disaster resilient? Can they withstand earthquakes, extreme floods, tsunamis, and maybe cyclones? So what can we do to make those houses resilient to these disasters? And if some additional cost is required, instead of constructing 100 houses, why not we construct 70, 80 houses? Instead of achieving housing for in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, let us achieve it in 8 years, but at least all those houses will be resilient, and to that extent the adverse impacts on livelihoods also will be minimized. Then next is how, and all these things are so far, I don't know about other states, in my state all the department look to SRC and the MD OSDMA, okay, possibly he will give some fund and they will build those assets. It's not possible with SDRF and SDMF money, it is not possible. So how do we encourage departments to adopt resilient practices in their schemes and programs, and that is what today Gagan and Sagar, both of them will present. And recently I have added one scheme. As in the morning I was telling, we have identified around 400 odd roads which every year get damaged due to floods, out of which 140 roads, 2,100 kilometer will be taken up this year, costing some additional amount of around 1,500 crore. 2,100 kilometer existing roads are there, so another 1,500 crore will be spent to make them flood resilient. So can we motivate various governments, the state governments and departments to consider incorporating DRR into their government schemes and programs? So these are some of the issues. I hope we will have the presentations, and thereafter if there are any issues they point out or issues that are flagged, maybe we can have some discussion. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, firstly, let me thank the OSDMA for extending the invitation to me and to UNICEF to give us this opportunity to speak. I think this is a fantastic opportunity for all of us. I was talking to some others over lunch and somehow referring to all of us as disaster nerds, but I think that it's safe to say that we're in a safe space where we can talk openly about disaster management issues and the challenges that we face. And let's face it, they are broad and vast. So what I'm going to be speaking about here is very much focused on the ways that disasters impact children, so the vulnerabilities of children, and particularly on this session, as this session is focused on the resilient infrastructure, I'm going to try to bring in that lens and to try to relate infrastructure with children during disasters, and to discuss a little bit about how we work together, not just UNICEF, but how UNICEF can support the rest of the world, not looking at Odisha alone, looking as much as possible as India as a nation, and also looking overseas perhaps too. So typically when we in UNICEF, we're talking about humanitarian contexts, children are typically impacted across a vast range of disasters. I've listed some of them here. The most recent that I think we can all relate to was the pandemic, and children somehow, when you talk about the medical condition of COVID-19 and the impact of COVID-19 as a disease on children, they were perhaps the more resilient amongst our community, right? It was very rare that you actually saw a child with severe symptoms. Obviously they were there, but in a much smaller proportion to the other age groups. However, the schools closed pretty much on day one, right? And because the schools closed, the children were at home. They were at home, therefore they were not learning. Their education just got put on pause. Not for a day, as was perhaps initially anticipated. Not for a week, not for a month, not even for a year. In India, I think it was 18 months, more or less, before most of the schools opened up. Some states were different, but overall, more or less a year. And it was the same for me and my children. I remember trying to work on COVID. I was working initially for the UK government, trying to organize their international response to a COVID-19 pandemic. And I remember trying to have my children in my household as well as working from 3 o'clock in the morning through till their bedtime, while trying to do the work, as well as trying to be a father and trying to support my wife, who was also having a full-time job working on the pandemic, and thinking it's not good enough to put them in front of the TV and expect them to learn and be satisfied and fulfilled and fulfill their full potential, etc. So I'm bringing this one very close to home for all of us, I'm sure. Natural disasters, some might say there's no such thing as a natural disaster anymore, but disasters that we see particularly in the coastal regions, like the cyclones that we were discussing earlier, like the floods and so on, they are increasing in frequency. They are increasing in magnitude. They are increasing in geographical spread. We all know this. Somehow by the time we have the evidence sitting in front of us, it's already obsolete, and we're constantly playing catch up. Sometimes there are protracted conflicts. India has some of those. They are the less spoken about disasters, but children, again, sit at the bottom of the ladder, waiting to be heard, waiting to be seen. The least seen, the most vulnerable. Children on the move, again, I refer back to the pandemic, where if you remember during the first lockdown, particularly the first lockdown, not just in India, but in many other countries too, suddenly there were these people sort of packing up because they no longer had access to their livelihoods and moving back to their places of origin, as we all would if we were in their shoes. And suddenly the children were kind of tagging along with them. Some were left behind. Some were at the front of the queue moving because they themselves were working, yet not counted. So I'm describing briefly but broadly a vast array of contexts where children find themselves at the center of the disaster, but perhaps the least spoken about. So if we look at over the last few years, UNICEF has responded to numerous humanitarian situations across the world. This graph here actually stops in 2017, so pre-pandemic. But I think we could safely say the pandemic saw that skyrocket there. If I was to present a graph with India on there, India was probably sitting relatively low in terms of humanitarian disaster responses, but in recent years skyrocketed again. Not because anyone's doing anything wrong, but the world is changing, and it's changing fast. Whether it's the climate, whether it's the biological threats that are emerging, is that related to population? Is it related to climate? Combination of a multitude of factors, I'm sure. But the point I'm trying to point out here is, over recent times, the number of disasters, not just for UNICEF, but for the world, is increasing. And the complexities of those are increasing too. We could say as well that more than half of under 5-year-olds dying in disasters are in contexts of armed conflict, displacement, and natural disasters. That's a huge number. That's a huge number because, relatively speaking, those windows that I've just described are very small windows of time. Yet more than half of the deaths of under 5-year-olds occur during that time. It's just reinforcing the importance of this conversation to figure out what are those vulnerabilities and how can we reduce those risks for that particularly vulnerable group of people. It's not their choice to be vulnerable. Okay, so I'm going back to UNICEF talk here, but we, as UNICEF, we focus on certain key sectors. We call them sectors, programs, where we feel we can have the greater impact for children during disasters, during emergencies. I've listed them there: child protection, healthcare and nutrition, water, sanitation, hygiene, education, and social protection. And I think in a context like India, social protection is one of those factors that actually it could sit across all of those sectors. Because if it's done well, it can really strengthen the resilience of a community. We go back to that word there, resilience, not just infrastructure, much beyond infrastructure. But if it's done well, then individuals, households, communities can have the resources, the confidence to build their own resilience based on their priorities locally, whether it's the individual's priorities, whether it's a household's priorities, and so on. I'm going to go through each of these points here in the next few slides and pick them out a little bit. So in child protection, this is one that's perhaps less spoken about during disasters, but perhaps while being least visible, it's probably the place, the centerpiece, where children are absolutely the focus. All the others you will see can be extended to other population groups and age groups and so on. But within child protection, it's very much a focus looking at, for example, in the event of a displacement, whether it's a flood or a cyclone, whatever it might be, are there unaccompanied or separated children? If we can't see them, do we assume they don't exist? Or do we have to put in place a system, a mechanism to identify them, to attract them, and then to have them counted and link them up with social services, safe social services, where they can feel confident to engage and where they can hopefully be reunified with their families or carers. Shelters. This is a popular one within the realm of cyclone response. So cyclone shelters. We've worked in the last few years in a number of states to prepare SOPs, standard operating procedures, for state and district governments primarily, where basically it's an SOP which advises and guides local actors, responders, who are operating in shelters, to advise them on how to prepare child-friendly spaces within these shelters, how to provide a safe space where children can be children. Sometimes we take that for granted, but it's such an important concept. Let children be children. And so we've done quite a lot of work over recent years. Assam, UP, Odisha has been included in there as well. They've done some incredible work within this state. But really looking at how this can be translated into reality in real time, the moment people are being evacuated into these shelters. Some of these shelters are very formal government-run shelters. Others are less formal. But it's wherever these children, wherever their families choose to end up or are forced to end up, that they're able to access these services. And I don't think, in my nearly 30 years of doing this work, I don't think I've ever seen a perfect response. There is no such thing. We dream of it, and I think we should always aspire to it. But I've never seen one yet. And every disaster is different. Every response is different, because every individual and community and storm is different. But I think what I'm trying to say here is child protection is one of those that is pretty much the bedrock of everything else, because it really lays that foundation where the children can be in a safe space. And then from there, they have a platform where they can reach all the other services that I'll be speaking about in a moment. Healthcare systems. The picture here is within a hospital facility. UNICEF is focusing pretty much within the primary, and COVID dragged us into the tertiary. So this is sort of unfamiliar territory for us. But again, it goes to show that every disaster is different, and we have to be a little bit brave to step into new territories from time to time to fix a significant problem. But the point here is that the infrastructure, getting back to the point of this session, the infrastructure within the health system is crucial. Whether you're talking about the hospital building or a primary healthcare building, they're typically very different. Hospital in an urban environment, primary healthcare facility is likely to be in a rural environment. The road and access to these facilities to enable access for an ambulance or an individual walking or cycling in. Not only that, but the infrastructure within the facility, whether it's something as simple as a bed or something more complex like an X-ray machine or a cold chain facility. How do you store those vaccines and maintain that cold temperature when there is no power supply? So everything there is linked to different elements of infrastructure, and I'm sure others will speak more with more experience and authority on power supplies and so on. But the point here is it's all interlinked. And I'm speaking here trying to bring the viewpoint of a child, but through this conversation I'm reaching and tapping on the shoulders of everybody in this room, saying we all have a role to play here. Continuity of service during emergency. Nutrition is the one highlighted, but that extends to every sector, whether it's healthcare, nutrition services, child protection, as I was just talking about, access to water, drinking water, and so on. The continuity of services, to put another word in there, continuity of access to those services. There's no point in running a hospital if nobody can reach it. There's no point in providing a vaccine if that needle and syringe can't reach the arm or the shoulder of the child that needs it. So the importance of that continuity, how can we think in terms of, in agile terms, how can we adapt our programs during that crisis moment to make sure that these services remain accessible to the most vulnerable, to the hardest to reach? That's our responsibility to deliver to them. We cannot expect them to find us. It's our role to reach them. Drinking water, often taken for granted. We have taps. There might be a hand pump. But in the event of a flood, is it functioning? Is there still a power supply to get that water as far as the tap? Is there still a hand pump without contaminated water in there? So this is really something that so often taken for granted, and every disaster is different again. This could also be extended to the sanitation issues, where so often I've seen, whether it's a latrine, this is a pretty resilient, robust latrine pictured here, but so many times you see latrines flooded, which creates a very, very hostile environment within sometimes just a few feet, often hundreds of meters further. And that has an extended effect and impacts the health system and so on and so on. Access to schools, no child is going to go to school if they're feeling sick from that. They're all interrelated again. School infrastructure. I've mentioned schools before from during the pandemic, but picture a school in a flood where all of a sudden you have a displaced population and they're looking for somewhere to go. Now, either they're lucky enough to have a school on top of a hill, and it's a really relatively resilient school, and it's built in a strong way, it's got a roof intact and so on. That's great. The children can still go to school. That's wonderful. Or can they? Will that school actually be used as a community shelter to accommodate everyone else in the community, and therefore, again, suspend education and deny the children access to the thing that they actually have a right to access? There's a challenge there. There's a challenge, and I'm not disputing one or the other. But the fundamental point is children have a right to education. And if they're in that safe space, being educated, they will contribute in future years to a much more sound, economically viable community. If they are in that school, their children, their carers are able to continue and to contribute to the recovery from that flood within their communities, to contribute to the economic recovery of the community, and so on. So it's not just a simple picture of whether they should or shouldn't be in that school, or whether the community should be in there seeking shelter too. Perhaps there's no alternative in the early hours. But the end game has to be children, sustained education and learning. I think before I round off, I want to also talk a little bit about the importance of the engagement with children and communities. Because while we talk about resilient infrastructure, for us, a brick with a good dose of mortar and cement and so on, it's a sound building sitting in the right place as far as we're concerned. Is it working for the community for whom they need to use it? If we're talking about, let me think of another example. If we're talking about access to healthcare in a mobile community, people on the move, going back to that point, very invisible population most of the time. Not all of the time, but most of the time, this community of people who move from one place to another, whether for economic reasons, whether because of a disaster situation, whatever. But they are a particularly vulnerable population, particularly the children amongst them, whether it's the children who are laborers themselves, or whether it's the children who have been left behind by parents or carers who are laborers and gone somewhere else. But the point is, if they're trying to access services and they've got their social security card, which works in their state, but then they move to the next state, they no longer have access. I'm just trying to list off a few examples that are tapping on different systems here. And then this leads me to the last point, really, which was the social protection issue. So social protection is really emerging as a key area where we can strengthen the resilience to be able to absorb a shock, but as well as strengthening a system to be able to respond quickly and effectively to enable individuals, households, communities to address their priorities very locally. And it can be done in a way where you simply push a button and cash reaches millions of people in a second. Why do we like this? Because it can reach people to enable them to address their priorities across all of the sectors. It's done in a very timely fashion. It's relatively cheap because there's no transaction cost. But also, it's a way in which we can support in the early hours. As soon as there is that warning, if you go back to the presentation we had earlier on from the IMD, as soon as you have that early warning, in anticipation of that shock, you already know more or less where it's going to strike. You already know more or less who is the most vulnerable within that community. You can identify them, have them included on a list of vulnerable households for a social protection scheme, and they can be reached in the early hours ahead of a shock in anticipation. As a follow-up, or in case that was not an opportunity at the time, you can also do the same in the immediate aftermath of the shock, during that acute phase, to enable them to reach those critical services. Because there may be newly vulnerable individuals, that storm may have suddenly steered and hit a completely different location at the last hour. Or this is also a mechanism where we could use it to support an individual, a household, a community, to better recover from the shock and therefore support the economic recovery of the community and so on. But all of this really demands a constant conversation, and I heard some of this mentioned and referred to earlier, but a constant conversation with ourselves and with those who we're trying to reach about, is this working? Firstly, what are your vulnerabilities? What are your needs? This is what we're doing. Is it working for you? If it's not, we need that feedback quickly. That feedback mechanism, that's what we were talking about earlier, that feedback mechanism needs to be systematic. If we can make it systematic in all programs at all times, it's that much easier to do during emergencies. It might look slightly different, but the systems, the mechanisms, if they're made resilient enough, then they will work. I will leave it there, but thank you very much.
I think you have wonderfully covered at least the aspects of resilience pertaining to social protection systems and more particularly about children. So what we'll do, we can take 2 questions and then move on to the next, because of constraint of time, maybe we will limit to 2 questions. Any questions? Yeah, Manoj.
You spoke about vulnerabilities, very well you identified areas. Psychosocial counseling is one thing which is very important. That can happen even from the village community side or the parents or on the school side. So that can be another component which can be added.
Right.
Absolutely. Yes, point well made. I should have.
Any other question?
Back to the psychosocial, while others are thinking back to the question, the psychosocial point is an interesting point because the psychosocial space is an intersect between health, child protection, and education. Education is most likely, if it's functioning, that's the place where you'll probably identify that child who is traumatized. Thank you.
Thank you. No, again, I think you have touched upon another point. Children, many of them are the worst affected, and post-COVID we have seen a situation where children have been orphaned, either single parent orphans or both parents orphans, and because of the interventions of courts and judicial interventions, some schemes have been launched for them so that at least their future is some way protected. Like in Odisha, we have a scheme where certain amount of money is deposited, then it has to be only encashed upon them being measures, and the entire education wherever the child was studying in the same school, even if it is a private school, the same school, government will support the child to complete his entire education. And there is a scheme which has been formulated, but then that was only limited to schools. Can we think of at the national level to have similar schemes or programs for all children impacted by any disease? Because already COVID has shown us the way. So only thing, ministries and the departments have to think about. And then you have also talked upon another thing, schools, availability of schools for children during disaster, and even school as an infrastructure. How safe are our schools? In fact, we had last year done a study, and we are now working with the school education department for a safe schools program, where how do the teachers, the management committees do a self-audit of the schools annual safety and what sort of repairs and remedial actions have to be taken. This is in a very preliminary stage, but we understand that this is something which is very important, and if your schools are not safe, if fire safety is not there, if they are not lightning safe, maybe we are putting the children into danger. So there are few good points you have made. Hopefully NDMA and even the state will take note of this. Thank you. So now we will go to Gagan. Be a little brief, crisp, and he will be talking about the resilience and power sector. And in fact, we have requested CDRI, as I was discussing over lunch, that this is a country where the country has been divided into 5 wind zones, and the highest wind zone 5, see a central electricity authority designs all their power projects with 198 km per hour of wind speed. Whereas in Odisha we had 20 years before we have seen a wind speed of 270 km plus. So time has come to relook at the designs and specifications of electrical infrastructure. And as Alok was telling also, in Rajasthan also they had transmission towers failed. In 2013, of course, you will give that example, 192 towers, transmission towers of 220 kV and 132 kV level collapsed. Same was during flooding. So how can we make and if village lines get disrupted, we can possibly restore them immediately. But if a 220 kV line or 132 kV line disrupts, then what happens? For a long period of time, a huge area will get
underdied.
We will not have any access to electricity. So on that,
Sir,
we can highlight.
Respected DC sir and dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, it's very difficult task to talk the audience after the lunch. I could see the faces and I can realize. So I'll be very brief. It's a very important subject, power infrastructure. Everybody know. And when the power is there, when we touch it gets shock. When the power is not there, we get the shock because the people give the shock to us. So we can talk on that, how we can see that power is not available even with the difficult times. So talking on this infrastructure, it is, you know that power infrastructure, power supply is a prime mover for any livelihood to have the business, commerce, everything power is required. And it is most of the important aspect of our life. So on this, we know that we all know that coastal areas, we have 485 kilometer coastal areas, and mostly the most density of infrastructure and the population in the coastal areas. And besides the all flood and drought, cyclone is the most vulnerable for the state in the coastal areas, and we face summer and monsoon cyclones. And if you see the history of the cyclones in the state, we faced about 11 cyclones in the last decade. And this cyclones has most devastating to the power sector, because if you see the impact and the damages to the power sector, it is the highest among all other areas. And for that, if you see that for the last 10 years, it is 2,700 crores of impact in the power sector in the cyclone. And if you see why the damage is happened in the power infrastructure, it is mostly in the tree and other vertical infrastructure posing threat to the power infrastructure. And because of the material quality, because earlier, as DC has said, the quality and the specifications were not up to the resiliency factor, what is we face in the state. And the workmanship and the material quality is also sometimes compromised because of the various reasons. And the maintenance practices were also not up to the mark because of maybe the economical reasons or maybe our workmanship. So for all these reasons, the damage is high in the power sector. And this damage to the power sector immediately affect the emergency services like water supply, transport, communication, trade, commerce, industry, and now also in our day-to-day life, like health as well as the even mobile charging, we also get affected. So as we discussed, and the infrastructure, if you see in the 2000 and today, there is a 4 to 5 times increase in the infrastructure in the coastal lines. And if you see the power infrastructure in the coastal lines, it is mostly 40 to 45% of the whatever the whole power infrastructure in the state. So any damage, any cyclone which is affecting in the coastal area, it is damaging very in a small area, but with a large quantum of the power infrastructure. And in 1999, super cyclone 20,000 poles were damaged because that time the poles were very less, electrification was less also. Now we have more than 97 lakh of consumers in the state. So the density of consumers and the infrastructure is high. If you see that over the periods, we learn, and the delegates from Odisha, they realize that how quickly the power restoration is happening nowadays. It is happening because of the learning in the past in restoration, pre-cyclone preparedness, as well as post-cyclone various actions are taken. And this is the whole ecosystem has been developed over the period. Even if it is reduced to, let's say, 4 to 5 days, we are restoring almost 99% of the power supply, which was, let's say, in the 45 days or 2 months earlier. Still, the impact is very high because of the economic activities dependent on the power sector and the dependency of the all livelihood on every individual on the electricity supply. And the SOPs were now standardized operating procedures are now circulated to all the power utilities and the institutions how to take care of this situation in each aspect of the cyclone. And as in other areas also, the casualty mission zero casualty is also one of the target for the cyclone time as well as the post cyclone restoration. We have a learning, as Rishi sir said during the filing, there is a huge devastation in the district of Ganjam. It is completely restored back whole LT and ST power infrastructure. Even the EST infrastructure is also affected, and that has been restored. A few EST poles also restored. So if you see the damage and at that time of power speed, 260 km per hour was the power, the speed of the wind, and which devastated the coastal area of the Ganjam and Gopalpur. And the total loss was about 260 million that point of time. The electrical infrastructure damage was very huge, 93 EST towers. 4,074 EST kilometer of EST lines, and the damage was about 1,082 crores in monetary terms. And there is a complete the 33 kV, 1,756 feeders, 39,000 of substations, 36,000 kilometer of LT line. It is the Ganjam district whole was completely washed out in that infrastructure. And the Ganjam and around districts, 38 lakhs of consumers were affected. In that, every cyclone we are learning and we are making our processes better to restore quickly, and also we are making a few aspects in our non-cyclone period in the other time how to create the better infrastructure. So, during the cyclone filing, there was a material stock taking and advance placement that was one of the learning, because immediately after cyclone we could not get or arrange the materials. It took some time. Equipment and vehicle mobilization to keep ready. Supervisory staffs, allocation of the staff. Alternate communication was not available at that point of time. Advance meeting with the critical consumers, those things were not taken, and those are the learnings at that point of time. And during the disaster also, damage assessment were not done. We had planning on the mapping of the infrastructure and the GIS and how quickly you can have the damage assessment. That is very important because of not only reporting but also making adequate arrangement of the equipments for restoration. And deployment of ERS towers. The ERS is emergency restoration towers, which is placed in case of EST tower damaged. Because if you will construct the new EST towers, it takes not less than 1.5 months. But this ERS towers, we can do it within 24 or maybe 36 hours. And parallel work of new towers, emergency rate contracts and material mobilized from the ongoing sites. So these are the learnings in the cyclone filing. And next, we faced in 2019 the cyclone Fani. It was huge impact on the Puri, old Puri district, starting from Puri to Bhubaneswar and all these areas. And the wind speed was 215 km per hour. As DCS has said, our system is not designed originally to withstand this kind of speed. So with this wind speed, our EST, ST and LT, all the infrastructure is vulnerable to damage. So that time also 116 transmission towers were collapsed, damaged, and few were completely collapsed, about 30 to 40 numbers. 2 grids and 250 kilometers of EST line were damaged, and roughly the impact was 1200 crores. 2.2 lakh of poles were damaged, 1.1 lakh kilometer lines, and 12,000 distribution transformers. You think of what the size, mammoth size of infrastructure is required to be restored once this cyclone is affected. And we are more often are facing the cyclone, sometimes 2 times in a year. So there are also a few learnings we realize after the Fani restoration. That a lot of damage happened because of the tree branches falling on the electricity lines. Emergency procurement guidelines and rates were not there. So during the Fani, it took so much of time. 15-16 days were lost finalizing the rates and the material locating the materials. So manpower mobilization, equipment and vehicle, how to mobilize pre-disaster time to keep it ready for the restoration, and procure the consumables. This is also another difficult task when we are going for a quick restoration. We mobilizing huge manpower. We need to have necessary ecosystem to enable them to restore the activity. They have to stay there, having the food, health, etc. Those also needs to be taken care of for the restorations. Damage assessment also we improved upon during this time. We had placed our all the infrastructure on the GIS mapping so that we can measure what are the quantum of damage. And procurement side, we had discussions with the other states where we can get the immediate supply of materials, as well as finalizing all the logistics and getting the material what is required. And even the manpower, skilled manpower is also another issue. When the restoration is in progress, particularly in the EST lines, you need a specialized people to construct and to restore the power supply and reconstruct that EST lines. So that also need to be, before the cyclone, we need to arrange those. And then come the cyclone S. That when the cyclone S is faced, we are completely matured in handling the cyclone and the restoration of the cyclone. So it took very less time because of the huge work preceded when the cyclone came to landed on the Odisha coast. 5-6 days of complete work to prune the trees, as well as mobilization of all manpower, as well as the materials, and locating where the materials are available. So, and also consolidating what are the materials, electricity, materials, as well as the small components across the state. So those happened prior to cyclone. So post cyclone, you know what are the difficulties. All know that after mobilization is difficult, logistic is also difficult, and most of the coastal areas also inundated, or the floods come from the sea water. So movement itself is a difficult task. Also the electricity poles, LT lines particularly, it moves in the ground, which is also very difficult to go there and to re-erect those lines. So the impact of cyclone S was not so high vis-a-vis the other two. It was not so severe, but the restoration was also very quick, and almost in 36 hours most of the consumers were restored with power supply. So there are a few learnings also here in the cyclone S in the practice, branch pruning and etc. What we did earlier, we had a very clear plan for the pre-cyclone period, advanced tie-up for the cranes, excavators and all. Post-cyclone, these heavy machines cannot move to the affected areas. So we locate these machines and keep in those central areas so that they can easily work after post-cyclone. And alternate communications were also used during the cyclone S, and advanced meeting with the critical consumers as well as our key deployment of the key manpower in those locations. And post-disaster issue of mobilization of advances to all the contractors, agencies, so that some material were kept ready. Once the instruction passes to them, they started delivering. Coordination with the local administration for avoiding any law and order situation. This is very important, and it faced difficulties at the time of filing. There are a lot of resistance come from the community in different places because the electrical lines are displaced, and sometimes we re-erect in those places. Then the habitations and the infrastructure developed in that area, the people try to resist. So there was a very good coordination developed in the S cyclone time, so that there is a smooth restoration and the re-erection happened. This is a graphical presentation on how we restored in the S cyclone, very meticulously planned and executed. And if you'll see, we didn't only look at how the power is reconnected or restored in the consumer end, we also follow what is the grid supply pattern happens. Because pre-cyclone, what is the power supply in the grid from the state load dispatch center, we monitor that what is the drop in the power supply, and how to manage the what are the generators available, because every second what are the power demand in the state and the power produced or generated in the state or available to the state should match. Any mismatch in the power demand and load with the generation, the grid will collapse. So it will not collapse to the state, because now our grid is connected to all 4 regions. It is one grid, one nation now. Any blackout in one state will affect also the other states. So for that reason, the NLDC and the SLDC, they work very coordinated manner, so that once there is a cyclone and few areas we are taking out of the supply, then the generation also back down in phased manner. And similarly, when the power supply will start restoring, so the generation also ramp up to meet the power requirement. So it is a very fine tuning of the generation as well as the row. 2 minutes. So next it leads to have a very good why we should have a disaster resilient infrastructure. It is because of it is taking time, there is economical losses and various reasons to say that it is very much required, as DCS has said, to develop a disaster resilient infrastructure. And for this there is a specification requirement to have a developed specifications, and we had the existing infrastructure is not aligned with the wind zone 6. So all our future infrastructure we are designing with which we can withstand the zone 6 wind speed, and all because it's a, if you'll have completely disaster resilient infrastructure, it will require very huge expenses, about 25,000 or 22,000 crore. so which is not possible to be funded. So bit by bit, with our existing infrastructure, we are developing all the disaster resilient component to it. So with the discussion with CA has also issued some guidelines for disaster resilient infrastructure to be developed in the coastal districts, coastal states, including Odisha, Andhra, and West Bengal. So these are few specifications: underground cabling, river racing pole, indoor substation, and splitting of large network to smaller sections, putting heavy sewage, precasted foundation for the DC. There are a few specifications now we have inbuilt in our existing any capex we are doing in the coastal areas. The state has few disaster resilient infrastructure already implemented. One is the SCREEP State Capital Region Infrastructure Improvement of Power System, which is done underground cabling of the Bhubaneswar and Cuttack city. About 1330 crores as outlay was given, and the next is the ODSSP scheme. In this ODSSP scheme, all the disaster resilient components has been inbuilt in. This is mostly the 473 number of 33 by 11 kV PSS are built in this scheme. As well as in the Puri.
In fact, here what we have done, we have classified the state into 3 or 4 zones. 0 to 50 kilometers from the coastline is the highest safety zone. There we have gone for very high specifications, so that whatever new constructions that we make has to be with that high specification, and the cost has almost become 80% higher, but all those power substations and the associated lines have useful cycle in the last 5-6 years. Nothing has happened. So then 50 kilometers to 120 kilometers to the second zone, where we have little lesser specification, and then the normal. So that is one project which has changed the way the power infrastructure is being considered in the state. Of course, first phase we have spent 5,600 crores. Again, we have sanctioned another 900 crores this year.
There's 99 number of substations.
And of course, underground cabling and
ringman. That has. As I said, it's underground cabling is the most effective, but it's very costly. So the way we are doing in the very critical areas, underground cabling is done, and there are few other technologies used like NBLS towers or other developed spawn poles, which are also resilient to withstand to 50 km/h wind speed. Those are also engaged. So as I said, it is up to 50 km. All the ODSSP scheme substations were made disaster resilient. Thank you, sir. Before parting, I just want to say a few other things also. With the CDRI team is here, the Odisha was partnering with the CDRI to develop a disaster resilient infrastructure and the SOPs. The study has been done. There are 5 areas to look into. There are in standard operating procedures, what are the existing practices, as well as what is the new specifications, and what is the cost estimate and funding. Those are 5 areas they are looking at, and 3 areas they have the project, the consulting paper has already been completed, and once that will be available, that will give a way forward for the future disaster resiliency. And with regard to keeping this exigency fund, as sir said, every time we are looking forward to SSC to give the funds because something has happened and we restore it. So now we are also looking forward to have some kind of cess or maybe like health, education cess in the income tax and etc. in the tariff. It would be built up so that those funds will be available to immediately restore in the tariff, let's say 1 paisa per unit. Something kind of this, the commission is exploring on this.
Fact, this is for last 3 years we are trying with the regulatory commission to allow 1 paisa disaster management cess per kilowatt hour, per unit 1 paisa, so that money will be utilized, that fund will be utilized to create a revolving material bank, so that it is always available, and as soon as a disaster happens, instead of going for issuing a procurement notice and waiting for 3 weeks, 4 weeks for supply of material, at least you have ready-made material available at decentralized locations to start the process immediately. So So this is one good practice which is evolving this year. They are most likely they are allowing us. That is what they have agreed. And once this fund is set up, we also from the government we have also agreed to top it up to create adequate availability of poles, cables,
Emergency all
towers
material.
and other equipment, so that the restoration process shall not suffer.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any questions or only one or two issues are there. Basically, the most important resilient aspect of power is that how do you manage your grid not to collapse? But that is where Ministry of Power, NLDC and the SLDC.
As I said, there is a time required to ramp up the generation and ramp down the generation. If you see the thermal stations, it take almost 2 to 2.5 hours to ramp up the generation. So that time of luxury is not there to match the generation and when the load is coming up. And now also there is another very large scale impact is going to happen because of the RE addition in the country. Because of the solar and wind, those are also it is a must-run kind of power supply. So it cannot be regulated because the sun is not under control, the wind is not controlled. So for this now the auxiliary services is now built in, and in Odisha also we are looking at to have the pump storage, and the hydro assets are very much crucial for this management of balancing of the load and as well as the demand and generation. So we are fortunate and blessed that we have very good hydro assets in the state.
So that is one mix of this power sources is very important. And the other thing that last 3 years we are able to restore power facilities very early. Possibly one of the reasons is that all the four distribution companies, they have their distribution disaster management plan, and that they do an annual drill, and that has helped how much of manpower is required in imaginary situations and how do you mobilize. So that exercise is helping them to mobilize equipments as well as manpower faster, which was not earlier happening. So the way we are having district disaster management plans, the distribution companies are also having their own disaster management plan, and they do a rigorous exercise. That is good.
Sir, they are also doing the drill, summer drill and winter drill.
Yeah.
So annually 2 times the drill happens. All disaster management team and that protocol is there. Once the disaster is declared from the SIC office, that protocol is triggered and notified. So the people from the distribution and transmission, they came to the action immediately for the disaster.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, now Sagar. Sagar, you will have to be brief.
Right, sure.
Okay.
Good afternoon. At first, I must convey my sincere thanks to OSDMA and NDMA to give me this opportunity to talk about these things, and specifically what you have done in the coastal resilient structures, what you have executed as on that. It was a pilot project taken up by our present DC sir. He was my principal secretary at that time. So start with, this is what we have already discussed. We have got 480 around kilometer in coastal line and 6th in the country among the 9 coastal states. So why we require, because the coastal system, we all know that is the delta system of the river variants. That is why we need some protection works from the fury of our cyclones. And to add it up, I must say that Odisha has 17% of the coastline in the east coast, but 35% of the cyclone storms hits here. So these are the tentative 9 last cyclones that has hit here in the almost, you can say, almost every year. So in Odisha we call it just like a holidaying of cyclones. So whenever there is a puja or a summer vacation, our cyclone visits us. So we call it as a mama's house. हम लोग मामा का घर बन गए. So we are now trying our level best to accompany his visit and make some resilient structures. So this is the tentative, the coastal length, what you have, I have discussed. 7 districts are there, 480 kilometers around is the coast length. And we have got some 636 kilometers of saline embankments, which we also need to restore for the restoration of the livelihood of the people nearby. So right now we have already taken up some restoration works. This is something around, I have given 156 kilometers we have already restored, and we are planning to restore 416 kilometers of saline embankments to restore it. Out of that, we are planning very critical 200 kilometer long structures, I mean embankments to restore under the different schemes with around 736 crores of rupees. This is what we have done as on date. Out of 636 kilometer, we have taken up 156 kilometer under different heads, and we are proposing like this, sir. So this is our success story, sir. Under NCRMP, our NDMA SARs are there. 58 kilometer of saline embankments we have already constructed, and it has already faced 9 cyclonic events as on that, sir. So what I want to say from the lighter essence, मामा का visit के लिए, भंजा का visit के लिए we are now prepared, sir. So this is what we are doing before 14, sir. The year 2014, before 2014, we were like doing such type of restoration works. Now we have come up with this. This is Pentha in Kendrapad district. This is what we have already done, and this is our success story at Pentha. This is Rajanagar, Gopalpur, under NCRMP guidelines also, Gabion stone packings are done. This is what we have achieved after this.
No, but just on that. You see, this is in that structure, along with the embankment, we have taken up massive mangrove plantations.
Sure.
And those mangrove plantations is giving much higher protection than these physical measures. So both together gives us much better results.
So in the recent cyclone pass, it is Chandipur bridge, it was damaged like this, and we have successfully restored it, sir, right now. And Keutajanga, I would like to say our Alok Saab has yesterday visited, and this is what it was before in 2016, and after the 2023. Now SAR has visited, and what our DC SAR has also told, you can also find the forests also here, sir. So we have prioritized our coastal treatment and how to protect our coastal and saline embankments. These are our priority projects along the coast, Talsari, then Ramchandi, Ramayapatna, Siali. So to address these things, we have drawn one MOU with NIOT and Chennai. So on August 22, we have signed one MOU. So we are supposed to get the technical guidance, design and drawing, immediate solutions, I mean temporary protection measures, and permanent solutions also. Then they will go for the performance evaluation. Then we will have hand in session, I mean they will teach us how to transfer the knowledge, and it is valid for 5 years, sir. So this is what I have discussed out of those projects we are taking up. This part we have already completed. This is what we are going to take up under the guidance of NIOT, sir. This is what Ramchandi, this is a very sensitized area, sir. Our eco-retreat, one of our eco-retreat industry department they has taken up, and the Kusabhadra mouth is supposed to outfall there, and due to the lateral drift, it has moved upstream, I mean towards north, sir. So you can find out here, sir, actually in the second image, the mouth is, you can see there, this area, sir. It was supposed to be the area of our eco retreat, and after request from the tourism department, sir. We have taken up this with the help of our NIOT. We have taken up this work, and this year also. This is this year's photo, sir. This is this year's Google imagery. After December first week, they have started up their eco retreat work. Until now, it is operating. Most probably by end of the 15th, they have stopped this project now, right now. So now we will take up the balance work as guided by the NIOT, sir. So this is the work what you have taken up. This is what you can see, sir. This year's eco retreat that what they have taken up after our restoration, temporary restoration, sir. This is one of the very typical area of Ramayapatna in Ganjam district, sir. There also Bahuda river outfalls into the sea, and due to the repeated visit of our nephew, I mean the Bhanja, so we are getting this problem. So we are going to address it up with the help of NIOT. The NIOT scientists, they have also visited.
In fact, here almost 1/3 of the village has been washed away.
Yes, sir.
Already.
They have been shifted to the nearby area, sir. So this is one more site in Jagatpur Siali area, sir. This is also this is one more site in Ganjam. These are all our pilot projects to be taken up under the guidance of NIOT Chennai, sir. So one more thing I would like to add here, just south of Gopalpur Port, there are two drains, I mean you can say Bahara and Bahana. These are supposed to take out the flow. So actually what happens, sir, due to this littoral drift and this repeated visit of our cyclones, so we are facing a lot of problems. So we have requested Osdama, and our DC sir is very pleased to give us 50 crores each pond for each project. It has been designed by IIT Chennai by Professor Bhadivalu. So I am coming up. These are the IIT Madras structural intervention materials. So this is the Nala, Bahara Nala. They have suggested like this. We are taking up this project. This project is 76 crores, sir. And our DCs are from Osdoma fund. They have allotted as 50 crores as pilot project. This is another Nala nearby to our port, Markandi, Varna Nala near Markandi, sir. This is also a proposal what they have suggested. We are taking up like this. And the last not the least, the saline embankments. These are our livelihoods of our people, because if the embankments will be lost or breached, then the livelihood of the area will be totally lost. So we have taken up what I have already told, sir. Around 200 kilometer of length we are taking up at the cost of 763 crores, sir. So out of this, what is the breakup? This is the breakup I have already discussed, sir. So out of this, in different districts, we have taken up 98 kilometer at 763
Sagar, just in fact, looking at the length of embankments that is required in the state, we have worked out that we require somewhere around 30 to 35,000 crore if we want them to be cyclone resilient. And as you travel from southern Odisha to northern Odisha towards West Bengal, our storm surge height is increasing, and it is up to 8 feet, 2.5 meter, 2.7 meter near Digha.
This is what our suggestion is, as per the guidance of we are doing it, sir. From south side, it is
So what we have now done, that we had an NCRMP project where we have seen some very good successes. So we are taking the same learnings, NCRMP learnings, into a state program where we will be spending 780 odd crores in the first phase, and just recently we have cleared also another 1,600 crores.
Sure.
So basically around 3,000 crore we will be spending in next 2 to 3 years to cover 1/4 of the area. The most vulnerable areas will treat, and rest of the things as funds is available, if we can mobilize some World Bank or any other externally aided funds, we will gradually increase.
So we have
but the most vulnerable areas we will now be taking up. And what 2 projects we have now agreed to clear, that is out of mitigation fund, is those 2 which for which Madras IIT has done a detailed technical study and have provided some solutions which according to them is going to if not permanently solve the problem, at least for next 10 to 15 years,
Sure.
they will make those coastlines safer. So two projects on pilot basis we are considering under mitigation fund, and rest once these two projects are completed, we have agreed,
To take up
as
with
the
all.
development commissioner have agreed that we will come up with a new program to take up similar projects elsewhere in the state out of the state funds.
Yes. So, these are the guidelines, as per the guidelines we have fixed up the, as per the surge height, and it has increased from south to north, and accordingly we have fixed the top bank levels, sir. These are the walks, the damaged portions of the embankments we are going to restore under different districts what I have mentioned out of those 200 kilometers, sir. This is in Bhadra district. This is in also Bhadra district, sir. This is in Kendrapada district. This is in Puri district, sir. This is in Nimapada, Puri district also, sir. So, some of the works what we have taken up by the guidance of NIOT to restore our eco retreats, sir. Thank you very much.
So now, CDRI, Ajay. In fact, on our request, CDRI is doing three studies. One is power, resilient power infrastructure, and our request to them was, even if Government of India doesn't accept your report, we don't mind. Please submit the report to us so that at least we will design our own SOPs and schedules, and we will spend money from our own budget to strengthen our power systems. So we need their technical guidance. That is one. Second, we also have requested them to help us in studying the impacts of urban flooding in Cuttack, so that we can design some better interventions. And third one is, of course, telecom infrastructure, and you will be talking about the telecom infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks, sir, for all the support from OSDMA. And at the outset, good afternoon, respected dignitaries and participants. At the outset, I would like to thank NDMA, NIDM, NPDRR, OSDMA for providing this opportunity to showcase CDRI's work on telecom infrastructure resilience. So, with this brief presentation, I'll just introduce you to the CDRI, what we are doing in telecom space, what are the coastal learnings and the damages we can bring about, how in the not only coastal region but the island countries are getting impacted through damages to infrastructure related to telecom assets. So, Honorable Prime Minister launched CDRI in September 2019 at UN Summit, and CDRI is a coalition of governments, multinational institutions, banks, knowledge, academic institutions as knowledge partners. The approach CDRI takes for their resilience into infrastructure space is not getting the global expertise to respective nations. So, these are the 31 countries and the multinational institutions. This is what we specifically focus on: technical support and capacity building, research and knowledge management, advocacy and partnership. These are the programs, as sir shared, that we are, healthcare we are just starting, and urban infra is still going on. So, talking about telecom infrastructure, if we talk about all the infrastructure assets taken in one place and we combine it with the coastal part and the island part of it, the first mile segment, though the telecom services we all are using, but these are the parts which are not talked about in the resilience parts, resilience space also, because that is, the entire sector is managed by private operators. 90% of the global industry executing infrastructure services are owned by private service providers, and the government is working as a regulator. So this is an asset also, but a challenge also when we try to build up resilience. So in the Tonga last year, the undersea cable got ruptured due to volcanic eruption. Kerala in 2018 got 400 towers, damaged. Odisha, we are talking about mobile cellular towers because these are the most exposed one, and out of 800 towers in the Puri region and surrounding, 728 were out of service. Now, when we talk about these outages are not purely attributed to telecom service failure. So, as sir also shared that the power is critical for all, so is for the telecom. And in Japan, there are some good work being done. So as CDRI, as we believe the expertise can be brought in, and as Shri Harsh Gupta sir shared that, it is not all about reinventing the wheel. So CDRI, we with the coalition members and all, we are bringing in expertise globally for the state specific ask and requirements. As we know how telecom post pandemic, the services are more critical. As Tom said, for education, the online education, even the higher education is being impacted because we are studying more online these days. So submarine cables are being exposed to disaster impacts, but never comes in picture so frequently. This is a very capital intensive thing. Governments are invested in it, private consortiums are there. Landing stations, if these two critical infrastructure assets fail, the entire digital economy collapses. Now coming back to the terrestrial and the intercity kind of network, we have OFC cables, we have data centers, we have internet exchanges which are exposed to natural hazards. This we all see MSCs, BSC, OFC cables, base transceivers and mobile phone. Now we talk about when telecom, if the power is supplied to the telecom assets and tower, but power is not available with the community at large who are the users, and they are not able to recharge their mobile phones. So being so much on technology dependency, this brings a double whammy for us. Like BTS is working, the signals are there, but people are not able to use because power is not inside their homes. So as I shared that there are different kind of hazard impact differently the entire telecom assets, and the failure in the last mile or first mile of the telecom assets impact network scale, kind of impact is replicated further, and it makes into system-wide impact. So currently, this is the global study, kind of assessment India is doing through CDRI is to how to assess a systems, or from the systems perspective, how to assess the entire telecom infra assets covering all technologies. We are not talking about mobile here, we are talking about whatever available in the country, how the assessment can be carried out. This kind of assessment we face the challenge because there was nothing available on the global platform. Someone has done, some country like US, UK have done on a mobile part. They have not done on the last mile part like landing station and submarine cables. So this is one of its own kind study. We have started this 3 months back, and this will come up with a system-wide view on how the resilience of the entire telecom infrastructure can be built. This study is carried into 4 phases, and the outcome is related to how we can build into policies, institution, processes, how we can suggest technical design, how we can build or bring in the best practices from operation and maintenance point of view to get resilience built in the system itself. So when going to the core of this, again, not reinventing the wheel, CDRI is very much focused into bringing global expertise from US. Like for give an example, they have built a core network dedicated for the first responders, emergency responder. This kind of investment, they have invested 700 million USD in this. Can India do this? This study will throw some insight like how it can be done, where are the finances can be brought in, and how the expertise can be built to bring in those kind of things.
Odisha is a small part of this integrated study.
No, sir, I'll tell you just a positive time. I skipped on that. How this study is taken is we have selected 5 states recommended by NDMA and based on the hazard profile. So these states are Assam, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat and Uttarakhand. So these 5 representative states give us the hazard vulnerability of the country more or less from the telecom perspective. Now whatever the assessments on policies, institution, processes, talking to TSPs, and just for the information of this forum, 2 months back we talked to OSDMA, officials, and we have got valuable insights from Shri Gyanadas ji, Sabyasachi ji on how they faced in 1999, 2013, 14, all the past events. So we are building those kind of learnings first hand into this, and then we'll carry forward what kind of the damages were there, what was the hazard, and how TSPs faced that, how they could cope up with this or they couldn't cope up with this. So assessment is very granular in this approach. So assessing what risks are there, what infrastructure assets are exposed, will come back and do the here, match it with the global best practices as per geographies involved. So we'll bring in, we'll try to, like in flooding area, Holland and Venice has done very good part on, not only undergrounding their cable system, they have done some innovative things on laying the OFC also. So to bridge the gap, it is like bringing in all the expertise which are available and which are relevant to India will come in through this study. So talking to the state SDMA and all the stakeholders, we got to zero in on Jagat Singhpur, Puri and Ganjam as far as Odisha is concerned for the focus study, wherein we will be assessing all kind of infrastructure available and what can be done. In Tamil Nadu, we are looking at Trivulur, Nilgiris and Kudalur, and in Assam, Kachar, Dimasau and Dibrugarh. And these 3 states we have covered with our first round of assessment on state level stakeholder consultation, and Uttarakhand and Gujarat will be doing in the next 2 months. And we have got all the support from, because this study is not only by CDRI, it is supported by DOT and NDMA as well, on how we can do it, what are the pain areas and how we go into the states. So these are the last, we spoke to everyone in the state, and these are the few points like landlines, which were our old history, we are shunning it, but technology wise for disaster, this is the best technology available to, and all, I mean this has come up from Odisha itself, like mobiles were not working but landlines were working. So one learning is, can we wire all our critical offices, government offices into the wireline mode, and one advantage is it doesn't need power. If power is not there, if power is at the exchange level, the wireline phone works. Again, developing SOPs. So the practices, we came to know that there is a mobile kind of tower which can be erected in a short period of time, which operators are doing. But still that erection of a mobile tower takes more than 24 hours. And 24 hours are, we all know how critical it is. So through these SOPs, we are trying to building and talking to TSPs and come up with the solution like how this time can be reduced, or are there sufficient number of mobile towers which can be moved into the disaster situations available with TSPs. So that kind of exercise, we are still into it. We are talking to all the stakeholders, like what kind of infra they have available. So these mobile towers are called as COW, cell on wheels. Another is the strengthening of line departments. Since 98% of this space is owned by private operators, no government is willing to put money for resilience for private service providers, because there is very less justification available. So this study will come up like how private operators can be assisted, or what mechanism can be developed for at least to strengthen the the communication system in the area which we are focusing upon. Building codes and designs. Mr. Jaina shared with us like how Odisha has evolved into developing the, going into towers more than 200 kilometer per hour so speed, but why telecom can't adopt it. So towers are towers, but we have been learning that TSPs are putting up, some TSPs have done it, but not everyone is interested in that putting up extra money. One important thing from the financial perspective, this study will bring in, and which is not available in the domain, is the cost benefit analysis of putting a hardened infrastructure for telecom, and what are the difference between a normal condition infrastructure being deployed and how this money can be generated or supported to implement the or strengthen the infrastructure. Again is the major support has to come from DOT. There is a fund called USOF. CDRI is working on, how that USOF fund can be, provided specifically for building resilience in the coastal states or the areas which are, highly vulnerable. So, when we say about telecom is infrastructure resilience, one big thing CDRI is facing is how to get that outages data from telecom service providers. Now, service providers are bound to protect that data. It is a reputational thing on them, like how they can share their services were down for 6 or 8 hours. Now, if data is not with us, we can't, marry it with the hazard and vulnerability. So, we are at that point wherein we are having support from DOT to resolve in some way or other. So again, we are convincing people, stakeholders who are, facing limitation of sharing that this is a public good delivered by private operators. So still, if you own the assets, since the public good is delivered by you, you can't, limit all the data available with them. So it should be shared on those platforms. So from hilly region, like power is the core, interdependent infrastructure with telecom. In Assam, when we are dealing with this, the consultation, 2 kilometers of a human chain was built to carry a 20 liter of jerrycan to supply that diesel to a tower site so that people in the area can talk. Similarly, in the areas like Tamil Nadu, we got to know that flooding happened. It took more than 12 hours to reach the fuel supply to the infected sites in a region. So how we can plug this? What mechanism we can develop? If power is the core, thing required for towers to work, renewable energy works, but there are places wherein, solar panel got, at the night, they are not able to generate that much, and the tower companies are saying that solar is not a viable option as of now. But they are still, looking at doing R&D on this part. So this study will bring in the entire gamut from policies, institution, processes, operation and maintenance, the expertise required from abroad, what developed countries have done, what developing countries are doing. Say, for example, Mauritius is very much advanced in coastal region for giving us what expertise we can bring in here. That's all from my side. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
I must thank CDRI for instituting this study, because this is you are covering almost all aspects of telecom infrastructure. Sure. So hopefully this study will give lot of ideas to DOT and telecom companies, and in fact, like the SOPs, some of the SOPs we have already started practicing. What is that? Okay, we have in the TOM cell in each of the states. With DOT, we have 2-3 rounds of meeting before the cyclone and look into all those aspects which can be managed at our level. Like sometimes we take those discs, we take them down, and as soon as the wind speed goes down, again we take them out.
Exactly.
Like ensuring that fuel is available in all the places. And sometimes many of these, even private telecom operators, I would not name, they say we don't have money to buy petrol, buy diesel. So sometimes from the state government we give them diesel and fuel, so that at least the towers don't suffer. So those few of the things we have started, and last 4-5 cyclones we didn't have any problem, any outages. Of course, there has not been much damage, but unless this whatever designs and specifications that are arrived at, if they are not taken into these at the construction or retrofitting, then possibly things will be bad. So hopefully the study will help
Yes.
the country to get some new ideas.
Yes, sir. Sir, here in the resilience assessment, we are just focusing on three things, and cost benefit analysis of putting that extra, hardening of infrastructure and how this can be done is being looked after. And you rightly said that there are technologies available which can, in the coastal region itself, when the winds are high, those towers height can be brought down.
Yeah, brought down.
So, but there is a cost attached to it. Not every operator is trying to build that.
In
So,
fact, I think NDMA can also, once this report is available, NDMA can take up this matter with Universal Service Obligation Fund to mobilize some resources for
yes,
experimenting and piloting few of these ideas.
yes, very much can be. So we have all the support from DOT and DMA on, getting
Thank
the
you, thank
information
you,
done.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
So last we will request Mr. Pal, our engineer-in-chief, who is a bridge expert. Just few days back he was in Bangladesh talking about retrofitting of bridges. So we would like you to talk about how do we make our bridges safe from cyclones, earthquakes and these sort of disasters.
Thank you, sir.
But you have to be a little brief.
Yeah, sir. Thanks for giving this opportunity. In fact, I will touch upon this critical infrastructure, road, bridge, and also the high-rise public buildings from disaster vulnerability. One vulnerability for Odisha is cyclone and flood. The other is the seismic vulnerability, though Odisha is seismic zone 3. What exactly in PWD or in our design wing we are doing in state PWD road network, and for the particular bridges, I will just highlight. In the morning section, I have seen some of the talk going on JS analysis, modeling, vagara vagara. What we have done in Odisha, PWD road network is about 30,000 kilometer network, crisscross with lot many bridges. From 2013 onwards, we have made complete JS network mapping of entire or known network, including the bridges. And we have started assessing their inventory condition damage assessment from 2013 onwards. So far about 2,000 bridges, maybe about 400 odd major bridges and remaining minor bridges. The condition assessment is available on a GIS thematic mapping. On a click of a mouse, you can see where is the bridge, when it was constructed, what are the material, what is the material vulnerability factor, what is the damage index or what is the structural health index of that bridges, and what is the history of war that has been gone to that bridges. That we called in short name bridge management system, which is already established in Odisha as a case study, which in fact what sir has said, I went to Bangladesh to present that Odisha road assessment and bridge management system. In our country, we did not have a asset management guideline based on Odisha, Karnataka and NHI success on road and bridge management. We first published one guideline how to manage this infrastructure asset that in fact was made under my chairmanship in the Indian Road Congress Committee. The IRC 130 came in 2020 only, the first asset management guideline, how to map the assets particularly and how to manage those assets particularly for maintenance, retrofitting, repair and rehabilitation. Detail have been made and successfully so far Odisha, Gujarat to some extent, Karnataka and NHI to some extent have gone ahead with this GIS mapping, vulnerability assessment and retrofitting that way. This is one aspect. Coming to the design aspect, I am currently the engineer chief design, and when we say disaster resilient infrastructure, one thing is the current infrastructure, whether the critical building like hospitals or the bridges in the disaster prone district, which are the important connecting network even for cyclone, flood and other relief, how resilient they are at present, what is the current resilient index, whether they need any retrofitting or not, because many of them have been built 30-40 years back with low grade of concrete, of course with high quality of cement. What we have seen in the recent development of high strength deformers and with new variety of pozzolanic fly ash based cements, the new structure that have been come up in the country last 10 or 20 years are damaging in a very rapid form compared to the old bridges that was made pre-independence or 40-50 year backs. In the IRC Bridge Code Committee before which prepared the design, I am the co-chairman of the committee on behalf of Government of India. We are studying on those aspects of the bridges because here three things are linked to the infrastructure. infrastructure. One is the existing infrastructure to know its resilient index. That study is going on. We are also doing that study, engaging Central Road Research Institute, who is the premier institute of the country. They are in our state. They have already done those survey, and they are coming again to do the survey with mobile bridge inspection unit, with drone and other imaging technique, so that the inaccessible bridge can be mapped properly. It is not required you go to each of the bridge and have access to those things. Those who have already developed, those model is already established, and we have implemented in Odisha. What I am going to emphasize that IRC 112 code, which gives the design and the new concept, which has been updated only last year, we examined that most of the current infrastructure in the country are not at all disaster resilient. Even when we talk to seismic zone 3 intensity, even you talk to a wind velocity of 200 or uncertain high floor level. So that is a very critical issue that is coming up in the country. Then how to retrofit it? In addition to there also old bridge, there is a material vulnerability factor, and our live load that is plying on the bridges are also day by day increasing with huge axle load coming on. So this total aspect we are taking to consideration. What I am suggesting, maybe through OSDEMA, the pre-cyclone prone districts and the key route where the relief, restoration, everything is important, we can identify what are the critical infrastructure, particularly the bridges in those routes. They can be taken up first hand for their vulnerability index assessment and for possible retrofitting. In fact, sir, when the Bhuj earthquake happened in 2001, I am the first person who visited to that state to address, understand how the structure has collapsed, what are the issues, and I made a publication which was published in Institute of Engineers, and immediately after the OSDEMA came up, Professor Arya and their group came, we started rating of our critical public buildings from the seismic vulnerability. I don't know after that what has happened, whether that practice is currently going on, particularly the new hospital, the critical hospital, public building, they should be continuously go on rating and assessment because of the material vulnerability factor in addition to the seismic or cyclone factor, so that time to time intervention can be decided and can be taken up. The third important thing that we can go for a design, because our IS 1893 codes gives how to design a structure for seismic and cyclone loading, how to make a seismic detailing and ductile detailing, all these are there. But when you go to construct to the project, as I said, it's the fly ash based pozzolaning cement coming up, slag based cement coming up, and quite variety of steels coming into the market. Currently, I am being chairman of the Steel Manufacturing Employment Committee made by Government of Odisha, where we are studying the steel that is being produced by various plants. Surprisingly, if you see the steel map of our country, in 2011 there were just strict regulations that steel produced in electrical induction furnace, which contains lot of phosphorus, which make the steel brittle, should not be used in infrastructure, even in dwelling houses. Slowly these guidelines have been changed recently, that irrespective of the material, even from scrap steels, even from billets, even with the induction furnace, if it is meeting your standards guidelines, then the material can be accepted. When you talk about cyclone or when you talk about seismicity, it is the ductility which matters. Ductility means percent of elongation. It means the control of the sulfur and phosphorus content. So when you say in the market, now of course luckily up to Fe 600D steel has come up. Fe 600 means 600 MPa, D means ductile. Those steels have come up in the market. When you talk about PSU like SAIL or other major infrastructure manufacturing company, maybe you have seen there is a quite good control of these parameters. But when you see the private manufacturing plant, there will be quite erratic parameter along the section, across the section of the steels, even from the same lot. How to address those things during the construction is a matter of importance to the concerned state authority and agency and the supervising team. So these three things are important. Design is always, you are doing the design as per the specification governed by the code. So my submission to this forum and to August audience that we have already done the GIS mapping of our critical road and bridges, but maybe OSDEMA can give a suggestion which are the other critical route where we can go on continuously monitoring those assets for immediate retrofitting and rehabilitations. And for the new infrastructure, of course, like in the Bhuj hospital has been made with a seismic isolation concept. We are designing for the seismic detailing and ductility, but the importance should be use of more such isolation techniques, so the seismic induced forces itself to the infrastructure reduces. So these are some of the things I want to highlight in this short meeting. I don't have a presentation, but I will be glad to explain the online BMS in next forum of OSDEMA. Thank you all for giving the opportunity. Thank you.
I think you have given a very wonderful, very small, concise note on the important aspects that not as the SDMH, but as all the construction departments to look into. I think OSDMA Ghana would work with you very closely, because we have also asked your department to suggest us 10 bridge projects which we will like to fund for retrofitting, starting from survey, investigation, design and implementation. Similarly, we have also asked the department to come up with proposals to retrofit few of the old buildings of critical importance to the government. So we are waiting for those proposals. So maybe we will have more dialogue with you to push through those ideas. Thank you. So good, I think we have listened to 5 speakers. All have come up with different subjects, some good ideas. Only thing is how do we take them into our planning, our policy making, and then how do we implement them. And the last issue which Dr. Pal has said, okay, design it well, but if you don't implement it, if you don't monitor the implementation process, and if you don't evaluate what is happening to those assets or what more need to be done, then a good design also cannot sustain the things forever. So hopefully the state disaster management authorities would be able to motivate and influence the construction departments to look into these aspects. We have broadly touched about the infrastructure, but then the very important issue of say children, women, school going children, and then of course Karnataka has done excellent work on say drought monitoring, and once you monitor properly, you can also prescribe mitigative measures. So how do we bring resilience into livelihoods, into agriculture, into say school safety, into social protection aspects you have Tom has talked of. Maybe these are very important issues. And as of now, I am sure most of the SDMAs are only talking about resilient infrastructure. Beyond that, we have not yet given thought. So now possibly from NDMA, from MHA, we need to drill into the mindset of the SDMAs to think beyond infrastructure. Thank you. I think with this we'll, yeah. Yeah. And yeah. Okay. So what I will do, OSDM will take the responsibility of preparing good notes and send to NDMA. Okay. Right. We will do that. OSDM takes that responsibility, and Ghana will be answerable and accountable for that. Yeah.
This is actually how a state should be looking at disaster management. External agencies or specialized funds like that can give us technical expertise, best cases across the globe, and then the government in the local government should start investing on those things when they find it good, sir. Fantastic, sir. Sir, but I wanted to ask, sir, if you look, you also made a valid point on grey infrastructure versus green infrastructure. You said that green infrastructure actually contributed more, the investment was lesser. The problem which I am facing in Karnataka is the coastal erosion which is happening, sir. ADB gave a huge amount of funds, NCRMP gave some funds over there, sir. I strongly believe, sir, none of these grey infrastructure can protect the coastal erosion at all, sir.
Exactly.
It is just momentarily, temporarily, because I am a geologist, sir, so I know how the tidal.
I am also a geologist.
Yes, sir. So, sir, the point I am trying to come is that, sir, our additional chief secretary Kerala, when he came down to Karnataka, gave a very nice point. He said that they have taken some 5,000 crores from World Bank under Resilient Kerala project, and they started to address these issues, sir. he said, Manoj, he said the easiest, if you say life is very, very important and livelihood is important, he said the cheapest and the best way is to relocate.
Natural.
Yes, sir. He said relocate the living locations of these villages who are on the coastal risk zone, sir. But for their livelihoods, try to come out with alternate livelihood mechanisms. Like Tamil Nadu has got the fish landing centers, Puducherry has got. So that is what he said. You should have such a kind of an plan strategy to address your coastal rather than just grey and green infrastructure, sir. So I want some information, your expertise, and those things, sir.
That's a very nice dimension you have brought into this. In fact, what happens? We work in silos. Say in Water Resource Department, which is principally responsible for coastal protection, they think only from an engineering perspective. Okay, then you talk to the Forest Department because they say, okay, greening is our responsibility, so they only think about greening. Okay, but somewhere where both the departments have come together, we have got some good result. But say, in fact, in NCRMP, we had a project called 3,000 houses we have constructed, so that we will shift people from those coastal vulnerable zones to little away, so that at least their houses and assets will be safe. But then the dimension is, I can shift them 2 kilometers away, 3 kilometers away, but every day they depend on the sea. They have to get into the sea. Unless you provide those facilities, unless you enable them with better facilities, then they would not love to go to that even 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, they will not go, and that is what has happened to NCRMP one village. In fact, that is a problem I am grappling with. But then I talked to the fisheries department, because again, anyway, most of them coastal livelihoods are dependent around fishing or something like that. So unless the fisheries department, animal husbandry department and agriculture department, these 2-3 departments work with Water Resource Department as well as with the Forest Department, and together we don't work on a project, things are not going to work, and that is that I am seeing we are not getting the most optimum result out of that, only because the 2 primary livelihoods departments have not been roped into the project. So that is a big learning. Yeah, please.
In fact, we are monitoring the 35-kilometer stretch of South Odisha coast every month. I still do not know what is the threat at Vahananala, which is approximately 11 to 12 kilometer from port and 8 kilometer from Gopalpur beach. Because we have studied since 1978 to till date, and it was, as you know, sir, it was an erosional environment. And after the construction of port, particularly the breakwater, which is about 2.34 kilometer south breakwater, now the Gopalpur beach has become an accretional environment.
Yes.
And south there will be accretion, and there to the north there will be erosion. And that we have seen, and we have also estimated. We have made quantitative estimate of the amount of erosion and accretion both on the north and south. So therefore, I don't think, because this is to the south of the port, and now since the environment is becoming an accretional environment at Gopalpur beach, which is another 8 kilometers south of the beach, I don't think there is any threat of erosion at that point.
I think Sagar would be.
Sir, you have rightly pointed out, sir. What our DC sir has already told, sir, it is not the point of only restoring the banks, and it is also a point of livelihood. Actually, and these are the farmer, the area of the people of the area are basically fishermen, sir. When the accreditation, what you have rightly told, when the accreditation takes place, the mouth closes, sir, and these people, they are bound to move to the Andhra area for their livelihood. So there are some fish markets, I can show it, it is there in the, sir. We have taken all the guidance of Professor IIT.
Okay,
sir.
what I suggest, yeah. Okay, that's a very interesting observation. Yeah. No, what I would suggest, I think you have brought up a very interesting thing. I think Sagar, anyway, I'll talk to your additional chief secretary also. So I would suggest that we have a larger discussion before we embark upon taking any concrete decision. In fact, 2016-17, yeah, Puri beach was totally eroded. Puri beach.
Mangala sir.
No, 2017 I'm telling when I was the secretary.
Mangala Mouth.
What happened? I was away from Bhubaneswar and I got a call from Chief Minister's office that this has happened and you dump armory stones. I said, who has given you the suggestion of dumping armory stones? He said, no, there is a meeting and Honorable Minister from Puri, he is insisting. I said, sorry, I will not allow you to tamper with my beach. Water Resources Department is the owner, so I am the owner of that beach. I will not allow you to do this. So next morning I went and tried to plead with Honorable Chief Minister that please don't do this. Let me undertake some study. So thankfully Professor Sundar Badivalu, he came, studied. He said, don't do anything. It will be naturally re-nourished. Just let us study the Mangala River, its interface with the sea. And they suggested some very minimum, I think we spent 2-3 lakh rupees only. And the beach was re-nourished in 3 months' time. So unless we study the behavior of the sea and unless, as you said, unless we look at the long-term data as to how the beach has behaved and how the littoral drift along the east coast, which is basically accretion to the north. So unless we study those things, any measures on a short-term data possibly may not do us the right, give us the right benefit. So let us consult.
Wherever there is peat is the main problem. There will be erosion to the north because peat, keeps the sediment, and to the north there is starving. So if you cut upon this peat, we have tried it in Rushikulla's peat, because that beach, nesting beach was getting eroded. So we advised those fishermen to cut upon this peat, and then the beach developed.
Yeah. So what
similarly the situation at Mangala River.
So what I'll do, I think instead of leaving it to Water Resource Department, I think OSDMA can organize this interaction, and maybe jointly we should do this study and then arrive at a consensus before we take any final decision on this matter.
Okay.
So Gyana, please, we have to do this, facilitate this. Thank you. Okay. So Tamil Nadu, who is there from Tamil Nadu? So why don't you come and make? Okay. And then okay. Good.
Yes, first of all, a good evening to the respected dignitaries on the dais and the dignitaries on the before the dais. And before myself, all the legends have spoken, and I'm junior most. All our PhDs, I'm still in LKG mode. I'm just entered into the 6 months before I have entered into the disaster management field. But then I have very much passion about this department. So. Of course, after the lunch, everybody will be get tired, and the last session, everybody completely will be flattened. Just I will take 2 to 3 minutes, just explain about state. And we all know that this disaster risk profile of our state, these are the database 1076 kilometers of our coastline, and major natural hazards which we face always is the cyclonic storms, floods and the droughts. And other disasters also prevalent in our state. And this is the history of major disasters in our state. These are the statistics. And this is the track of 2005, from 2005 till 2021. And of course, 22 we have faced Manda cyclone. This is the various tracks that we have faced, that Tamil Nadu state have faced these cyclones. And in major of that 2018 Gaja cyclone, which we have got appreciation from the NDMA for our best practices. And second thing is Buravi and Okki 2017, all the major cyclones which we have faced. And the special initiatives of the government of Tamil Nadu in disaster management that I want to just briefly explain. First thing is coastal disaster risk reduction project. That morning my co-presenter from Puducherry sir has explained about the CDRRP. I just want to explain the two things in the CDRRP. First thing is multi-hazard resistant houses. We were constructed 14,347 multi-hazard resistant houses in 488 coastal habitations. We just want to reduce the vulnerability to the coastal communities which were constructed, and along with that we have given the copy of the insurance certificate that is insured for about 10 years. And second one, we have 143 evacuation routes which we established from the coastal habitations to the nearest evacuation shelters which was built, and with the signage boards we have been erected so that the common public should not get any trouble. Then in our state we have 121 multi-purpose evacuation shelters which is commonly now used as waiting hall for the PHCs and primary schools and the community halls, and during the disasters we will be converting it as using as the multi-evacuation shelters. Of course, shelter management guidelines to ensure that the multi-purpose evacuation shelters constructed are properly or not. If we are streamlining it, we are always monitoring the whether they are following the guidelines or not. And especially we are much confident about the community-based disaster risk management training. We are giving the training to the common public and the officials in the entire state. Across the state, as sir said in the morning, from the class 4 staff till the chief secretary, we should have the trained by the disaster management risk reduction activities. The same in our state also we've been following. We are imparting training to the people, the community, localized people and the officers who are involved in the disaster management risk reduction activities. And then one more thing, disaster management concepts also we have included in our regular curriculum. From the classes from the 7th to 12th standard, we are just giving the idea about what is the disaster management. So from the childhood period, our children are much educated with the disaster issues. Then real-time flood forecasting and spatial decision support system. Actually, we all very well know about the 2015 floods. After the 2015 floods, Chennai floods, we have evolved with such a system that the data on real-time rainfall and the water flow, which will very much be useful in the reservoir operations. We are, while the rainfall amount and the water flow increased in the rivers, we are very much controlling the preemptiveness of the discharge from the reservoirs are decided. This is the biggest drawback. What is the amount of the rain water should be preemptive from the reservoirs or the dams. 2015 floods, we have faced such problems. So after that we have brought from this real-time flood forecasting and spatial support system, and an alert message is sent to the general public in the downstream. Because of this support system, various districts have been benefited. Example, Thiruvallur, Chengalpattu, Kanjipuram, such coastal districts were very much benefited. And I-flows, of course, our NCCR specialist is here. This system has been modeled by the NCCR. Actually, this system keep track of the heavy rain events. This system will give the inundation levels at the ward wise. This system has been established for the Greater Chennai Corporation, for GCC, up to the ward wise inundation depths. When we want to, with the quantum of rainfall, when we want to see the what is the inundation level for the Ward 4, Ward 5, Ward 6, with the amount prescribed of amount of rainfall, we can easily see the inundation depth of the for the particular ward. And aerial photogrammetry study, this is also one of the initiative, and monitoring storms. This method we have in collaboration with the IIT Madras, we have established this system. It is a robust system. This is also the predict the storm surge height and along with the coast and the inundation depth of the coastal area. These two methods we can predict with the monitoring storm surge. And then ERSS, this likely to be, will be functional before February 2023, and 112 helpline system. And installation of it, this is our flagship program of our Honorable CM, installation of 1,400 automatic rain gauge. Of course, we have took study from the Karnataka. After our officers went to Karnataka state, and we have completely monitored and we have followed that model, and we are installing 1,400 automatic rain gauges and 100 automatic weather stations. Just we want to fetch the real time rainfall data through which timely weather warnings could be issued. Because of this, damages to the crops caused due to heavy rainfall could be controlled. This is in the pilot. We are yet to be installed these 1,400 automatic rain gauges. This will fetch the exact rainfall in the Firka level. So 10 into 10 grid level we are going to install at the range. And we are also proposed to procure 2 radars and weather balloons. The weather data is obtained from the radars, and the balloons would be analyzed by the supercomputer at the Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, and weather forecast would be issued accordingly. And the best practices which we are followed in our state during the Manda cyclone and other significant cyclone are the, when we get the alert from the nodal agencies such as IMD, CWC, DGRE and Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, we immediately do the preparedness work. We start with the preparedness work. What are the preparedness work? The preparedness work would start from the higher level, from the Honorable Chief Minister of TN and the Honorable Minister for Revenue and Disaster Management and the State Relief Commissioner. Entire the whole system will start working on the preparedness. We will start analyzing what are the areas of impact and what are the risk communications, how we should establish our communication to the milestone, to the last end, flag end of the person. We need to reach the preparedness works. For that, we are planning to reaching out to the areas of impact. Our SDMA disseminated the alert messages through the common alert protocol, which is also morning as such explained. The last speaker always have the same problem. Rest of the all speakers will use each and every topic they will cover. I just touch the topic. So we will also use the common alert protocol. This common alert protocol will be in the local vernacular languages as well as in the English languages, which will reach out to the 4 subscribers. 4 nodal subscribers. We are using the when we use these messages means release of surplus water. We have a usual problem that not only during the rainfall, when we release the surplus water from the reservoirs also, the inundation will take place at the coastal districts. So we will send a cap alert message during the release of surplus water from reservoirs, heavy rainfall, and during the Manda cyclone also we have sent the cap alert messages to the common public, which will be in the vernacular languages so that they will be able to understand the cap alert messages and they will respond for that. And the system is a location based alert system. We will draw a polygon. So yes, sir. So this is through cell broadcast and this is through televisions, and we are giving alert messages to the fishermen. This is all the through NAVTech satellite, and this is the main thing, community participation. We always believe, TN state always believe in the community participation in disaster management. We always involve the females, and pre-positioning of the NDRF, TNDRF, and preventive evacuation. We will shift the, before when we receive the alert, we will shift the people to the nearby relief shelters. And during Thane cyclone also in December, large scale damage was caused to the power infrastructure in Kadalur and Nagapattinam district. Towards such damages, we went to the overhead electrical lines been replaced with the underground. So especially we have early warning system in 424 sites in order to deliver the messages as such in the Karnataka. And other precautionary measures which we are taken in the Manda cyclone is the declaration of holidays for the schools and the private institutions. We have also instructed the resist the movement of the public and disconnection of the power supply during the fall of the cyclone also we did. So because of these 2 to 3 activities, the minimize of loss, we could be control the loss of life, and this was appreciated by the entire thing. And TN Smart is the common app which we are used to. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good. I think a very good presentation, and we can see your passion, and that is more important. That's more important. In fact, disaster management professionals, if they have the passion, then you are bound to succeed. So great. And what I like is that, okay, there is a lot of learning taking place. You have learned something from Karnataka. Okay, common alert protocol promoted by Government of India is being widely used by all the states. And the way IMD, INCOIs, IITs and IITM, all of these organizations are working, a lot of good things are happening. Only thing what is required possibly, we have to structure these things and take up all these activities in a coordinated manner, in a timely manner, so that the results will be far superior to that what is happening now. So good, great session, and in fact it was a good learning for me also. In fact, Dr. Pal, I think now I will make you the chairman of my bridge retrofitting program. That's so at least we will, OSDMA will be guided by your knowledge and expertise. And this state, in fact, I had engaged an agency to do a vulnerability study of all the rural bridges of Odisha. And I found Bureau Veritas was doing the study, and the 80% of the problems that we have seen in our bridges are all those mistakes, all those blunders have happened for simple things which possibly our junior engineer or even the mate at the work site could have controlled. So that means they are not sensitized nor sensitive to those small things for which a much bigger hazard or disaster can happen in future. So how do we work out capacity augmentation programs for all those grassroots workers down up to the executive engineers is very important. So more than the structure, it is basically the lack of knowledge and sensitivity of the officers and the staff involved in construction is very important. So hopefully this is one good thing for me. And the questions that has been raised on our Bahananala, I think that is again another, it shows that possibly we are not taking on board all the expertise available within the country, within our reach. Maybe there is a need to create an inventory of all those expertise available in different sectors, and then continuous dialogues to understand and build the capacity of ourselves as well as our engineers would be very important. So that is a great lesson for me. And I agree, OSDMA will prepare notes and send to NDMA on those, particularly on power as well as on this coastal erosion thing. And morning session, I am sure a lot of good things have come up, and hopefully when we have the 10th and 11th March session, we will be able to contribute something very positive from this workshop. So now you can, you can take the what is plenary.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we will have the mementos, please.
So now I request the co-chair to present a token abstention to our subject experts.
Gagan was one of my very important. So he is now one of the professor of what he was department. He is not an engineer, I call him the professor of the department. And similarly, Dr. Paul anyway. I couldn't follow your name. You are in safe hands.
Sir, thank you, sir. Sir, it has been a very long day, sir, from morning 9:30 to almost 4:45 now, sir. Sir, we will conclude this day-long program. Before we conclude, sir, I request Additional Secretary NDMA to give his remarks. Then, sir, yes, sir.
Respected sir and everybody present over here. Sir, this has been a great learning day. I said in the morning that this is a complex subject. Now the complexities has increased, sir. So that's why we want a write-up from all of you so that we can include in our thinking because a lot of things is happening, and with National Disaster Finance Commission giving us so much money also, so there is no problem of money. So I think a lot of experiments which are taking place in different states, especially in Odisha, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, in every state, I think everybody is working from the heart. So we can learn from each other, and we will carry this in such a manner that the country does not lose a single life whenever there is a disaster. Thank you everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, may I request DC and SCS and SRC and MDOSD to give his closing remarks, sir. Sir, फिर भी sir, closing remarks is always closing remarks, sir.
No, in fact, it's a wonderful opportunity. In fact, I always say that particularly we the IAS officers and senior bureaucrats, we nowadays we have lost the habit of reading. We don't get time. So even if suppose we read, possibly whatever we have learnt here in a span of 5-6 hours, possibly we would not have learned that much by reading some 10-20 books. So organizing this sort of interactive workshops are very useful, and if we take back some of the learnings, if not all, still then that will be more than adequate to do something good for the people of the country. And I hope all these SDMAs, in fact NDMA and I should thank Dr. Surya Prakash, NIDL, have been always very proactive. NDMA is very proactive, and if we can, in fact we are organizing a lot of workshops. If we can create that sort of workshop where not only the relief commissioners or MDs attend, but various sectoral workshops where different state, say water resource thing from disaster perspective, if their officers, whatever is happening I know in Karnataka is doing something great in coastal barriers, Maharashtra is doing with some, and Assam is doing some great work on Brahmaputra, this embankment erosion control program. So possibly if those learnings are said, maybe Odisha can learn a lot from them, maybe Tamil Nadu will learn something from our programs, or so that cross learning and cross fertilization will improve the quality and content of our interventions. And then in each of those things, experts like them, if they can come and they will chair the sessions and they will guide the discussion and critically examine and analyze, possibly the quality of the programs itself will improve in future. So if we can get all the scientists, sectoral experts together, and that is something which NIDM and NDMA if we can do on a regular basis, I think the quality of disaster management approaches would certainly improve in this country. Hopefully 10th and 11th we will discuss bigger issues, we are having a lot of policy implications, and maybe that will, with Honorable Prime Minister attending, possibly we will get a good direction in which the country should work for next 5-10 years. So let's hope to see something very positive in those 2 days, and I am sure all the states are sending large number of their responsible officers and scientists to participate in that program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, it has been a very long day, sir. I like to formally give a vote of thanks to all of you, sir. Sir, let me thank first NDMA and NIDM providing all the support for organizing this workshop, maybe at certain time also. Thanks to DC, sir, for presiding over the day, all the panelists and all the participants from our state as well from other state and union territories for all your active participation in this program. We will be preparing the workshop report, also the suggestions that you have given for the suggestions. And again, on behalf of OSDM, I thank all of you, also the officers of OSDM who have been acting very closely with us untiringly for last couple of days and maybe last couple of weeks for that matter, sir. And thank you, and also thanks to Agriculture Department for providing this venue. Thank you all. So we'll, with your permission, we'd like to close it, sir.
I will have the last word there.
Sir.
In fact, let me tell you, for this workshop, I have not spent even a minute, because last 1 month I was on leave, and Gyano and his team, they have done all the work. So if something has not happened, it's because of me, and if whatever has happened, because of this team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tea is served outside. Kindly, I'll request all of you to kindly join for the tea. Thank you very much.